The Challenger Series welcomes you back to Africa. It's the Kwadakuza Coast for the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. A crisp morning this morning and some early morning energy from our arrivals coming in, checking out conditions, dialing in the gear as well. A chance for a couple of waves before the morning cool. As ever, it's a beautiful pastel sky over the Indian Ocean, greeting some of the best challengers from across the world. Some experienced faces, some young upstarts all thrown in the mix as we get down towards the pointy end of competition. Really looking forward to see what's on store for us on a Friday morning. This beautiful part of the world at the Ballito Coast has been drenched with surf really throughout this waiting period, blessed with a lot of scoring opportunity. Big waves coming through, some clean conditions, massive scores available yesterday. And a brand new morning sets our expectations reasonably high for this high quality surf break. Here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, the food route, Mike Fruit. Morning, mate.
Morning, Paul. We're in for another big day surfing here. These surfers in the heat now, they're all in a rhythm, and then it's now going to be about converting that into a win.
Speaking of rhythm, mate, we went and checked out some beats last night. That was pretty good. The part of the activations here, big music concert, free concert, the local DJ scene, pretty epic.
Yeah, it was great to take you there and see some of music under the DJ genre called Qom.
All right, well, very much back to surfing business this morning, and the man making the big decisions is Travis Logie. He's with Tash for the call.
Down here on the beach alongside WSL Commissioner Travis Logie. Trav, we had a full high tide at 6:30 a.m. today. It's interesting to hear what the call is going to be.
Yeah, Tash, we went on hold for half an hour and the waves improved drastically already, and it should improve all through the morning. So we're obviously on great conditions again today. That's 6 days in a row, I think. Can't believe it. What a week it's been in Ballito. I think yesterday was the undisputed best day of the Challenger Series so far. So we're looking forward to another great day.
All right, so there's the call from Travis. Again, not really a huge decision to make. Just that little half-hour pause. And as he explained there, we're just waiting for that tide to run out off the high 6:30 this morning.
Still spring tides this week, so the difference between the full high and the full low tide, about 2 meters of water on that sandbank. And you've seen through the week what a massive difference the tides make in Ballito. The breaker is best on a mid to sort of low tide, so a good call for Travis just to hold off a little bit more contestable out there.
Yeah, an interesting point for him as well, just talking about this season on the Challenger Series and yesterday, just how good it was in that context. And that's a source of pride, right, for South Africans. We're talking about your surfers coming through, but also being able to showcase such quality waves in this location. That feels pretty good.
Actually, as he said that, I thought, man, that's so cool, because that first heat yesterday with Morgan Sibilak and Jacob Wilcox was an absolute showcase. We had the first 10-point ride in the first heat of the day.
And expectations for what we might see today? We've had a couple of looks this morning. We've been dialing into the forecast. What do you think we're looking at throughout the day?
Looking at the forecast, there's no wind, or very little wind today. So we're going to have that northwesterly breeze, which comes off the mountains towards the sea. And then a slight onshore, but nothing like we saw yesterday. So I think we could run quite deep into the day with that low tide critically over the lunchtime period. So it's probably not going to get killed by the high tide like it has in the last few days.
And of course, swell as ever, not an issue here. You can already see from that morning vision, plenty of white water chewing the rocks and still a bit of power out there in the ocean.
Yeah, looking at the period in the swell, we're still looking at between 12 to 14 seconds in the period. And the wave heights, I'd say, sort of 3 to maybe 4 foot sets out there. There is a lot of groundswell. You're not seeing it because of the high tide, but there is still a little bit of grunt out there. And I'd say 4 foot on the bigger sets, Paul.
Right, well, we are looking forward to getting underway here with our women's round of 16. We ran a couple of heats of it yesterday, and as Mike mentioned, the high tide just got into it a bit. Just took that scoring potential down. Pretty decent decision made to call it. We'll come back this morning for this heat number 3 of the round of 16. Seeing Nadia Aristide, the 23-year-old out of the Basque Country, taking on Sophie McCulloch, qualified for the championship tour this year. Did the Australian via a win in Haleiwa late in the season last year, and then an injury. Well, that subdued her participation on the North Shore for Pipe and Sunset. She came back pretty strong, actually, in Portugal. Decent result there, but just only been able to count 3 results out of 5. Always going to be tough. And then a couple of ninths for her in Australia. It means she's back on Challenger Series duty, but you feel like she'd have the confidence as well, already with the win on this tour, and she showed her pedigree against the world's best surfers. It's going to be a tough heat here for Nadia.
Yes, and it's Nadia's first heat, or not first heat, but first Challenger Series event. Sophie's already surfed the Australia leg. Nadia didn't participate in that, so she's found a great rhythm though, and all the surfers at this point of competition, as you said, as we get to the sharp, the pointy end of the draw now, they've all found a good rhythm, and they'll be looking to stick with what's working for them in the heats at the moment. Everything from their morning preparation, the way they're packing their bag, waxing their board, putting their leash and their wetsuits on. They'll be going through the same type of steps each heat and basically just sticking with the winning formula.
2 ninths on the Challenger Series so far this year for Sophie McCulloch. So that's this round. That's a loss in this round. Give you a 9th place, get to the quarters for a 5th, and obviously don't need to be a master mathematician to work out there's 5 spots up for grabs. 9th, not really going to get you there, so she'll be looking to go deep here, and a really good opportunity for it.
Yeah, if you look at the statistics between now and the final, if they only surfed 2 waves in heat, they're 8 waves away from a win here. But Paul, they are in rhythm, and they've made it through a couple of rounds. Both of these surfers are in great rhythm. And now they get to the stage of the draw with the women-on-women heats here. And they'd also have a look at their competitors in a little bit more detail when they preparing for these heats, and possibly identifying where their competitors are a little weak, and if they're able to capitalize on that weakness and work on their strengths. As we saw yesterday, a lot of priority play coming into the heat results, and what you're not seeing out there is the psychological battle and the pressure between the 2 surfers.
Nadia Aristabe been a little bit inconsistent the last couple of seasons. She's shown us flashes, some good results. She surfed really well in the Countdown Series in the COVID year, where the tour wasn't able to complete. When we got things going again, there was an event in Ericeira and was pretty solid right on the rocks there at Ribeira Dilla. She surfed really well in the backhand there, got a big result, but thus far not really putting a string of results together across a season. 9th at the US Open last year on the Challenger Series, the best from her. She'll need quite a bit more than that to get into that conversation, to obviously the top 10 and the top 5 really where we're aiming at in terms of qualification. But Nadia, part of that strong talent pool out of the Basque Country. A couple of surfers on this women tour from there, the likes of Ariane Ochoa is one, who's another solid competitor on the Challenger Series. But right now, Nadia flying the flag for Europe versus Australia, and it is the Aussie McCulloch who's up. Good looking entry into this wave here, and just pushes with the legs, a re-entry, and then slows down a bit with the cutback jam into the pocket before an exit from her. So McCulloch getting the first wave there. You can still see there's plenty of push out in the ocean here, Mike.
There sure is, and this heat could be a little slower in terms of number of waves ridden, simply because it is quite high. So the smaller and medium-sized waves not really breaking on the bank there, and the surfers being a little bit more patient, waiting for the sets. But interestingly, Sophie, she had the inside there and managed to hook the first wave of the heat. I like that first turn. It's quite a bumpy wave. It does tend to be bumpy, lumpy on the high tide here in Ballito, but she would have got a little bit of a psychological advantage over Nadia there, because she stuck to that inside position. We saw them jostling a little bit, and Sophie McCulloch getting the better of the first sort of opening couple minutes there.
Yeah, got that wave. Not a massive number though, the 3-5. Let's check her out. Currently sitting in 11th. That's by virtue of that pair of 9ths. And surfers bolded, highlighted. They're still alive in this event. Vane Fierro. Saw her surf really well yesterday. Big numbers as well, going to the excellent range. So only 8 surfers will go into our 4 quarter-finals and look to duke it out for supremacy here in Ballito. McCulloch would love to do that, improve on her 9ths that she's got already this year. Yeah, a little bit of advantage for her in getting that wave, but on the one hand, you get a bit of a free hit with that opening wave, and a 3.5, she would have hoped to do a bit more damage than that.
Yeah, I think you on that opening wave, you're probably aiming more for the 5 or the 6s. But it looks like she's going to stay busy on the inside and perhaps back it up with a second wave if she can. And then what that'll do is push the requirements up for Nadia.
Sophie decides to let first wave of this sort of in-between set go. And then she likes the look of this one here. Nice carving snap from her high in the pocket. And just jamming that one, a shorter turn. Meanwhile, out the back, Aristabe on the backhand. What she got here off the bottom, talks into one. Nice hit with a bit of venom. And she'll try and work this angle here. Doesn't go all the way into the lip for a full-blooded assault for the second turn. But nevertheless, she just clipped it. And crucially, with a completion. So probably, well, almost certainly the better of that exchange. We'll go to the Basque.
I like how she hooked that first turn on her backhand. It was a nice solid wave. Had a bit of amplitude, the height of the wave. It was a great set. And I feel like Sophie McCullough may have improved on her first wave as well. Her first turn was a little cleaner. It was a chunky bowl wave. And she followed that up with a second turn, which she didn't do on her first wave. But we set for a nice heat, a great foundation for the two ladies to build the rest of the heat on. Yeah, Sophie McCullough, this is her second wave. Oh, look at that bowl really stood up nicely. She was able to open up those shoulders and really rotate through that turn. And Nadia on her one, oh, big crack under the lip. That was quite a difficult turn. That whitewater can really unsettle you, but she does well to just float over the whole whitewater section and ride that out into the nice clean water.
Yeah, she's really a rhythm surfer, is Nadia Aristabe, and she had that there, that first turn. The section sat up sweetly. You saw her delay the bottom turn and then go into the lip with speed. Judges like it. 7-point ride. Great start to the heat. So McCullough buzzing around a bit, getting the early start, getting the second ride locked in as well. And Aristabe sticking to her plans. So far, so good. It's a decent opening ride from her. That's going to feel great. So move remains with McCullough now to do something about this. But this young Basque surfer showing us a bit of quality here, Mike. And the timing in this one really got her the points.
The timing was critical. So the first turn, a little bit better than Sophie's first turn in that section. But importantly, she also backed it up with a much more solid second turn. If you look at those two waves, sort of, if you had a look at it side by side, the Sophie's wave, she did have that first turn, not as critical and high, right in the pocket like Nadia's one, and then her second turn was quite soft.
You feel in these kind of conditions, Sophie McCullough's going to have a greater range of manoeuvres she's able to use. Right, we've already even seen that from those two waves she's ridden. She's got the carve and snap. She can go straight into the lip. There's a couple of different ways of taking on a critical section for her. For Nadia, it's maybe a little bit less range in the types of manoeuvres, but she can hit it really, really hard by delaying that bottom turn.
She can hit it hard. And we've seen throughout the event, when it gets peaky like this in Ballito, the goofy footers, I'm not sure if I would call it an advantage, because the regular footers at this level are exceptional as well. But the goofy footers are just able to rotate so much quicker through the turn. So after your first turn as a goofy footer, you come off the rail, you're coming off the bottom. You don't really have to reset it. You can literally turn your shoulders and go straight up at that second turn. And that's what Nadia did on that wave.
Yeah, it definitely feels on the sets, doesn't it? Backhand, there's something there for you, just going top to bottom on the wave. On the forehand, maybe a chance on in-between waves to surf up a bit of a score. Meanwhile, a paddle from Aristabe. Wave doesn't want her, and that one will just run underneath her. So with second priority, just looking as a little look back to see exactly what the wave did. It didn't do much, actually, and there'll be a little bit of that, as you mentioned, Mike, with that tide. Still a bit of water on this bank here. That'll drain out quick. I tell you what, it goes shallow really fast out here, and that's part of the reason why it's been powerful, and that's part of the reason why it's been dramatic viewing, because seeing some of the best surfers in the world take on this section, it's been a really nice matchup to see that go down. Meanwhile, top of the peak here, McCullough, what she got, a nice steep entry in, and just a touch sticky, but a nice open rail jam for her in the pocket. A little late for a hit, doesn't get loads of it, but still swinging here. Will she get a double up bowl on the inside? She'll fade this one through and then just wrap it back off the incoming section. So that's the range of maneuvers we were talking about, and that is dry docking it onto the sand here.
Paul, that's the very first wave that I can remember this whole event being ridden to the beach like that.
Aristabe winding in again. Nice first hit from her. She's got another pretty cooperative section. Now building up the speed and hitting it again. She's done that all event. This is a classic formula for her on the backhand maneuvers. And again, just looking at that exchange, Aristabe, the rhythm from her, she's looking good this morning.
She sure is. So she didn't have the length of ride that Sophie did, but importantly, she did the maneuvers in the critical section of the wave where the wave was really standing up and big. I felt like Sophie maybe got a little stuck on that first turn. For me, the second turn on Sophie's wave, probably the best turn of the wave, and then she did manage to connect all the way through to the inside with a bit of flow. But you know, the inside section right in the shore break didn't really offer up a big wave to hit. So here Sophie comes off the bottom. It's a little bit of a warbly wave. Hits the first turn and almost looks like her back foot might have slipped off there. And she goes straight up at the lip on the second turn. Now what she's doing is really just staying close to that white water. That's where the most power is in the wave. And you can see as it comes through to the inside, manages to get a backhand turn pretty much straight on the sand in front of the crowd. There's actually a bunch of youngsters down there watching this heat right there. This is Nadia's second wave. Again, goes straight up to the lip on the first turn and gets 3 maneuvers in on that wave in very quick succession. I think the space that she basically rode that wave was not even 25 meters, and she managed to get 3 turns in, 2 of them with a nice Paul Rooster tail of spray up into the air.
Nice spray, a little bit of a softer wave, wasn't it, as we watched on replay. Sophie's wave, you did see the steepness to that as well, and the rapidity between the maneuvers. That one quick hit after the initial jam on the rail. And generally speaking, well, the number's in actually, and it comes a 5.83 for Sophie, so a bit of an improvement from our opening ride, and Aristabe's is 5.17, so the better of that exchange going with the Aussie. There's the spread from the panel there. And she's now got herself in this heat with a legitimate score, better than a mid-range, up towards the 6s. Her opponent's already got a 7. She'll want to stay in tune there. We were saying that first wave she got, maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. Then the first exchange that came through, Aristabe getting the better of that. And then this time around, McCulloch winning that third exchange.
Yeah, I think judges rewarding her with her commitment to making it true to the inside section. Often it doesn't offer up anything, but in that sense, or in that last ride, it did kind of give it that little opportunity. She really did crack it on the left, on the inside, right onto the beach, and marginally, like about 0.5 better than Nadia's wave.
Generally speaking, judges aren't overly seduced when you head back and going left on a right, essentially. Anytime you're fading back and not going down the line, that can affect your score, but rewarding Sophie with work down out the back there. And they've also shown us throughout this event there's a variety of ways of getting scores. We've been repeating that on broadcast a few times, but it's definitely, there are very different ways of doing it out here. And that natural surfer flow, staying in the critical part of the section, well, that's half the job done. Doing that right now, Aristabe, flick from her, commits the bottom turn, nice finishing turn. So different that one, and the opening turn was a setup. The second turn more of a banger. Let's see where that one goes. A 5.17 came for a wave that had, it felt like just visually quite a lot less power than that one. And the finishing turn, if you finish with a bang, it always just adds that little exclamation point on the ends. Let's see where this one goes, just under 16 minutes in this.
I felt like that was the most powerful we've seen her surfing in the heat so far. She gets the board on the rail and really utilizing the strength of the legs there and whipping the tail around.
Yeah, a bit of quality from her. We talk about setup turns. That snap that she did to open up, just put her back and so she could get that deep bottom turn. Great looking bowl here for Sophie. Jams it with power and hits again on a powerful, rumbly, bumpy section. And that's pretty difficult to do. Makes it look pretty easy. Takes it in her stride. A really fun heat this now with plenty of opportunity coming through. And these two have stated their intentions. They're going to go at it here. They're going to take it on. We like that. Number in for Nadia Aristabe. It's good. 6.43 for her. So good numbers already. 13.43. Pretty solid. And McCulloch is due a number right here. She's going to need right now, Mike, a 7.6. So a pretty decent platform built up by the Basque.
Yeah, we wait for those scores to come in. I think not the difference in Nadia's wave from her first to her third wave there was perhaps just wave size. I think that very first wave of the heat that she got was a little bit cleaner. It had a bit more height over, you know, if you judge a surfer by the height of the wave, the judges like that when you're taking off on big set waves and doing maneuvers, and maybe just a little bit bigger, and hence her score is just a fraction under what she got in her first wave there. just looking at the judges, sort of what they put out for the day. There's some obviously some really fun waves to be had out here. It's a little bit broken up, but lots of opportunities to find moments here, Paul, as the tide drops, and the comparison points will be where the maneuvers are completed, and combining strong moments in these sections will be the point of difference, and progressive maneuvers and combinations will be highly rewarded.
Oh, doing that so far, it's Nadia Aristabe. She's carried a bit of favour from the panel, dropped a 7 early on. She just backed that up with a 6.43. A promising start to this. More live action from Heat 3, the round of 16 for the women after the break. Statement win late in the season last year on the North Shore of Oahu in Haleiwa, and securing a massive 10,000 points, a huge win at an iconic venue in surfing. A win in Hawaii just feels like it carries a bit of extra weight for very good reason, and getting herself on the championship tour with that win, frustrated with an injury at the start of this season. That's why she was unable to give a full campaign towards the mid-season cut. And right now she's back in the challenges and facing it very in form Nadia Aristabe, who will go down on a turn on the inside. Sophie McCulloch's got a bit of work to do here. She's shown her winning ways already, Mike, but a 7.6 requirement at the moment with 11.5 on the clock.
Yeah, back in 22 in Haleiwa, she really was up against the ropes in that final, and needed a big requirement. And she drew on all the experience that she's had, and she managed to pull off a win in a very big career-defining moment there for Sophie, and she went on to qualify for the tour, but just unfortunately picked up an injury at snapper after that.
Not wildly dissimilar conditions in lots of waves to this. Those running rights at Haleiwa, and she's going to need to draw on that with some of those big power turns that we know she can do. She's got that really whippy forehand carve, really tight in the pocket. Scores her a lot of points. Let's get another look at Nadia's last wave.
I like how she faded, almost going left into this one, and then used that initial turn as a bit of a check turn. But the wave certainly didn't show the same sort of canvas that we've seen on her first two.
Yeah, I've watched quite a lot of Nadia's heats in the last 3 or 4 years. She looks like she's just got a little bit extra in this event. From the very first wave, pretty much, she surfed in the opening round. I feel like she's got that little extra gear. You mentioned fading that into the bowl. I feel like she's doing just a little bit more in terms of her flow with the wave. She's unlocking the real juicy part of the wave. And we actually did an interview with her after her first heat when she mentioned she was over in Namibia for a swell before coming here. So it hasn't been a lot of waves in Europe. She surfed, I mean, one of the great waves in the world. Mentioned she got a really good barrel there. It's on her social media. But interesting to see how free surfing in amazing waves can just give you that kind of flow state, and when it comes to compete, it seems to have helped her.
So she, earlier this winter, we had one of the best swells that we've had in many years. It went up the east and west coast, and Namibia, Skeleton Bay lit up, and Nadia, rather than coming straight to Durban, she flew to Namibia first and then came across to the Ballito Pro.
Here goes Sophie McCulloch with a big wall to work with, a stretched out one. Great hit from her. And she gets pinged out the lip. And She hit that lip, but almost kind of arrested forward momentum, kind of stopped at the lip, and then it just flicked it back down. We talk about the power on this inside section. You see there as she duck dives, trying to punch through here, and another missed opportunity for her there, really. Under 9 minutes now, still looking for that pretty big number. That was a great looking wave, Mike.
That was the best looking wave of the heat. It was the first one that didn't have that little bowley section. It actually had a big wall ahead of her. It started running down the points, and it had that big chunky section like we saw Jacob Wilcox hit yesterday. And I think she would have potentially had the score in the bag there if she'd ridden that maneuver out. She certainly went for the critical turn, hammered it up at the lip, but then just came unstuck.
Yeah, always as well. Sometimes if you get a runner and you have to pump down the line, can't really get an early maneuver in, maybe just in our surface mind, there's the feeling that I really need to push hard here. She does need a 7.6, so obviously, she needs a good number. Just pushing a touch too hard. She's back in the lineup. Plenty of time for her here, though. 8 minutes, so enough time for a couple of waves, just on average with the periodicity of the swell that we've had. But she's up against a very informed Nadi Aristabe. Just revisiting that chat of her being able to go over and get barreled and surf in Namibia, and maybe just take your mind off a contest. You get early and you can prepare a wave and maybe even overthink it. How about just going and getting some crazy vision of lips spiraling over your head and getting breathed out of long barrels on the west coast of Africa?
Her preparation for this event would have changed at the last minute, because that particular swell, you can see it from 5 or 10 days out, but Nadia would have had her preparation coming to Ballito, and that would have been the plan. And at the last minute, most probably pulled the trigger, flew to Namibia, and chose to take advantage of that swell. In Namibia, that particular place, you ride, the waves are about 2 kilometers in length, all right? And in between waves, there's no cars or there's no jet skis, there's nothing to take you up the beach, and it can take up to 45 minutes to walk up the point before you get your next wave. And in that 45 minutes, it gives you a lot of time to think, Paul. And you watch waves come down, and I think she, just one of those waves, it can be the wave of your life there in Skeleton Bay. And social media blew up because Nadia got one of the best waves ever ridden by a woman out there. As you see, that is Bella Kenworthy with Jason Kenworthy prepping for her next heat. Jason was actually here in the late 1990s with Andy Irons. He put a movie together when Andy was still on MCD. He worked for the surfing magazines in the USA, and he said he's actually never been to Ballito. That trip he did Durban and the east coast of South Africa. But just back to that story, and we saw it on all the main big surf media around the world, because Nadia's wave there, the one wave in particular, she was in the barrel for like a minute and a half, and it was really noteworthy. And she brought that experience here and that rhythm to Ballito for sure. And it's her first Challenger Series event. So Sophie has already surfed CT events this year. She surfed the Australian leg of the Challenger Series. And by contrast, this is the first Challenger Series for Nadia. So 2 completely different paths to this event for these 2 ladies out in the water at the moment.
Zali Kelly there of Australia, getting ready for that heat with Bella Kenworthy. That's coming in about 5.5 minutes time. Looking quite measured in her approach as she walks unhurriedly to the paddle out spot here at Surfers in Ballito. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's Sophie McCulloch, very recently of the CT, looking to get back there and looking to get out of this heat. If she's going to do that, great hit. Looking for the 7.62, another nice turn, and again just gets absolutely crunched. The first turn was really good, and she went even harder into the second one, and that's the frustration for her. She'll get a number for the opening turn. It was decent, it was solid. She would have loved a finish. Tell you what, if she'd done that, you'd be thinking that very good range up towards the excellent range. That was on for her there, the score. But again, another incomplete. It's costing her.
It sure is, Paul. The first turn was great. I really thought she set that up nicely. Her best turn of the heat so far. Also tended to fade into the bowl, snaps it there, goes up at that lip. But it is such a challenging section to make, and I felt like she almost went up just a little too late. She didn't quite manage to get most of the board onto the lip, only really the top section of the board. And when you do that, it's gonna hammer you back down onto that sandbank.
It's that classic conundrum, isn't it? You hit the first turn hard, that's just going to set you relatively slightly further back to come into your second maneuver. I like the way she's taking risks, though. I think she's going to need that here. What you don't want to do is get a bunch of opportunities and end up surfing them safely for getting fives and coming a couple of points short. You might as well go pretty hard. Right now, she's going to need to go big in the final 4 minutes of this. Looking for her best result on the Challenger Series. You mentioned this is Nadia Estabe's first event. Didn't qualify for the Challengers. So a spot opened up for her here and she was able to take it, but actually didn't earn herself a spot through the QS in Europe. Pretty hotly contested. Not loads of places up for grabs to get you onto the Challengers, and then, well, welcome to the Challenger Series, where there's some outstanding talent from across the world, all vying for those coveted 5 spots on the Championship Tour. 3.5 in this. Right now, so far so good for the Basque surfer Nadia Estabe, and she has priority as well. McCulloch with a bomb then, a 4.37. Going incomplete on the final turn meant she was unable to attack that big number. She needs 7.6. But for those to have a look, and Estabe isn't being sold anything like that too cheaply by Sophie McCulloch. Realizes that one is going to shut down, and with 3 minutes to go in a heat, when you've got a pretty sizey lead, having priority as well, well, it all gets quite tactical from here, Mike.
You saw Sophie having a little look at that one, and Nadia right there to kind of block it. Had Sophie sort of paddled for it. It's been great to have Sophie in town. She's part of the O'Neill team, and she's been very, very active in terms of the activations around the event. She was involved in Women of the Wave that happened a couple of days ago. It was great to have at the local surfing district, Ilembe Surf Riders. They had a big dinner the other night. She was there, and she was at the autograph signing yesterday too.
The crew watching on from the surfers area. That's Sophie's camp, and well, they seem to be looking fairly relaxed. She in herself hasn't shown us any signs of frustration. She's such a good competitor. She'll have her head very much in the game right now. But the game is a 7.6. That's the requirement for her. She also needs Estabe to get out the way, essentially, to get a wave. And then Sophie's going to need to bring her best in this heat by almost 2 points north of her best score so far in the opening 28 minutes or so. And Nadia Estabe's looked in control throughout all of her heats in this event from the very get-go so far. She's been able to find that rhythm early on. And if she has fallen, it's been in a position in a heat where she's already got scores on the board. So it's been much less consequential than you're chasing. Every time you're chasing a score and you fall on your wave, it just kind of chips away a little bit. You would think of some of that resolve and that self-belief, just your general kind of mojo. Let's see where Sophie goes as we get down towards final minute and 10 in this. And she's covered and watched pretty closely by Nadia Estabe. Will take this wave. Here we go. So Nadia looking to possibly build on her lead. Great first hit. Goes upside down and goes incomplete, so won't add to a total there now. Sophie McCulloch's got a minute. She's in the lineup. She's got priority now. And a 7.6. She needs a wave. It needs to be a pretty quality one. Mike, what's she looking for right now?
Well, she has priority. That's the most important thing. But what she doesn't have is time. And the clock really just running out of seconds for Sophie. There may be 2 bumps there. There's a second wave for sure on the horizon, but I think that one might be going a little bit wide.
Let's see what happens here. Final 30 seconds, nervous moments. You see Sophie McCulloch seen something here, and she needs to ride a wave. 7.6 the requirement. She'll try and put herself on the double up section for this. Let's see how it shapes up. It doesn't. It'll go underneath her. Time ticking down now, getting towards the 10-second countdown. She just has to go something. I'm not even sure if this one is going to cooperate either. So we thought for a second there, possibly a chance of last gasp drama in this, but McCulloch ultimately starved the opportunity. And you have to say, another really, really well-surfed heat by this woman. Nadia Estabe from Euskadi, the Basque Country. And a brilliantly surfed heat and a great way to get yourself into quarterfinals. That's our first heat of the day wrapped up here. Still plenty of good scoring opportunity at the Ballito Pro on the Challenger Series. More live action from Quadacuza right after the break.
to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team building destination. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
The Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, is brought to you by O'Neill, Kwadukuza Municipality, Monster, SMG Yamaha, and Coca-Cola.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. A glimpse into the future here, looking bright with talents like Bella Kenworthy, the young American, just 16 years old, taking on another youngster from Australia, Zali Kelly, two highly rated surfers. And this is going to be a really interesting matchup to see how these two go at it down here. A spot in the quarters up for grabs right now. This is already a decent result. These two will be thinking about going a whole lot further than this. They've got half an hour in order to do that. Here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans. Mike Frew.
This is a great heat to watch in terms of, like you said, the future. Both of these youngsters are still surfing the junior events as well as Challenger Series events this year. And both are real stars to watch for the future. Just looking at Bella Kenworthy, Paul, you know, she is a very good skater as well. So she's good on a half pipe, she's good at street skating, she's good in the bowls, and she brings a lot of that skateboarding aerial style tricks into her surfing. We've seen her in wave pools in the USA. If you look at her social media, it's all about big airs and tricks, and a very exciting surfer to watch. She kind of comes from that same generation as Katie Simmers.
Yeah, it's been one of the stories about that generation, isn't it? And it's something brand new over the last couple of years in surfing. Really something of a sea change, that generation change. And these are very highly skilled technical performers across different board sports. So impressive to see, and not only looking to come and win, and take down names, but also doing it in their own kind of unique way as well. And that generation, we talk about when you get groups of talent of sort of similar age groups coming through, and they all push each other higher and higher, literally with the progressive surfing they're able to do. She's got a tough heat here though. Zali Kelly, also a really polished performer herself. Good looking wave standing up, maybe a little straight on the bank, but taken off from deep. But the wide position of Kelly forwards are a little look, realizing not much on offer there. It'll be interesting to see how this one goes down. Bella already with good results, third in Sydney on the Challenger Series this year, so making semis in the previous event. She's up in live action here, streaking down the line, opens up with a snap, and then this one will cup out for her, and she'll just drag the fins through a lip to finish her. Not trying to do too much, and I don't mind that as a tactic on an opening wave. 4 minutes gone, made sure she got the finish.
That was that wave, we only saw one wave like that in the previous heats, and it bodes well for the tide going out and starting to get some open waves coming through on the inside.
Here's Zali Kelly, air drops in, and then a quick rail snap for her, puts her back in the pocket, and then she throws one up. Well, whilst that wave's already exploding, really, she tried to get above the explosion, underwater for a couple of clicks there. She's fine.
That first wave of Bella, it was quite interesting in terms of the different positions in the lineup that they chose to start the heat. We had Bella on the far right-hand side, that traditional sort of takeoff spot, where Zali opted to sit right on the left-hand side of the beach with quite a big distance between them. So this is the opening wave for Bella Kenworthy, the 16-year-old from San Clemente in California. Beautiful looking wave, and 2 turns in there with a lot of control. That second maneuver getting right up there in the critical section and the lip where the judges are looking for the high scores, Paul.
Yeah, Bella tasting a bit of success this year already in terms of a win on the QS in Florida. You mentioned she was in the juniors. She won the junior division of that event as well. And then getting that semi-final at Sydney. Coming here, going pretty good in the ratings. Decent number, 5.67 for her. Good opening score. Smart surfing on that inside section, didn't overcook it. And we think of youthful exuberance and sometimes, you know, how hard they want to push. Really smart in terms of what she did on the end of that wave. Made sure she got that completion. Here goes Kelly on the inside. Commits to the bottom turn and then releases the tail out of the lip. Another little jam, puts her back in the pocket. And then she'll just kind of tag a whitewater section, really. The first turn doing the damage there. So not wasting too much time in answering back.
No, so both of these young juniors sort of carrying the future of their countries on their shoulders. The USA's Bella Kenworthy and Australia's Zali Kelly. They've come through the junior ranks, and we find them here in a mega heat at the Friday, first week of the Challenger Series. Comes off the bottom. I like how she went into a very deep bottom turn prior to that first hit, and that deep bottom turn really helped set her nicely for that turn. And once she basically rotated the board, carried that speed into the second one.
A little bit of a bomb here. Pick up vision of Kenworthy, belting it. So big spray at speed from her. She collects herself on the inside. So also straight back to the tools for getting a backup score. And it does feel like with that tide running out, we're getting more of these steeper, bigger sections. Someone that found those sections was the winner of the last heat, Nadia Aristave. She's with Tasha.
Congratulations, Nadia Aristava. First heat of the day, always a little bit nervous. How did you feel going into this first heat?
I was nervous, of course. I had with Sophie, which is an incredible surfer, but I was prepared. I've been surfing really good these last couple of days, so I was excited for this heat, and I gave it my all.
Yeah, well, it's a great result so far. You won the Challenger Series in 2022. We see that you didn't qualify through the QS this year, but a good result for Ballito so far. And is there any expectation to want to try and get into other Challenger Series events for the year?
Yes, after I did this event, I got already at 5th place, so I will try to make it onto the next ones. I hope I'll make in a couple at least and try to qualify for the city.
Well, there you have it, Nadia Aristava taking the win, and we'll be seeing her in the ladies' quarterfinals coming up later today.
Thanks, Tasha Aristave. She said she's surfing good. Yep, I'll go along with that appraisal. She really is.
Yeah, looking confident, and she looks really stoked there. Big smiles, you know. 5th place. She's onto a good result here in Ballito. Only potentially six waves away from a possible win.
And she'll just want these heats to keep coming, right? The sort of form she's in, she's been making her heats with some measure and some aplomb as well, polished to her surfing. Meanwhile, good numbers. Zali Kelly, 6 for her. 6-point ride for the Australian. Already tasted a bit of success of her own on the QS. Won a 3,000 on the Central Coast earlier this year. Got herself a 9th in Sydney on the Challenger Series. Got a couple of 9ths on the Challengers last year as well in Australia. Her best result from a 2022 campaign. So repeating one of those 9ths in the last event we surfed. And looking to further that here. She's already on for a 9th here. A 5th or better if she gets through this heat. Let's get another look at the 6.
That's the 6 with the deep bottom turn to top turn combo. As she hit that initial turn, she opened up the shoulders and used her back foot to put a bit of pressure on, flared the board around, and that was the highlight maneuver on that wave for Zali Kelly.
Bella Kenworthy dropping a 6-1 for her last effort as well. So the 2 scores from her pretty decent. 11.77 her total. Both of those waves caught in quick succession, live action. Zali Kelly, an inside number. It'll stand up for her. Nice use of the rail, goes all the way back to the juice. And then realising that way it's going to run out of impetus. So a quick exit from her. Be a throwaway number. She's still sitting on a 2.5. See if the judges deem that one swoop in the pocket enough to wash off the 2.5. But ultimately, she needs to go for 6s and 7s or better. And there's loads of time yet to come, but ominous signs with Bella Kenworthy without really unleashing so far. She's already got some quality on the board.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's quite close between the two surfers at this point. That's a bigger set wave standing up on the bank. Wow, Paul, look at that thing, how it stands up on that Ballito shallow inside section, and she just cracks that one big turn for a 6.1.
Yeah, one turn, about 2.5 seconds of standing on her board time, 6.1 the score. So just imagine she gets another section like that. She gets one of these running waves. She looks like she's in really good form with just pushing the right amount. As Pops looks on, Jason.
So Jason from San Clemente, he spent a lot of time behind lenses of cameras in his time.
Live action, here's Zali Kelly, a slopey one for her though. She'll get a nice finish though, that was good. Puts it up there, attacks the lip, lip bites back, and she goes down. So she's having a swing here, that's a 4th wave for Zali. She's already got the 6 locked in, so she's certainly got 1 foot in this heat. Bella Kenworthy with 2 scores of that magnitude at the moment. Zali looking just to try and get something going on a between wave. She'll keep surfing. We talked about that busier approach. Generally speaking, it's been a pretty smart one out here. That might change according to how time goes down in this heat. She'll get a marginal improvement right there. Looking for 5, 7, 8 at the moment. Probably, you would think, a really good chance of Bella to improve her overall score with all that time left. Just the glimpses of what we've seen from her 2 opening rides. So she might need quite a bit more than that for the end of the heat. But she'll be backing herself to do that as well. And you get to this stage, Mike, you're close to quarters, and then as you mentioned how many winning waves it is between winning the contest, it's hard to keep that, maybe just park that, keep that out of your mind. At the same time, you're so close to possible podium finish here, you can almost feel it, and surfers have got to stick to the next wave, the next turn. That's what Zali Kelly's doing right now. And how do you like this approach from her? Just keep rolling the dice.
She's keeping super busy. We saw Sophie McCulloch have a similar approach in the last heat, although I feel like Sophie McCulloch was a little more in desperation chasing a score. She really was a little bit behind the score line there. Where Zali Kelly, compared to Sophie's heat, Sophie was looking for like a 7.6. Zali looking for a 5, 7, 8. So just a mid-range score. So if she continues to hunt around and look for those insiders, that 5, 7, 8 certainly achievable on that type of wave. The bigger waves with the big inside section that stand up in the sandbank, those are most likely the scores that are going to go into that excellent range. But looking for a 5, 7, 8, it's a good call or a good strategy. Just stay busy on the inside. She doesn't have priority, so she can afford to do that. It's not like she has to defend that position on the outside. Isabella Nichols getting ready, stretching, and getting loosened up for the next heat. She'll be coming up against Kira Pinkerton. Paul, you know, with these kind of heats like today, the ladies are in the round of 16 now, and then if you're in a rhythm, you win your heat like Nadia Aristave did. Come in, do your interview, have something to eat. Before you know it, you're back out there. You're in the quarterfinals. The time goes so quickly. Before you know it, you're in the semifinals, and it all kind of happens so quickly. And when you're in that rhythm, sometimes it can be a bit of a blur, and it all comes down to just sticking to what's working for you. These surfers would have, a lot of them actually write down their prep for a heat. So like, this is when I want to get to the beach. This is what I'm taking with me. These are the boards. This is where I'm going to sit. And they stick to that, and they work out a winning formula, and they go through that each heat.
Right now in the winning position in this one, it's the young American Bella Kenworthy, just 16 years old, going all right on the challenges already this year. Can she hold on to this lead? Will Zali Kelly come back? Find out with more action right after the break.
Listen up, guys. Our biggest problem right now, we are missing poses.
You mean pauses?
No, poses. The secret to winning is to pause.
Time out! Let's take a break.
In through the bunny hole.
Down the big tree.
You like it, Tom?
Now you're talking. Gorgeous work, Antonia.
I'm taking a step back.
What's the reason?
Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Come on, boys! Ah!
Hey, you'll get it tomorrow.
Welcome back to Challenger Series action back in Africa for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, a beautiful part of the coast at Quadakuza. We're about 20 minutes north of the city of Durban, a famous surfing epicenter. Some massive names from South African and global surfing coming from this part of the world down the generations. Right now we're looking at the new generation, the next crop. Two big talents out in the water, one from the USA, the other from Australia. It's the American right now, 16 years old, with a couple of numbers on the board. Not huge numbers, not loads of waves come through so far in this. Let's check out what happened during the break here. This is Zali Kelly having a rally.
Good, clean, nice clean wave to start on this. It's her sixth, seventh wave of the heat. I love how the light shining through. You got that nice blue color of the wave there. It was a solid wave, and it kind of just, after that initial section, went a bit wonky. She had to adjust kind of what she was doing then. It probably won't factor into her top two there, Paul.
Yeah, it does come in. There's a throwaway number for her. Again, getting the incompletion. She's fallen off a few times now in this heat, and that approach in terms of going to the inside, looking to build up score. Talked about how being busy has been pretty good so far through here. The flip side of that, keep going incomplete over and over again. You can get yourself into a bit of a pattern. Let's see how she goes here. Better looking wave. This one's wide on the sandbar, and she's got some speed trucking down the line. Kelly off the bottom hits it really nicely done, and that's going to feel much better for her. So using that speed to take on the lip, just the one turn, but it was clean and crisp and enjoyable.
I like how she projected down the line. She compressed herself. You knew something was coming, and she attacked that lip. So here you go, building speed down the line on the sandbank as the tide drains out here at Ballito, and doesn't just go for the closeout move, actually goes up as high as she can and flares it out on the turn on the way down. And great. That, you know, it looked like she was sort of, in the last couple of waves, was in second and third gear, and there it looked like she jammed it into fifth and really got going.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see where this one goes with the panel. That's the number required for her. Putting a nice bit of polish to finish off that wave, using that speed to great effect. It was a critical section. Points have come from there, and points are rewarding her with the lead right now. 6-8-3 goes to first. So from a position where she's been struggling a touch to stay with this woman right now, she's back in the lead, but here's a great turn on a bigger wave for Bella Kenworthy. So herself wasting very little time with an immediate reply. She's found the bigger waves throughout this. She's certainly dialed in into exactly the sort of opportunity she wants to take. And a bit of a bomb there for Bella.
Yeah, a really good call by Travis Logie, just waiting sort of 40 minutes or so for the tide to drain a little bit. We're seeing the benefits of that call in this heat. The waves are a lot more consistent, and those nice chunky ones starting to work their way across the sandbank here, Paul. Having a look at the 6-8-3 here for Zai Kelly. Takes off, it's still in that deeper section of water, but here the wave gets a bit shallower on the sandbank, and lovely turn. See how that tail drifts out, almost comes free as it comes down onto the lip, and a beautiful looking turn there.
Live action again, kicks up spray, another big hit from her, and she's on here. She surfed herself into rhythm. That's wave number 8 for Kelly. The Australian, previous 6-8-3, put her in the lead. She's got a 6 early on in the heat as well, and for a position where she's been asked a bit of a question by the young American Kenworthy right now. She's going all right. Number to come in for that last effort from her, but surfing with the speed and surfing with the confidence now, Mike.
Yes, I feel like the energy of this heat has really ramped up in the last sort of 5 minutes. A lot of waves being ridden. The waves being ridden edging up in terms of scores dropping in for each of these surfers. And they've really have just turned it up a notch. The waves have improved too. And it's becoming a very close, exciting heat here. Heat number 2 of the day.
Speaking of turning it up a notch, adds another point to a previous high, 7.83 for Kelly. Massive numbers for her, 14.66 out of 20 for her 2 waves. And from chasing and going incomplete multiple times with the last 2 waves, that down the line momentum, Mike. She's going really fast on critical sections. And she's hitting it hard. Let's check the 7.83.
I feel like she's had the throttle only halfway open in the heat so far, and on this wave she certainly opens it right up with 2 solid turns. So right through the heat so far we've seen 1 major maneuver on each of the waves. That one had 2, and the score now edges just on the cusp of an excellent score.
Bella Kenworthy, who put a couple of numbers up at the beginning of the heat and looked like she was pretty dialed in with a reasonable strong position right now. She is right back on the ropes. 8.56 the requirement for her. She's only ridden 3 waves so far in 22 minutes nearly in this heat. And she's going to need to do a bit more. She'll need to go up the scale into the excellent range. We know she's got the caliber and the quality to do that. She has been finding bombs. They've been 1 maneuver waves thus far, and we mentioned from the get-go it was smart surfing from her just to make sure she went complete with her opening wave. She needs to flip that now and start taking a few risks, Mike.
Yeah, looking at the rhythm of the surfers throughout the event, it's a really long event, you know. We started last week Sunday, and the event runs all the way through to this week Sunday, the waiting period. That's 9 days. It's a long event to keep your concentration. And what happens often in these long heats, in these long events rather, you get the favorites, okay? But you can't be the favorite every single day and maintain that momentum. And sometimes it can just be 1 or 2 waves that change the entire event for you and just edge you ahead with that little bit of extra energy, confidence, momentum. And what that does psychologically in a heat, it starts knocking your competitor who's in second, and the pressure turns up, and you really have to have some serious BMT to not necessarily come back from that, but to hold on to that pressure and have the nerve to perform on the next wave.
Well, if it's one thing that's kind of marked this younger generation, it is the ability as well to look like they're surfing without pressure, to look carefree, bringing that free surfing in heats kind of energy. Let's see if Bella Kenworthy can do that now. She's in a bit of trouble here in terms of needing an 8.56. Just over 6.5 minutes to go in this. Let's see how she reacts here. She's been asked a major question, and let's see if she can give us an answer. We want some waves to come through. It's been pulsing this one, plenty of waves coming through, and it will go a little quiet here. Zali Kelly won't mind that one bit. She just dropped the highest score of the heat, or the 2 highest scores of the heat in quick succession. They both come to her. That's why Bella Kenworthy's on the wrong side of an excellent number right now. And you've got to say, Zali Kelly, from what we've seen of her, particularly in this heat, she's just surfed herself into form. She's found the best waves, got that down the line zip going to her surfing, and with clean finishes, the speed allows you to get out of trouble on that end section. Here she goes again, a smaller wave. Let's see what this offers. Not much.
I felt like she had a look at that, decided, had a 1-arm paddle, and then said, okay, I'll go for this. I'm in the lead. Perhaps this will offer up something to extend the lead. And with second priority, she can hunt around on the inside to look to improve. But I feel like she's going to need a set wave to improve on a 7.83 at this point. That was a solid, one of the biggest waves of the set, and the only one so far with 2 major maneuvers on it.
Kenworthy likes the look of this. She'll spin and go here, looking for 8.56. Here goes Bella. Great opening section, big turn, but it's just the one. She'll get caught in the whitewoods. That will be a completion. Do feel like she needs a runner. That's been a bit of a theme for her, those 1-turn waves. They're decent turns. Not sure if that's going to take her into the excellent range though. Let's see, 5 on the clock. It'll also mean Zali Kelly gets a quick wave and manages to stay More out the back. She'll get priority as well. Let's see how telling that proves to be. Another look at Kenworthy.
So Bella on this one, Paul, she doesn't actually project out of that maneuver. She comes down with the lip. So she lost a little bit of speed in that maneuver, and that didn't carry her through. And as a result, the landing looked kind of awkward because the tail and the fins of the board got a little stuck in the lip. She did well to land it, but if you compare it to the turns of Zai Kelly on her last one, she came out of her turns with extension and flow out into the flats, and just got a little stuck up there, Bella Kenworthy. She did well to hang on to that section. It's a tricky section out there all week. We've seen such a hit and miss for surfers on that end section. Generally in the draw right now, the whole of today, it's all the surfers have got rhythm. They've figured out that end section. But I just feel like, you've got to kind of maybe ride it out a little cleaner. Here's Jason Kenworthy. We were saying earlier, he was here in the 1990s with Andy Irons and that whole crew. Jason was working for the surfing magazines in the USA. Would have been quite a while before young Bella was born. And he finds himself back in South Africa as a dad and a coach. And he said he's really enjoying himself here. It's the family's very first time in Ballito, and they're loving the culture, they're loving the area. But he won't be loving the heat right now as it stands.
Feeling the pressure right now. Number for Kenworthy, 637, a marginal improvement. The number comes down for her. Tell you what, still an 8 though. 829 is what she's after. Pretty big number. Doesn't have priority either. Bad news from her point of view. Kelly all over her. Very close quarters, paddling right behind, and she will stay with her all the while. She has priority all the while. Kenworthy's needing a score. She'll stick to her like glue there. Under 3 minutes now. Let's see what this produces us for a conclusion. Kenworthy needs a multiple wave set. She needs to either be allowed to go something, or she needs Kelly to take a wave and hope the one behind offers her at least an excellent number. Let's see how that goes in the final couple of minutes of this.
This reminds me a little bit of that Daniel Emsley and Luke Thompson heat earlier in the event, where we had two young juniors, and Daniel Emsley had the better of Luke Thompson. He had priority, and he absolutely squeezed Luke Thompson towards the end of the heat. So what the surfers doing out there, Paul, they're using that priority to try and put extra pressure on their competitor, maybe sell them into a smaller wave that potentially won't have the score. But it's a massive, massive psychological game going out there.
How close are you allowed to get? You're not allowed to bump rails, presumably?
No bumping of rails. Obviously can't get physical, but you can certainly get right up in their grill, and you can intimidate them with a bit of pressure. Zai out there will be feeling confident. She's got scores. She's got the single highest scoring wave of the heat. And when a surfer's sitting that close to you and they've got priority, the surfer without priority, the easiest way to describe it gets a bit irritating.
The other thing, of course, playing in Bella Kenworthy's mind, she's just ridden 4 waves in this, so she's not found loads of rhythm. She's not going through the repetition of finding waves, turning, spinning, and going. She's had to be really patient with fewer opportunities. Contrast that to Kelly, who has found that rhythm in the ocean. She's kind of panned for gold and found some, essentially. She played that speculative approach. It paid off for her with those scores nudging up. Really healthy numbers for the Aussie Zali Kelly, who right now looks pretty good towards going to the quarter-final. 70 seconds for young Bella Kenworthy to do something about that. But as we've been mentioning, the bad news is that priority situation and the fact that it was actually Zali Kelly went for 2 waves. Both of them were throwaways, just basically jumped off from takeoff. But that last one, it kept her real close to the lineup. So even though she actually rode the last wave, it was just a couple of meters off the peak, and then crucially wasted no time at all in jumping back to snaffle priority. A little opportunity here, possibly. Bella Kenworthy, let's see. No, she'll paddle over that and look out the back. All right, maybe a chance here. 30 on the clock. Just a reminder, priorities with the heat leader, Kelly. And Kenworthy decides that's not the score. That one will just stand up and go soft. Down to final 20 seconds here, Mike. It's looking tough for the young American.
It sure is. They started the heats on opposite sides of the beach. They're finishing the heat right next to each other with enormous pressure from Zai Kelly on Bella Kenworthy, and really pressuring the results here.
All right, that'll be it for Bella Kenworthy. And we mentioned a glimpse into the future. Future's really bright with talents like her around, but she'll have to settle for an equal ninth here in Ballito. Zali Kelly onwards and upwards through to the quarters with confidence. We're going to bring in Giggs, Kai and Tash for the call. Join us for more live action from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill right after this.
I'm taking a step back.
And moving the whole sports world forward.
Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Pause is power.
Ballito on a Friday morning. What a beautiful place to be as Zali Kelly heads to the next round. Of course, it is a very good morning, a Sawabona greeting, as we say here in the heart of Zululand. Pixeliers alongside Tash Mentasti and Kai Linda for the call. We've been here, well, we got going on Sunday morning. It's now Friday. Tide is going out in the women's draw of 16. We are starting to set up the quarterfinalists on the women's draw, Tash.
Yeah, and conditions definitely different from what we saw yesterday. We almost look like we've got two different types of swells that are taking place, but we're still seeing some big scores coming out from these girls, and it's going to be an exciting heat here for heat number 5.
Offshores again, as is this time of year, Kai, and well, the swell's still on the pump.
Yeah, it's definitely backed off a little bit. Like Tash says, there seems to be two swells in the lineup because there's a couple of bumps.
Well, here we go with round of 16, heat number 5 underway. 30-minute heats, best 2 rides counting. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Stop 3 coming to you from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. And it's been a big week of competition. We're starting to narrow down the field. On the men's side already, quarterfinalists established through the process of yesterday. And here we are now narrowing the field down. Of course, the call made this morning, just allowing the tide to settle and fall out of the bay. And of course, we're on our way to setting up the ladies' quarterfinals, which could be coming at us later today. Let's have a look at this one while we're at break.
Yeah, so Kira Pinkerton getting started. She only scored a 3-point ride. It was really that first little hit, but Isabella coming back with the 517. There's that little tag in the pocket, and was able to get that 2-turn combo in, which is going to be really important in these heats.
Carl, we have seen the first 2 heats of the morning. 2-turn combos is kind of what I said. Again, the message from the head judge this morning, critical moves in the lip area is where the points are coming from.
Yeah, and I feel like Zali Kelly, she had a bit of a slow start in the heat. She fell a few times, but then she found her rhythm, and she tagged some really nice 2-turn combos out there, really getting the fins out the back as well in some of those turns, getting a bit flary. and I think she's kind of set the tone for the morning with that 14.66 heat total. I think the other girls would have been watching that heat and seeing the scores come out, so they know what they've got to do. The tide's dropping. It should get better and better, so looking forward to it.
Two young talents from opposite sides of the planet. Here is young Kira Pinkerton from the United States, out of the San Clemente talent pool. She's going to work this way through to the inside, a little bit methodical there. No real attack to the lip that time, Tash. So we'll see where that score goes. But Isabella Nichols already setting the pace with that 5.17 with the two-turn combo.
Yeah, and just looking at this last wave of Kira, you can see where she finished off. She's finished off in front of that set of rocks to the left of the site. So it means that they've drifted and moved into the middle of the competition area. They're not sitting up by the rocks anymore. And here is this 4.5 that came through. So she gets that first wrap. Now she's got to kind of negotiate it a little bit. You can see the bumps all over the wave face. I thought she did really well to negotiate here, and gets caught up the top a little bit, but it's going to be a keeper for now. I mean, lots of time still remaining.
Car, abundance of power on the rail there for Kira Pinkerton, but no work in the lip, so moderating that score somewhat.
Yeah, well, I'm always impressed with Kira's rail work. She definitely has got a lot of power in her surfing, and it's beautiful to watch. But I think the sort of story from the judges for the whole week has been they really want to see those committed turns in those big heaving sections, and they certainly have rewarded surfers going to the lip line.
Yeah, you almost don't, you want to see your nose go 11 or 12 o'clock. You just don't want to see that surfboard nose going at 9 or 10 o'clock. And that's where she didn't get the biggest score. The 5.17 from Isabella Nichols, just 2 turns, the 4.5 with 3 turns, and it's definitely showcased with what the judges are looking for.
Well, my nose at 9 o'clock's in the pillow, I can tell you that. Everybody else was out for the music festivals and all of the scenes and sights around the beautiful Ballito Pro beach scene. Let's go down to the beach and let's hear some thoughts from the heat winner, Zala Kelly.
Zai, you both started the heat well away from each other. You were on the far northern side of the beach and Bella way down on the southern side, and ended the heat with you putting incredible pressure on, using priority. Tell me a little bit about those last 5 minutes, how it went down to clinch the win.
Yeah, it's always stressful when your competitor's searching for a score. Even though it was an 8, it's definitely obtainable for her. So yeah, I was just trying to be basically as annoying as I could be, just so she knew I was there. So yeah, just putting as much pressure as I could on her.
This is now your best result so far in the Challenger Series 2023, but you can't dwell on that because you now got potentially 3 more heats to surf, maybe six waves away from a potential win. How do you carry the momentum and your prep now into these very critical heats?
Yeah, I always get stuck in that 9th, so it's nice to get past it. So yeah, I'm just psyched now. Kind of feels like the pressure's off, and now I can just go out and have fun and try and show all I can in the waves that I get.
Well done in the event so far. We really look forward to the quarterfinals.
Well, Zali Kelly on her way to her best result on the Challenger Series for the year, and she has now established herself in the quarterfinals. This is the round of 16 where we cut the field in half, establishing quarterfinalists in the women's draw. And here comes a second ride underway here for Isabella Nichols. Strong rail work for her. Her 5.17, her opener, and now the section on the inside to try and capitalize on it. That one just bending. Tash, you spoke about 2 swells in the water, and that one kind of just baited her in and then just, you know, kind of tapered off. We've seen that actually 2 in a row, similar for Kira Pinkerton's last ride.
Yeah, and that is because they've totally shifted and moved across the bank. And I think with that rocky outcrop to the northern side of the tower, it does create a problem sometimes with that wave wanting to run across the bank. There's some big holes over there.
Yeah, it definitely creates like a little hole just off the left of those rocks. And also you'll see like they're going to move up and down. They're going to try to find the right peak with the 2 swells running. It is a more peaky wave. You're not going to have those walls that we saw yesterday, Giggs.
Well, local time around 9:15 a.m. The sun comes up at around 7, so just over 2 hours into the morning's proceedings here. And we are in the 3rd heat if you're just joining us here in beautiful Ballito. Rip in the pocket there, and well, a little mistake for Kira Pinkerton. She'll go back to the drawing board with plenty of time to go. As we mentioned, 30-minute heats again. We had some big, strong swells earlier this week, and we did actually, at the one round, open it up to 35-minute heats.
Yeah, it was heavy, so they definitely needed that extra time for the paddle out. We saw a couple of competitors getting absolutely mowed down the bottom of the beach. But, you know, today it's just going to get better, really, until the tide hits that low. And I think when it starts pushing, we might even see like a little bit of a jump in the swell. There is still plenty of swell out there. It's just a bit broken up. Unfortunately, that cloud cover last night makes it a bit warmer in the evening. So we didn't really get that like pull of offshore from the early hours. I was up in the dark checking things out, and it was actually almost misty this morning in those early hours, which is not something you really want to see for the morning. So we all thought it was going to be nice land breezes this morning. Unfortunately, the cloud cover kind of swung that for us.
Well, windless conditions there. You see the low tide coming up 12:33, so just around the middle of the day, as we mentioned. That's still just on 3 hours away, so mid-tide conditions here for the round of 16 to work out quarterfinalists in the draw. You mentioned the cloud cover, of course, pretty windless, and forecasts looking like a little less wind. We saw that northerly wind come in yesterday, and we put a handbrake on proceedings in the around lunchtime yesterday, but today a little less wind on the charts to show, and then of course that tide dropping out. So I think you know, we've pegged out procedures for the day. Round of 16 women's quarterfinals will come up. We'll segue straight into that, and even a note to the men's quarterfinalists to be on standby.
Yeah, purely because we're just waiting to see what the wind does and if it's going to come up a little bit later. Kai, I thought you had a really valid point in saying how we had that cloud bank that was sitting there, and we didn't have the strong northwest offshore winds and land breezes like we've seen and experienced every day for this event so far. I was standing on the beach with Travis Logie this morning, and there was no wind at 7:30. So it's almost like a balmy winter's day here down in Ballito. They are looking at temperatures of 27 degrees, and what that means is usually that wind stays down, and it just is really hot and humid despite being in winter.
Well, a quick look at the leaderboard coming here to the third stop of the Challenger Series. You can see names already in the toned down. India Robertson is out. Sawyer Lindblad is out. So Sally Fitzgibbons is waiting in the quarterfinals along with Isabella Nichols. And of course, every heat an important step in the right direction for year-end qualification. Of course, the field of 48 women at the end of the season, just 5 will graduate back to the championship tour. I use the word back because Sally Fitzgibbons will want to be in that story, and of course all this young talent pushing its way through, and from various regions around the world as well. Isabella Nichols, of course, representing that strong Australian push. We saw Molly Picklum this time last year use this event ever so well. Of course, Kira Pinkerton hails from San Clemente, and well, you start thinking of the American push. And of course, Caitlin Simmers this time last year really showed us her potential. So great to see how much talent is pushing through from both the United States and Australia again, as you would expect.
Yeah, and I think Europe as well. For me, there's so many new names, and it gives us a lot of hope as women in surfing, and it just showcases that there is so much talent coming through the regional series. And this Challenger Series just opening it up to be able to witness and see the talent coming from all the regions.
Yeah, and don't forget we're also looking at a lone South African left in the competition coming up in the next heat, Sarah Baum. And a nice little fact there is that Bella Canworthy just ahead of her on the rankings, 2 or 3 other girls also falling out now. So Sarah with a really good chance at going up the rankings.
Work in the pocket for Isabella Nichols. She'll just drop that last maneuver out as we hit the midway mark in this heat. Isabella Nichols, of course, not surviving the mid-season cut on the championship tour. And that was a similar story, as we mentioned, with Sally Fitzgibbons and a number of others. So an important step in the right direction here for Isabella Nichols. And we're looking to see what kind of push the young American Kira Pinkerton can bring. And here she'll, let's break this one down, Tash.
I really enjoyed this wave. That first turn was strong. Very similar second turn, and unfortunately coming unstuck there. I think that would have been a good scoring ride for her and making her feel a little bit more comfortable sitting in that first position.
Yeah, first turn was money. Absolutely just destroyed that thing, and loads of power and release. So just a pity the wave kind of didn't really give her the opportunity for that close-out maneuver. She went straight over that cross wave. But the judges...
well, they still saw the details in those turns.
They loved it.
And I think turns in the pocket up in that top corner. There's more attack. This is a better sequence of maneuvers to approach the lineup within Ballito, and Isabella Nichols just keeping that momentum, that time finding that one under the priority of her opponent.
Yeah, I mean, she hadn't even gone and sat out back at the back line, and she found that wave under priority. It'll be interesting to see if it's going to replace the 517 that sits in her top two. So getting rewarded, though, with that 667, and I enjoy that, those pivots off the top, nice and quick. She stays really light on her feet and lots of speed.
You saw her take off on this and just went straight to the turn. Nice little hack off the top, got the fins out the back on number 2, and then this time getting the little third closer. You can still see that high tide playing in on the inside there. It's really full. It doesn't give you a lot of lip line on those smaller waves. And you're also toying with those rock shelves that are hiding there, so it's a pretty high risk as well. But I think she really did well on that, just working the wave, gave it everything she could. So I don't think she could have done much more on that one, Giggs.
Well, judges still having a ponder on it. Isabella Nichols looking to perhaps replace the 517. We've seen a quick momentum push here from Isabella Nichols now in this as we move into the second half of the heat. Kai, you mentioned Sarah Baum as we get a look in the athlete area, the surfer that grew up in this region and has had some success. Again, a Challenger Series excellent result, and she'll be coming up next. Meanwhile, out in the lineup, it is Nichols leading over Pinkerton. We'll take a quick break from beautiful Ballito. Stay with us. It is a beautiful scene to behold. As we join those memories of a very fierce crusade through the 2022 championship tour run, including a win for the young surfer Isabella Nichols, who really stormed her way through that rookie season on the championship tour. And the story of how this all works, well, she didn't make the cut in 2023, so it is brutal, it is tough, and of course this is the place to requalify for the highest level of the sport. This is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and Isabella Nichols has got to find her way to some results. Giggs Elias, Tashmin Tasti and Kai Linda talking through all the moving parts of the Ballito Pro. We trust that you're enjoying it with us as we start teeing up the next heat. We had a little look at Sarah Baum and heat preparation, now sneaking into the athlete lockers to see Ellie Harrison in preparation. That's going to be a big matchup coming up, Tash.
Yeah, it's a big matchup. It really, really is. I must be honest, I was a little bit worried for Sarah at one point. I saw Ellie Harrison surfing some of that big swell the other day, and she looked good, you know. Conditions totally different this year.
Well, this is Isabella up and riding. Lovely little finner out the back. Just the one maneuver, but we saw her get a score earlier with just one power hack. And the score did come in at 673, so she's just really starting to gain momentum, Gigs.
Here's an interesting talking point. Single maneuver for a 673 that series of turns we saw just before the break, a 6.33, which didn't even appear in her top two. But have a look at the scorecard. It is ticking nicely for Isabella Nichols, who just stretches out her lead over her opponent, Kira Pinkerton. 5 waves each in the lineup. But the numbers loading nicely for a strong heat lead, 13.4, made up of that 6.67 and a single maneuver, the 6.73. So very clear where the judges are going as far as criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another key factor is she's been really busy. She's been hunting for these waves. She's found scores under priority from Kira Pinkerton, who's been sitting and waiting. And I think that's the point of difference.
Of course, everybody assessing the conditions, how to apply themselves. We saw a goofy foot win this morning for Nadia Aristaba. Beautiful 2-turn combos, fetching the scores out of the lineup. And of course, Zali Kelly getting her win. Strong attack to the lip, and now Isabella Nichols is bringing her story. And again, back to that theme of this Challenger Series, Isabella Nichols with that championship to experience. And it's always been a mixed story, sort of CT experience pushing them through the to the finals days, but then the younger talent on the other side of the draw, so to speak, charging through. And young names, as we say, like Kira Pinkerton, of course, Ellie Harrison. There's so much to break down in these Challenger Series, and this is where we get to put it all together, and we love what it produces.
Yeah, Gigs, and in an earlier round I did an interview with Isabella, and I asked her the question. I said, obviously a lot of people are talking about this cut and what it's like to have a great year on the CT and then suddenly you have a bit of a bad run and now you're in the Challenger Series. So like what goes through your head? How are you feeling about it? Which is maybe a tough question, but she blew me away because she was so pragmatic about it. And she just said, look, these things happen. This is competition. This is sport. And I had a bad run. I'm here now. I've got to make the most of it. So I've taken a really positive mindset to this all. I'm going to get back to the championship tour, and I'm also really enjoying traveling with all my friends again, because obviously I was the little grommy on the CT, but here all my friends that I've been surfing the juniors and everything else for a couple of years with are with me, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm going to some of my favorite places too.
Well, consistency is one of the keys to success. The other is mental headspace. We had Sarah Baum in the booth the other day, and she spoke several times to that point of just self-belief, self-calm, and just getting the mental space right. And I think everybody does have that ability. I mean, no one that's in this field that has chosen this path as a professional surfer, we know they have the natural talent, we know they have the ability on tap. You can only do so much work with nutrition, equipment, and such. And then it just comes down to the moment, being present, and keeping that mind space calm.
Yeah, and it can't be easy sometimes. I mean, I look at Sarah, she's been so close. And, you know, it's got to get frustrating at some point because you know you're good enough to be there. And I know Sarah does know that she's good enough. And I think we all know it too, because she is a phenomenal surfer. And, I mean, since her Grom junior days, a lot of the South African contingent have been calling her to make the tour. So I think this year, though, I'm seeing a much more relaxed Sarah. She's really like calm, and she's just having a good time. I mean, obviously here she's with her friends and family, and her dad's there, and I think she's in a great space. And of course, she's won the event before too, so she's got that in her corner, and she knows these conditions super well, and she's just surfing so good, Gigs. I've seen her in a couple of the free surfs around the event, just absolutely ripping. So I think the ball's in her court, and I think most of the beach are going to be going pretty mental in the next heat, hoping she can get through to the semis, climb that ladder, because I think if she does get to the championship tour, she's going to be a real big danger. Those locations and waves really suit her surfing.
Well, we're speaking mental headspace. Of course, Sarah Baum coming up next. These two ladies know how to control minds and just rise to the big occasions. Of course, Isabella Nichols already with a win on the Challenger Series. We saw her absolutely blaze her way even to a championship tour win in 2022. Also got a third place at Bells, so that we know everything about the pedigree of the young Australian in red. Of course, Kira Pinkerton also being showcased over the last few seasons as a strong name to watch. Of course, got to see the form and talent of Kira Pinkerton all the way as a wild card back at the Surf Ranch Pro in 2021. So they all have the talent. It's about the mental headspace. It's about being in the moment. And it is about using the priority. And that was a little bit of a slower roll in for Kira Pinkerton, who'll now come around the corner. And a section to advance into. Perhaps not as high up on that lip line as maybe what she wanted to. And what the other thing was interesting, I don't know if you saw how much Isabella Nichols kicked her feet as she went over that wave, perhaps as a little mental distraction.
Well, I think you've got to use every tool in your arsenal out there, as long as you're not going to get the priority call against you or an interference. But I think you were right there, Giggs. She showed her commitment to the wave. You see her having a hard paddle, and she almost got stuck on the bump there. Like, she really had to fight over the ledge, and I think it just slowed her down on her approach into this wave. Got the first turn, got the second wave turn out, but she was a little bit late on all those sections.
Yeah, literally like a second too late on the takeoff, which created that second too late in that first turn. The wave does run really quickly along that bank, and she had to adjust, and it'll be interesting to see how that score comes out, because that second maneuver was strong, but it was the first one that she missed the opportunity with.
Well, Zali Kelly said about trying to be an irritation to her opponent earlier, and that was a little detail. I like that, and almost want to hinge the discussion. Do you think that just put Kira Pinkerton's momentum just a touch off on that wave? Because it felt like she clambered into that wave late and kind of stayed in second gear the whole way.
Well, your peripheral vision, she's paddling into the wave. She saw those kicks maybe for a split second thinking, is there a better one behind, you know?
Yeah. Look, it's all fun and games here on the Challenger Series. You've got to...
Have a look again here, folks.
Well, look at Isabella. She's so calm, and then she just activates on the shoulder. So,
just that peripheral vision distraction, Tash.
Yeah, for sure.
And something certainly was off there, because she really struggled to get into that one. And like we said, it just pushed everything out. The first turn was just that second too late. The second turn probably a bit later, and she couldn't get up right for the close. But she's going to get her strongest score so far, 5.9. But I think that wave had the potential to go excellent.
Well, 5.9 reduces the requirement down to a 7.5 now, but the priority has flicked over to the experience of Isabella Nichols, you can say. Both of these young surfers on a juggernaut journey to surf stardom. Of course, Kira Pinkerton out of the San Clemente area. We've seen such a strong push, and we asked the question. We already have some surfers from San Clemente on the men's side waiting in the quarterfinals. Names like Cole Hauschmund and Cade Matson have campaigned well here in Ballito. Perhaps Kira Pinkerton can do the same for the region. We mentioned just a 5.9 on that last one, perhaps left half a point on the table or more. Either way, she's got to figure out something in the lineup. In her defense, waves have been arriving in more than one, so often two-wave sets still rolling through with the rhythm of the ocean here in Ballito. And blocking tactic as we hit the 2-minute mark, that will be deemed a paddle, so priority. Kira Pinkerton sold Isabella Nichols there, and now the gate is open. And again, a little bit of frustration now perhaps from Isabella Nichols. She'll be angry with herself. She bought the sales pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with under 2 minutes remaining, that was an error from her side. And look what we're seeing now with an opportunity for Kira.
Meaty wall ahead for Kira Pinkerton. Snaps it up in the pocket. And a bigger version perhaps of her last one, and she's going to survive that shockwave, the lip just ricocheting a backwash at her, but Kira Pinkerton just drilled into that, brings it, and we'll ask the question now, is she knocking on the door of the score requirement?
I'm looking at that 6.73 and the 6.67 for Isabella, the quality of turn. She did get 2 turns on that wave, but I think she got a bit caught up on the closer, and it was a bit messy. So 7.5 required. Let's take a look at it. Took off really nice off the bottom. Not the biggest first turn. Went for the lip line, and she certainly did well to ride through that, but I can't say I'm seeing a 7.5 there.
Oh, discussions. And, well, of course, some more waves with inside the last minute, 45 seconds on the clock. Isabella Nichols will just knife into that lovely little drift along the coping as well. So just keeping her scorecard rolling forward. down to 30 seconds. Perhaps that is the last exchange. And the judges will ponder both Kira Pinkerton and Isabella Nichols' last rides. And we're still hanging on that question. Did Kira Pinkerton find the 7.5? The answer is no. It's a fraction short, Kai. You were on it there. 6.8 read of the conditions as we broke that down. But now her only needing a 6.6. And, well, you see clock top of screen, 10 seconds to go. So just over half a point short. Isabella Nichols looks like she's navigating her way to the quarterfinals here. But a spirited performance from Kira Pinkerton, who really, didn't look phased by having to stretch out for a 7.5.
Yeah, it didn't look phased. I mean, we look at the scoreboard. She actually only got started in the last 8 minutes or so, and unfortunately, time wasn't on her side.
Well, that lady on screen, Isabella Nichols, is going to find the heat one here in the round of 16. A 6.73 and a 6.67. One of them for a single maneuver in the lip tells the story of how to fetch points here in Ballito. We'll say goodbye to Kira Pinkerton, who will finish equal 9th. We'll be back for more from the beautiful beaches of Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
I'm Francis. I've surfed since I was really small with my dad, and I'm really excited to meet everyone here.
Surfing is just incredible, not only as a sport but as a lifestyle, and it's so good for your mental health and just your friendships. So I'm really grateful to be a surfer and to be a part of the Women of the Wave program through O'Neill. And yeah, I just think if you can sort of keep pushing each other and keep getting friendly rivalries going and enjoying the water, then yeah, the future is bright for women surfing.
Welcome back to beautiful Ballito in Kwadukuza, South Africa. Of course, women's surfing blossoming at all levels, not only at the top end of the sport with the performances, of course in and around where the talent is bred and breached from. Of course, wonderful to have that Women of the Waves initiative as we continue with action from beautiful Ballito, with the local hopes pegged on Sarah Baum from South Africa taking on Ellie Harrison. It's a good morning as we welcome you back to live coverage from beautiful Ballito, and the locals will be making some noise right about now as Sarah Baum tries to get out of first gear. Just a little bit of a twisted pocket there for her to deal with. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti and Kai Linder for the call. And as we get this heat underway, Tash, you were involved, you spearheaded that Women of the Waves campaign. Just wonderful that O'Neill and of course the WSL as well with their rising tides, just so much of stirring women's talent.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and it was so good to connect with so many surfer girls. But if we just looking at the replay here, that was Sarah Baum's first start out in this campaign for the round of 16, just a 3.67. And we're seeing live action now with Ellie Harrison. Big drop from her, but also unable to make any use of the score. So going back to the Women of the Wave, we just had such an eclectic group of women, young girls, all excited to meet each other. We shared stories. How did you start surfing? What does the ocean mean to you? And everyone had a unique story. However, we were all united thanks to the ocean. So the activation was incredible. We did score some pretty heavy, mean sections out at the beach that we went and surfed, but it was a great morning and really cool to include everyone and make new friendships.
And of course, you saw Sarah Baum from Grommethood.
Yes.
Exactly where those young girls were at this initiative. Now, you wind back the clock, you think to the beginning of Sarah Baum's days, a little young Grom coming down, holding Dad Chris's hands at the new pier. You know, you got to witness the start of Sarah Baum's foundation of surfing.
Yeah, and she was on fire back then. She really was seen as future talent. And, you know, life is a wild ride sometimes. And I think Sarah has negotiated it and she's come out really strong. I mean, like you were saying earlier, Kai, there have been struggles, there have been disappointments, there have been really, really close calls. But a true champion in my eyes is someone who is able to work through that, find something positive from the negative and rise above it.
Yeah, and watching Sarah as a little grommy, especially in the bowl at Dairy and that, she was such a little punk rocker. Always had the big oversized board shorts on. Like, I'll never forget that style that she used to rock. She used to roll a style all of her own.
Well, I'm going to say back then, because it was a good couple of years ago, the women's surf clothing wasn't as big as it is today.
Developed.
So she was having to actually use a lot of the boys' boardies and stuff, and a real little tomboy to start, but just always in the bowl, always making sure
women's
she was on
surfing
the
wasn't
inside.
as small as it is today because she had the big board shorts back then. Of course, we all got to see here and the South African surf scene, Sarah Baum. Of course, on the flip side of it, young Ellie Harrison coming out of Barwon Beach, which is just a short drive from beautiful Bells and the town of Janjuk and Torquay. And she's one of those emerging talents out of the Victoria region. And of course, everybody has that story of where it all starts. I know for Sarah, her dad, Chris, very involved in the start of it. Even Tash, for yourself, your dad Ringo, heavily influential, and even a lot of people won't know your sister was a very capable surfer.
Yeah, and it's, we didn't know it then, but just to be so integrated into the surfing scene was really important for our competitive career. And yeah, Chris Baum did lead an organization as well, and that's where Sarah was on the beach. I mean, you had no choice. You had to go down to the beach with Dad, whether it was onshore, offshore, 1 foot or 10 foot, you had to be there. And it really has played a big factor in her career.
Just looking at Ellie Harrison on screen, our surfer in the blue singlet. And what she did there was just a deep duck dive in still water, so just mentally resetting, getting this heat to try and swing her way. And under the priority, she'll now find an opportunity, sets the rails, the Australian through to the junction and hammers into it. Can she lay back and recover? We'll just hang on to this moment. The answer is going to be no, but a big step in the right direction, because prior to that, really just a set of decimals as we move close to 8 minutes already done in the heat, Kai.
Yeah, and she was ticking the boxes on that one. Nice first turn, then came off, went for the big hammer on the closing section, and just unfortunately just kicked back a bit on her, and you will watch it here. Little airdrop in. Had to wait for the first turn. Nice clean little carve, but this is where she needed to really make a count, and the first half of the maneuver was solid, but that lip just kicked back a bit hard and she went down. She couldn't recover from the layback. I think what I take out of that last heat, looking at the scoring, especially for Isabella's waves, is maybe from the morning where we were talking 2 maneuvers is going to be a score. I think Isabella's maybe shown that maybe you need to start looking for building that speed down the line and really concentrating on getting that one big maneuver right now, because that's where she was getting the scores. And what I'm seeing is a lot of the girls are trying to get that first turn in to get the 2 turn, but it's actually taking a bit of speed away from getting into that last section, and we're seeing what happened there with Ellie.
Well, let's go down and hear from someone who's accumulated a lot of experience, Isabella Nichols. She's down there to share some words with us.
Isabella, you brought all that momentum from your event win in Australia at the Sydney Surf Pro through to Ballito, and it looks like you're carrying that momentum nicely through this event. Was it your strategy in that heat just to go through for the big hit on those two waves and the setup like that?
I think watching the last two heats before me, I saw like that little inside double up section was offering like some really big sections to hit. I found that like keeping busy out there has been paying off. So yeah, I don't know, I was just kind of excited. Like it's the first time in the past couple of weeks since being here that I actually felt like I've been surfing well out on the contest bank. So I just wanted to keep catching waves, and you know, Kira has some massive turns in her arsenal, and yeah, I just made that mistake at the end where I got suckered into a little shitty wave, so apologies for the splashing and just the emotion coming out, but because I know that Kira can get a 7.5 in her sleep, so yeah, you just can't make those mistakes on the Challenger Series.
You know what it's like to hold that big trophy aloft on the podium at the end of the event. What will be your mindset like going now into the next three heats? There's quarters, there's potentially semis and finals. What will be your preparation for each heat? Will you change anything leading into those?
Just trying to get myself in the right headspace, I think, for me has really paid off. And then the surfing just follows. I guess if you're in a good headspace, you're enjoying life, you're having fun, you're in one of the best places in the world. We're surrounded with good people, so yeah, just continue doing what I'm doing.
We're really stoked to have surfers of your caliber in Ballito. Good luck for the next couple of rounds, and we hope to see you in the final.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Well, great interview there from Isabella Nichols, and an insight into the mental process and sometimes those mental patches that you've got to scrap and fight through.
Yeah, and also just stating how she did get emotional out there and actually apologizing for the kicking and stuff, but it really just shows how every heat is just so important.
All right, so Sarah getting this one in the break, and a little calf to start, waiting for this bowl to stick up, and just got mowed by the section there, just coming around the section a little bit late and the lip getting her, but you can kind of see where she's going. She's looking for those ones that are going to give her some opportunities. See Chris looking very, very nervous there. Yeah, it's tough out there. You definitely need to find the right waves, and you can see from Isabella's response there, you know, that she got a bit emotional. We're in that part of the event, but I don't think she needs to apologize for that. It's surfing.
Yeah.
We like a bit of emotion. This is not one of those bland sports, and she shouldn't have to apologize for it. It's man on man heats. It's getting intense. Like, go for it.
Well, an interesting heat as we come up to the 18-minute mark, 12 minutes in. Really nothing actually to hang the surfing discussion on. You saw Sarah Baum late to the party, as Strada Wazaliski likes to say, but no real numbers coming out of it. The highlight score 367, so you feel at any moment that that breakout situation could come our way, as we can look back to the heats this morning already, guys. I mean, there are 6s and 7s in the lineup, and sometimes even with a single turn.
Yeah, well, nobody's completed a wave yet out here. We've seen attempts. Looking at the screen now, this looks like our first biggest set of this heat that we've seen for a while, and just not offering anything for the girls. And something that I was thinking about earlier is they've always had that oncoming section to hit. I think today, sometimes it's a little soft, you know, and that has what has been putting the girls off. But what it comes down to is you've got to complete your rides, and you've got to put your board in the critical section, and we haven't been able to see that yet.
Well, still plenty of swell in the water and many opportunities still to come as we go through this round of 16. Already heat 6 upon us. Bronte McCauley and Nanawa Suzuki coming up next, and well, of course, lots to break down on this beautiful Friday in Ballito. There is that festive pre-weekend atmosphere feeling. Of course, the free rock concerts last night, just a short stretch down the beach from us here in Ballito over at Salt Rock. And really, Kai, you've been involved on the skate side. Tash, you've been involved with activations. It really is just such a surf celebration this time of year.
No better place to be in South Africa than at the Ballito Pro.
Well, let's have a look at a backhand blitz now from Sarah Baum, who's going to bring another little mistake. So are we seeing some nerves? Yeah. Are we seeing that hometown expectancy, which does add a level of emotional pressure? We know that Sarah Baum has been working very hard on mindset. She spoke openly about that. And the other interesting thing is to start talking to the age separation between these two surfers in the water. Sarah Baum, 29 years of age, more than a decade of experience at this high level of the sport. Young Ellie Harrison, well, just 18 years of age. So 11 years difference, and that's quite a lot when you break that down. Let's see, no nerves and no trepidation from this young Australian, but again, both being plagued by wave selection and wave rhythm at this stage.
Yeah, it's getting tricky on the bank. It's if you watch that wave, and I'm sure we'll see the replay, she went charging into the turn, and about halfway through you saw it almost like have a little sort of a shake, and it just hit a bump and the board reacted. So it's not perfectly groomed out there right now. There are bumps, there are little warbles and cross waves, and it feels just like both of these ladies are getting a little bit affected by like the imperfection out in the lineup. But here goes Sarah.
Well, at the 15-minute marks, Sarah Baum on her way out is going to find another slopey section. We spoke about that northerly wind yesterday, just fracturing up the swell. Tash, you said some of the end sections perhaps a little softer today, and some of them almost just fading away. So back to the drawing board for Sarah Baum. Still no real numbers to talk about in this encounter. And meanwhile, the priority is flicked back to Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, and it just seems like both girls actually aren't in rhythm, really. You know, they've been busy, but making little errors, maybe trying to push a little bit too hard, knowing that they need to get a big score and start creating distance. But I just find that neither of are in rhythm at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like whoever is going to find that one little wave, even if it's just a one-turner, just to get that moment,
yeah,
it'll kind of swing the heat around in their favor. And right now it could be either of them. Sarah at the moment is, you know, she's on the 7.3, Ellie on the 5 total. So she's got a slight advantage. She's gotten slightly higher wave scores, and she'll be maybe feeling a little bit less pressure, but you know, it won't take much for Ellie to find a nice bowl and get the fins out the back and get a 5 or a 6, and that'll really swing the pressure around.
Yeah, and she's strong on her forehand, so one big hit and we're going to see a full change in this situation, and then starting to apply some pressure to the South African.
Well, while we wait for more rhythm to come to the Ballito lineup, we'll step back and take a quick break. Stay with us. It is the women's draw narrowing down to the quarterfinals here in beautiful Ballito.
Looks for the round alley-oop. It's a huge one and stomps. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers, we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean.
Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Well, we speak up for the ocean here on the east coast of South Africa. Of course, wonderful initiatives all around the world. And even here in beautiful Ballito, O'Neill and the event embracing the Konkeklaza, which means everything is blue, as we bring that consciousness of looking after our oceans. And talking about blue, Ellie Harrison, our singlet wearer in the blue, is on her way to a better score here as we pick up on action in the round of 16, Heat 6. This is the round before the quarterfinals. And the young 18-year-old Australian is going to bring us a decent number. Gigsaliers, Tash Mentesti and Kai Linda just breaking it apart and putting it back together. And we trust that you're enjoying it with us from wherever you are watching the beautiful Ballito Pro this year. And well, a number and a step in the right direction for Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, I enjoy that wave. You can see a slightly smaller one, picking it up. lovely carve into the pocket there to start, and just nice and tight surfing, lots of flow, and to be able to fit 3 turns in these conditions right now is a very important factor.
Yeah, and I saw Sarah really wanting that wave. The local was like, I want this one. Unfortunately, Ellie had the priority, so she did use it. But good surfing. And I said just before the break, you know, it's going to take one moment in this heat to swing that momentum, and here it comes, a 5.83 for Ellie Harrison.
So momentum in favour on wave selection now, just swinging slightly to the Australians' way. Ellie Harrison, the 5.83, it is the single best score of the heat thus far. That'll make still a very achievable number of a 4.34 to chase for Sarah Baum, but lovely gaff in the pocket there, Tash.
Yeah, super bowly, looked really fun. You could see she was enjoying it, and it seems to be some of her strength there in that tight pocket. I enjoyed that wave. I actually thought it would come out into a good score. We see a 5.83. I thought it would have gone up a little bit more, but I think that comparison going back to the previous heats.
Well, if anything, just pertaining back to conditions, Kai, that end section, not really a heavy lip, more just a sort of a softer section to glide and ramp off, as opposed to a lip to hit.
Yeah, and she came into it a little on the late side, so you saw her there having to like fight out of that turn. It wasn't a completely clean, comfortable exit, so the judges would have looked at that too, and she's already back in action. And like we saw with Isabella, is once she found that first score in the previous heat, she started getting on a roll.
Let's have a look if the South African can pick up her own momentum. Second wave of the set, 2-turn combination coming. There it is. That lip line just a little bit warbled and broken, and she'll exit. So starting to compare those deliveries now. A smaller one for Ellie Harrison. She won't better her 5.83 and will over that score. And then, well, Sarah Baum brings the backhand attack. Couple of tight turns in the pocket for her as well.
Yeah, on the backhand, and always makes it look so easy. But unfortunately for Sarah, there just no real end section on that wave. It faded out again. So, you know, if we're going to do the comparative, we'll watch this. Looked like a nice bowl. Came around the section, nice little whip off the backhand. Kept the momentum going. Another tight turn in the pocket. Third turn, not much going to come from that one. So, you know, 3-turn combo versus 3-turn combo, probably going to come in a bit under Ellie's score.
Well, both surfers sitting on very soft numbers as backup scores, so both of them looking to replace. We look at that requirement of the 4.84 for Sarah Baum. Does she improve on what's a fairly low set of threes in her scoreline? So perhaps her best number on the way, and then we'll ask the question, Ellie Harrison's 2.67, did she improve on that? We'll answer that over the next minute or two. Judges just pondering that. This is one of those grindy heats. And
well, this has gone full QS.
Well, of course, it's been a wonderful week in Ballito. Ballito, for some reason, has just been on the absolute pump for weeks on end. Of course, this year the Challenger Series got underway on Sunday morning, already 5 full days back, but we think to the week before that, it was just pumping waves everywhere for both the O'Neill Rookie Rippers, and of course everything else that was in the lead up to this Challenger Series event, Tash.
Yeah, well, South Africa's having a good winter of waves. I mean, it actually started in May, you know, and so that's the reason why we've been getting such exceptional conditions, and really grateful for it. Travis Logie was saying yesterday was the best day for a CS so far for 2023, which makes me proud in South Africa to be able to know that we're a part of it, and just really grateful that Mother Nature's turned on for us.
I think good news as well, Giggs, is that you know, we knew today was going to be a little bit smaller. There was a little drop off in the swell, and the winds were quite variable. But looking at the weather report, it does look like we'll have a clear night tonight, which means hopefully we get the land breeze in the morning for finals day. And there is a definite little bump in the period for tomorrow as well. It jumps pretty considerably. So I'm hoping that things will pan out and we'll just have a little bit more grunt on the bank tomorrow. And if we look at yesterday on the dying swell, it really was running nicely. So if we get a bit of land breeze just to clean it up and line it up a bit more and a bit more period, we could finish in spectacular fashion.
Well, a blessed time in Ballito for everybody, and numbers slightly improving for both of our competitors contesting for a spot in the quarterfinals. Backhand turns again, trying to join the dots in the pockets as the tide drops away. Sarah Baum will just attack and glide out of that one. And prior to that exchange, Ellie Harrison had improved her score just slightly. You see a new 3.1 appears top left of screen. We are now owing Sarah Balm a score, but the previous ride of Sarah Balm a 4.5, and perhaps she's gone north of a 4.5 here and even to the requirements.
Well, for me, that's the turn of the heat right there, really pushing the tail out nice and aggressive. Had to work through a little bit of a flat section on the inside here, but she did get the closeout maneuver. So I'm excited to see where that's going to come. But the first turn for me was where all the money was. She really attacked that pocket.
Well, 4.44 to advance. Her previous ride of 4.5. We're making those mental comparisons. We'll see what surf fans think as well. And we'll just hang on for a sec here for the judges to process that. They have the opportunity, of course, to look at their own replays. We'll see where this number goes. It looks like it's going to just hurdle it by a touch and a little bit of loose change to spare. 5.1. The requirement was a 4.44. And the South Africans, including Dad Chris, is going nuts right now.
Yeah, I think the parents get more stressed out than the surfers, to be honest. I always know when I'm walking the beach who's in the next heat. I don't have to look at the draw. I just got to find the parents.
Well, hold the phones, folks, because it's only a 3.77 required for young Ellie Harrison, and of course everybody in and around the locals in Victoria will be hanging on to this moment now and holding thumbs. She does have the priority. That's an easy number, well within her wheelhouse. Of course, everybody in the region, I know all the surf shops will be tuned into this. Everybody's about to do a Friday evening set of festivities over in Australia, and of course wonderful to just have all of the support here as we get this third Challenger Series to the finish line in South Africa. And of course, at the end of this round, we will have established quarterfinalists in the women's draw.
4 minutes to go, so this is a tight heat. I mean, only requiring a 3.77. I noticed Sarah has gone straight across to the second peak. She's not even going to get involved with Ellie on the priority. We have seen some of those wide peaks, though, over the last few heats, and she's now just got to really try and kick that 4.5.
Both surfers come to South Africa with some kind of momentum out of the Australian leg. Of course, a better fifth place result to brag about for the South African Sarah Balm, who does call Newcastle, by the way, in New South Wales home now. Also a ninth to brag about at that same stop at Snapper Rocks. Of course, well, a little bit more consistency and a couple of high results. See Sarah Balm coming here 8th on the rankings. Ellie Harrison at 21. Either way, they'll both be moving further up this Women's Challenger Series Tour leaderboard. You can see their names already out, like Teresa Bonvalo and Bella Kenworthy, who we lost a little earlier in the draw. And Sarah Balm chances for both, well, actually for both surfers to bump up the respective rankings.
I think the big one there is, if I'm looking at the scores, we'll just watch this wave from Ellie.
Well, here we go. 3.77 required. Stab off the lip for her single maneuver. There's 2.45 on the clock. A grindy input to the heat here. She still had a little bit of time, and she kind of just felt she felt the clock starting to squeeze her. And well, 3.77 single maneuver in the lip. She did attack it vertically, Tash. Where are we going with this?
No, for me, a smaller wave, yes, a nice vertical hit, but just nothing really meaty or of consequence. So I don't think she's going to get the 3.77. The interesting thing now is, if I was Sarah Balm, I would go and just sit on blue and stop anything and everything. I wouldn't even look at waves right now with 2 minutes on the clock, but that's just a personal opinion. I know that she's got priority, but a 3.77 can be found. And
well, Tash, you put your neck out on that, and it's a flat 3. So, surf fans, it is a tight run to the finish line here. We do feel that the ocean owes us a little bit of rhythm, so perhaps still 2 waves in the lineup for both surfers to work with here. 1:45 on the clock, and Sarah Balm has that priority, and here she comes now, starting to literally cat and mouse chase her opponent. She'll want to sit to the left, which is on the inside, on the right-hand breaking waves of Ballito, and just go into a blocking tactic here. She's going to allow Ellie Harrison to get away, though. A little bit of a twisted pocket here, and that's an in and out for Ellie, who's now feeling it with 1:20 on the clock and still just chasing a very sober score of the 3.77, and it is cat and mouse in the lineup.
Well, interestingly, just before Ellie had that 3.0, I was watching the camera and you could see both surfers sitting out there, and Ellie had like both her hands on her head, and just the body language was looking like stress, like what am I going to do now? Whereas Sarah was looking pretty calm and relaxed, and then she took off on that wave, didn't get the score. So now the pressure's really building on the young Australian, and Sarah has to just apply that pressure now. She has to be in her headspace.
We're deep inside the last minute. We're clock watching, top left of screen, 40 seconds to go. Sarah Baum has the priority. And again, she's going to allow Ellie Harrison to just run away with this strong, grindy turn. Is there a pocket on the inside? Is there a connection? We've spoken about the disconnection of the peaky swell overnight. And just a single carve on the wave face for Ellie Harrison. The 377, as we mentioned, a fairly easy number to fetch. And, well, you see constant monitoring of the lineup by Sarah Baum. She's head on a swivel. She's just got Ellie Harrison on her radar. And she'll also, at any stage, perhaps wanting to prove on her own 4.5. The clock is going to be a little buffer for her. This will be a victory lap and perhaps an attack to the lip. As Sarah Baum has achieved what she wanted to, she is going to equal at least her results from the first stop at Snapper Rocks, and the South African audience are in raptures.
Grind.
Yeah. It's a great result for Sarah, and I'm really happy that she could make it through that. It wasn't an easy heat at all, but the South African contingent are stoked.
To young Ellie Harrison's credit, she did get the best single ride score of a 5.83, but couldn't back it up. The South African is through to the quarterfinals here at Ballito. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Mike Frew for the call as we have more stuff on the way.
The Surfing Nation unites behind one of their heroes, Sarah Baum. A tough heat for her. She got it done and on her way to a big result here on home soil at Ballito. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill on the Challenger Series. Stop 3 of 6, sending surfers to the quarterfinals. This one right here will be absolutely delighted with that result, as are our spectators on the beach. It's high stakes here at Ballito. We're getting down towards crunch time. Still plenty of waves out in the water. And here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Mike Frew, and Emma Smith. And I'm presuming you guys enjoyed that last encounter, certainly the result.
I'm loving it. That was awesome. It was so close at the end. I had butterflies for Sarah, but she pulled it off.
Yeah, I think I'm still recovering. I feel like I've won a heat. I'm so excited. And yeah, I feel like it was literally down to the last few seconds of that heat. So frothing.
All right, let's set this next one out in the water. Looking for our fourth quarterfinal. Who's the first surfer in that? Let's check out the veteran, Bronte McCauley, taking on the young, very young Nanoa Suzuki. They're in identical positions at 25th. Similar results for them in Australia. But there's a bit of a spread, Mike, in terms of age between these two.
Yes, incredibly. This has been a theme we've been talking about on the Challenger Series this year so far. And this is maybe one of the most extreme examples of that. A 16-year age gap between the young junior surfer from Japan in this heat and the very experienced ex-WCT competitor.
Let's get caught up with action during the break. And this is our veteran on the backhand, Bronte McCauley.
Wow, she whacks it, throws that board right up at the lip, and showing her intent in this heat from very early on. A 3-turn combo, Paul, rides out cleanly. In the last heat, there weren't many waves, and it was good that she got a wave of that magnitude right off the bat.
Take a look at the numbers from the panel. A blistering start for her, 7.83 for that. So a backhand attack, razor sharp as ever from Bronte. And her going right up through the scale here, close to that excellent range already in this heat. We're talking about participation she's already had on the championship tour. She's shown her quality, and this is CT level surfing here.
Absolutely. So just the rail, opens up her shoulders in order to get the maximum rotation out of that turn, straight into another one. As we've seen with the goofy footers so far throughout the event, getting nice rotation off the bottom, and if you can do it right, you can fit in 3 big turns in a very short space of time out there.
There's the spread from the panel. One judge going as high as 8.5 and real close to that excellent range. The average score for Bronte McCauley, who fell foul of the mid-season cut last year, 2022. A couple of thirds to finish off that first half of the season. Not good enough to make the cut. How's that vision as we see dolphins making their way through the lineup here at Surfers? A beautiful sight.
Yeah, for sure. You know, if all the tourists that come down to Ballito, they come here for visions like this. All the holiday snaps are often dolphins or videos of dolphins going past the lineup. It's a beautiful view. Emma, down in the Eastern Cape, where you're from, you also get a lot of dolphins in Jeffreys Bay. Do you see them every day like this?
Yeah, honestly, I actually had to kind of check my heart about a few years ago where, you know, you'd see dolphins and I'm like, oh no, they're taking the waves again, because you just get so used to surfing with so many dolphins, and, you know, a perfect set will be coming through and there's just like hundreds of dolphins coming right at you, and, you know, they're incredibly beautiful and it's like amazing sights, but you also don't want one to hit you because of how solid they are.
So Quadakuza's tourism built around exactly the vision you're seeing there on the screen, Paul. It's called the Dolphin Coast. So we're in the Quadakuza region. It's Ballito, and that's kind of why our visitors from all over the world come to this beautiful region.
All right, out the back, McCauley shifting a little wide here. Let's turn our attentions to Nanano Suzuki. So the youngster coming up against a big global name in professional surfing, with her work cut out already in this. That requirements, well, she's only got one wave really locked in, Bronte, so requirements aren't really it yet, but she'll certainly have heard the score come through. She'll be well aware of what she needs to do. And we talked about that young generation chasing down the big stars, and she's going to have to do some chasing here, but she'll be confident with her performances in the early rounds. We talked about there's a generation swirling around from Japan on the Women's Challenger Series. There's actually a bunch of them really close together down there in the 20s. There's a whole pack lurking, and Emma, a result here can really help you bust out of those 20s, get yourself in top 10 and ultimately top 5 conversation.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, with Ballito being the kind of mid-year stop of the Challenger Series, it's such a crucial event, and even more crucial for both these surfers, you know, kind of sitting at the same ranking going into this one. So I think it'll be a game changer if you get a good result here, and then, like you say, you can kind of start having that top 5 conversation.
I was watching how the competitors prepare for the heats, especially this one during our break there, Paul, and they've got into a nice rhythm in this event now, and you know, you don't want to mess with your preparation. They generally will write down their prep sort of the night before. They take the boards, they've got their wetsuits ready, and they'll go into a rhythm of what works for them, and you don't want to mess with that. The other very important thing, especially in the woman-on-woman heats here this morning, going on from the 4-man heats that we've seen in the rest of the event, is you research your competitor a little bit. So our young surfer here, Suzuki, would have researched little bits of where maybe chinks in Bronte McCauley's armor are, and she'll take advantage of that.
Here goes Suzuki swinging in, nice looking bowl for her, good hit, nice and vert, loads of speed to come out of the turn, quick snap and down the line, catches the outside rail, recovers well though, and she'll tap it to finish. And you see their little wry laugh from her at the end of that wave, but she did really well actually to hang on there and showing her quality. And although she hasn't got tons of experience, looks like she knows how to put together a wave.
Yeah, she was actually surfing out in that very strong onshore yesterday afternoon. She spent a couple of hours at Bog Bay on her own, being filmed from the beach, and just getting into the rhythm, preparing for this heat today. As we see a replay of that wave, I love her long drawn out bottom turn. That bottom turn and the speed generated from that helped her to capitalize on that first section, and a great opening turn there. And then almost a warble. There's, you know, with the leftover onshore, it's created a little bit of a bump out there. She doesn't come unstuck though, sort of just goes over that speed bump and manages to finish off the wave cleanly. Finishing off the wave this morning, or especially in these rounds, is absolutely critical, because the judges want a completion of ride.
Yeah, and I think that's why we saw a smile from her after she landed that closeout turn.
4.67 in for Suzuki. 4.67, a mid-range number, a reasonable effort, particularly with what the wave had on offer. She'll plod her way back to the peak here and look to go up the scoreboard, certainly coming up against someone who's just dropped almost an excellent number. Macaulay does have that experience from the championship tour. You can see these two, they're really close to each other. Identical results in the first two in Australia. After this one, third event, we'll have fewer surfers, you'd think, on similar points totals. Meanwhile, a bomb and paddling back towards the peak to make sure she gets on. Quick opening hit from Bronte, strong finish. She extends out the body just to make sure she hangs on there. So she'll certainly count that score at the moment as probably a backup number. Don't see it threatening the high 7, but still sharp surfing from her and having to think on her feet, do some readjusting into that final turn, Emma.
Yeah, I think she read that wave really well, because you can't really see on camera, but the waves today, I feel like if you almost go too hard on that first bottom turn on a wave that doesn't allow it, you completely miss that end section or hit a bit of a wobble. So I feel like the way she kind of cut it a bit short and then went for the closeout turn definitely helped.
I like how she used her compression going into those first two pumps on that wave to get a little bit of extra speed and launch herself into that section. She had to travel quite high to get up to the lip on that wave.
Suzuki here, nice looking wave. Look at this double up, and she goes and releases the tail, throws up arms straight into a bottom turn. That one's a touch soft from her. What she got for a finish, that's nice. She sits down a touch, but makes sure she gets completion on the third turn. So similar kind of rhythm to that wave as her opening score, or a major score, a high score of the 4.67, but a bit more juice in it as well. We'll have another look at this.
She's very light on her feet, and I like how she's she's busy on the wave, but without forcing the maneuvers, and looking so fluid through those turns, effortless on that end section. She's not forcing any part of that wave.
4.77 in for Bronte. Decent total by her thus far, and a number 4 Suzuki. It's a 5.5, it's all right. She's back in this contest now, 7.11, the requirement for her. Bronte Macaulay with a bit of a cushion thus far. We mentioned her. She's pinged around a bit between the Championship Tour and the Challengers, making semi-finals. We mentioned last year, twice before the cut. Prior to that, semi-finalist, but ultimately on that tour with so much talent and so relatively few places, it's like, whose spot you're going to take? There's already surfers of real quality up there, and so far Bronte unable to go deep into results throughout an entire season. That's why she's here on the Challengers right now, but pretty close last time around to miss that cut. And back on the Challengers, finding herself at venues she'll have had some experience at, but the other thing, of course, particularly with the surf we've had this year, quality venues at this one. So you're not back grinding it out in sloppy beach breaks. Certainly this year here in Ballito, you're talking about Championship Tour kind of waves, and it's those sort of performances that you're going to need to bring just to get qualification done and then survive on tour. Someone hoping to do that. Winner of the last heat, she's from South Africa, she's a quarter finalist. Let's go hear from Sarah Baum.
Sarah, I was a bit late for this interview because I had to actually give your father a resuscitation. That was a scary heat.
Oh, that's not how I want to surf heats. Yeah, I'm kind of just lucky that Ellie was a little off rhythm as well, so we're both just kind of all over the place. And yeah, you never want heats to go down like that. You want some proper scores on the board. Yeah, it was super clutch, and yeah, I'm stoked to make it through still.
Well, it was a tough heat. The good news is that you are through. You've passed that 9th place mark. Sitting in 8th place coming into the event, around 6,800 points. That 10,000 must be firmly in your sights now, because if you can get there, you are looking really solid for a qualification.
Yeah, no, I'm just, yeah, it's definitely in the back of my mind, but I'm trying to just acknowledge it and just trying to do the main job at hand. Take this next heat, quarterfinals, just, you know, surf how I want to surf, kind of take less pressure off myself. I put a little bit of pressure on myself just then, and yeah, I just want to go and surf. I just want to go and enjoy myself, enjoy the crowd that's down here, my parents, my family, everyone's down here. So yeah, I just want to take it all in.
Right, well, we are looking very forward to seeing you in the next round. I'm sure a bunch of the South Africans will be taking some Valiums.
Yeah, thanks so much for the support, guys.
Full squad to cheer on the efforts of Sarah Baum. So far, so good through to quarters. Looking at least an equal 5th here, possibly with a couple of more heat wins. A home win for her here in South Africa at Ballito. Let's see how that plays out. Looking to finals weekend this weekend. It's a Friday mid-morning in South Africa. You're checking out the CT pedigree of Bronte McCauley, whippy in the transition.
Yeah, I like how she's got a strong, powerful style on those backhand waves.
Emma, the way she came out of those turns with sort of venom and speed, no downtime at all, and judges not hesitating. Another massive number. It's identical to her previous score. Huge, 7.83 for Bronte.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking she's kind of just going into every turn with such a what looks like confidence, but I think also just such an experience to, you know, these events, and when some heats are kind of on and off, you know that you've just got to like go hard when you have the opportunity, and I feel like she's really done that. And I've also been really impressed with her, you know, her bottom turns, because I feel like even on her first wave, that first turn she did literally set her up for the rest of the wave.
Big score for her. A combo for the youngster Suzuki. She's in all sorts of trouble here. 14 minutes and around about 10 seconds to go to get 2 scores. She needs a couple of high 7s, couple of 8s, something of that order. Let's see how she goes about that. Off the bottom, really nice turn from her. The curse, as we call that one. It looked like she had that made. Wasn't loads else down the line as we see now on that wave. So pushing hard on that turn. That's what she's going to need to do, Mike.
Yes, Bronte's really putting the pressure on here, and once she would have heard that she's in combination situation, it's kind of like one of the toughest parts of a heat that you can be in, because you need 2 scores to get out and try and advance. And Bronte really using her years of experience here to just pour the pressure on this young junior. And Bronte at this point of the heat will be feeling pretty confident. So look how closely they're sticking together. Bronte using her priority to paddle in here.
Live action from the Western Australian off the bottom hard, clips one, throws up spray again, nice that board up, compresses the body and then swings the nose around back towards the beach here at Ballito. McCauley probably would have noticed that previous heat pretty slow and sluggish, and she just kind of forced herself, really imposed herself on the conditions out here, getting high 7s, finding real quality. It was another good wave for her. Meanwhile, the youngster, I'll have a little look around, not liking particularly what she saw. At least she'll snag priority. That's one thing she's got going. She needs to get herself a couple of big numbers here. We get another number in for Bronte McCauley. She drops a 7-1, so a really good score comes in. Doesn't need it. Let's get another look at this last effort from her. This just shows the type of form she's in.
Emma was talking about her bottom turn, and you know, the pedigree coming from the powerful waves of Western Australia has developed her surfing style, and she applies that here in this heat against the young Japanese surfer, and she's looking very confident, almost sort of looking a little bit more loose and fluid on every wave as she builds her confidence and momentum through the heat. I haven't seen a lot of full combination situations in the event so far. This is one of the first heats I've seen where it's a significant distance that the surfer in the lead has got herself here from the surfer in second in way second. And a tall order, she's going to need kind of like 2 8s or a 8.5 and a 7 to try and get out of this.
Emma, we need a master plan here. What does Suzuki do right now? She needs those couple of 8s. How does she find them, first of all?
Yeah, I think what goes through your head when you know, sitting in a convoed situation, you know, you don't want to go too much of the like, oh, well, let me just like go crazy and try to do what I can, because, you know, with these heats and this caliber of surfing that everyone can surf, there's still opportunity for you to actually replace the 2 wave scores you have. So I think it's a combination of, you know, go big, get excited, not almost get despondent, but then keep calm, because, you know, anything is possible, and we've seen that so much with surfing.
Yeah, the other point, of course, all of the burden of expectation, you would think that pressure would be with Bronte in this heat, expected to get out of this into the quarterfinals. At the moment, she's looking good towards doing that. She's got a couple of massive numbers. She's throwing away 7s with just over 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. A little peak will stand up here. Macaulay likes it. Here she goes, and slicing beyond vert, really, with that vertical stab. She's in scintillating form here. Pokes the nose on the second hit, but she is enjoying her backhand maneuvers. Judges are too, and that'll be a throwaway for her, but already doesn't need 7s that are raining down as she just attacks the lip here. She's looking really liberated as well. The equipment seems to be fitting these pockets really, really nicely, and that won't add to her total. Let's see if Suzuki can come back at her with about 10 minutes to go as we go to break. More live action for Ballito. We're picking quarter-finalists here on the Challenger Series. More live right after this. Welcome back to live coverage of the Challenger Series in South Africa. Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill on this beautiful stretch of coast in the Quadacooza region. Blue waters and pump and surf throughout a really enjoyable week so far. Heading into finals weekend. Who we like it for the quarters? Well, in this one, putting her hand up with a big statement performance already in this. The Western Australian already done a couple of laps of the championship tour herself, putting herself in contention to go deep into this event here with a couple of big 7.83s, identical high scores from her, throwing away a 7-1 and sharp on the tool, surfing with a bit of an extra speed, seems to have just a bit more quality so far in this one. We talk about Suzuki not necessarily feeling that pressure of a result here, and what she needs to do the rest of this, just get out there and surf. Don't think too much about where this is putting her. I'm not sure if she wrote down her goals at the start of the year. It maybe wasn't a qualification this particular year, so she's building up experience here, and what better way than seeing one of the greats do it firsthand, Bronte Macaulay. But right now, I don't think she'll be enjoying this masterclass. She'll just be looking to try and, first of all, Mike, break the combo.
I feel like Bronte Macaulay is steamrolling this heat at the moment. This is probably a heat with the most pressure applied on the surfer in second place. She's requiring 2 scores in the excellent range pretty much in order to advance out here. And if you look at Bronte's 2 waves, a 7.83 and another 7.83, even those 2 are not in the excellent range. So Suzuki will have to improve on both of Bronte's waves.
Let's have a look at those 7.83s.
So utilizing that power from Western Australia straight up at the lip, throwing a ton of spray in the air, quick into a whippy second turn. Now she adjusts to try and get that inside section. So 4 turns on that wave. Here's the second one, a little bit more foamy, a little bit more critical on both of those turns. Went up and flared it out on both of them. So the one wave was a bit bowly, the other one was a bit more of a closeout, and the judges rewarding Bronte with the same score on both of those.
Yeah, going right up the scale, close to that excellent range. You take what, she's got a bit more where that came from as well. If she gets herself a bomb, I wouldn't be surprised at all if she improves on that number. Eva Wong getting ready. She has been outstanding in the early rounds. We talk about the new generations, a couple of youngsters out in the water. Alyssa Spencer going great on the Challengers, 5th in the world coming into this event. Meanwhile, live action, Suzuki looking to break combo here. Late drop, swings off the bottom, holds that rail nicely. Quick clip of a snap, and then really late into the lip. She'll just ditch the board and get away. Meanwhile, behind, Macaulay digs in, up and riding on that inside rail, engaged, and into a steep section, bashes it, and gets a bit blown up, trying to stomp that turn through some violence in the form of whitewater. And these two really close to each other in terms of physical proximity, some distance in terms of the scoreboard. And when it's not your day, it's not your day. Just the way that whitewater works out means that Macaulay looks like she'll have a significant head start for snaffling priority.
I think, you know, with that wave, Suzuki had a wave, and as she finished the wave and looked up, Bronte was on another one. And that'll be another small psychological blow to her. Regains her surfboard, they duck under the whitewater, and then paddling out, another little blow. Bronte gets priority. So it's a very, very tall order here for a young Japanese surfer with 5 minutes on the clock. Bronte just hammering this heat, steamrolling the young junior, and she'll be feeling super confident at the moment. And you know, she's been on tour for such a long time. She probably can draw from so many experiences being in the lead and understanding on how to put this pressure and keep applying it.
Yeah, Emma, we've been talking about the experienced campaigners, the established surfers, the real huge names in women's surfing, and that chasing pack. And it has been quite hard last couple of seasons for some of the fresh talent to make it stick. I think of the likes of Gabriella Bryan just getting it done last year. Last gasp really in Western Australia, making the cut. This year, surfers like Caitlin Simmers getting on tour, getting the qualification done emphatically, but also then not just surviving. She's a contender. She's a top 5 contender. And I wonder, some of that young generation and the surfers chasing down by the challengers can take quite a bit of heart from Katie's story.
Yeah, I think we heard in Sally's interview the other day, she was saying she's actually feeding off the younger generations, whether it's their performance or what they're kind of bringing to the table, which was actually really cool to hear from someone like Sally, who's been around for so long. And I think with surfing, and I guess any sport, it's incredible when someone just breaks ground, whether they're the youngest or you know, kind of new on the scene, and then what that does for so many other surfers mentally, it's pretty amazing.
We do have a really deep talent pool, just knocking on that door, hoping to bust it down from the women in the Challenger Series. 5 spots up for grabs. You're going to see the number 5 on this Challenger Series in the next heat, Alyssa Spencer. She's been close the past couple of seasons, real close towards a qualification spot. She certainly have her laser beam sort of targeted on going deep into this one. The Ballito Pro at the moment. Macaulay looking good so far in this for a quarterfinal position. The youngster Suzuki out of Japan finds herself a little opportunity here. Doesn't have priority. She'll throw that one away. Scrambling out the back meanwhile for position. We'll just stick with vision of Suzuki making her way back out, and she's rolled the dice since that second 783 came through. It's a 6 wave, I think, for Suzuki, and they've all been pretty small numbers, but that's the name of the game here. She's got to keep surfing, Mike.
Yeah, she has to. She would probably take a lot of experience out of this heat, rewatch the heat over a couple of times to perhaps analyze where she may have gone wrong, where she could have got the better of Bronte. But I think, you know, Bronte had that 783 on the board early in the heats, and the first couple of waves of Suzuki were a 1.5 and a 0.37. So I feel like within the first 2 to 3 minutes of this heat, psychologically, Bronte had the upper hand.
Yeah, and I think you can kind of see when, with surfing, especially when you start getting frantic and chasing scores and slightly stressed, you can really see it in your surfing. Whereas the difference with Bronte, you can see she's confident and calm, and yeah, you can actually just see it in her surfing, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much a mistake-free performance from Bronte. As opportunities came to her, she absolutely took them. Built herself a solid platform for quarters. Plenty of swell left in this ocean. We're on the other side of, well, a big one 2 days ago. Solid 10 feet by the afternoon. Bigger, maybe. Loads of energy from that long period. That swell's dialed back to much more kind of manageable type of conditions on this bank. Our tides are really favourable as well now. So the high's happening in the morning. So maybe don't expect the earliest of dawn starts, but we can use throughout that ebbing tide all the way through the low and then possibly back on the flooding tide as well. The wind generally coming up in the afternoon, so this stage early morning into mid-morning certainly seems to be the peak of the conditions thus far, but throughout these rounds, throughout the heats, never really seeing any of those really low scoring heats. There's always opportunity out there, and key ingredient for the surf contest, guess what? Surf.
Yeah, I think throughout the morning, Sarah Baum, the local girls' heat, was probably the slowest in terms of waves. But if you look at this one, we've had 9 waves for our Japanese surfer, and we've had 8 waves for Bronte, so plenty paddling opportunities out there. And I think Suzuki will just have to take this and learn from this heat in the end.
A little bit of mercy being shown here. It's probably the first time in this event the surfer with priority isn't sitting on the surfer chasing a score. That Bronte McCauley realises that there's not going to be 2 8s come through for Suzuki in the next 30 seconds. So she's actually given her a bit of space there and a chance for Suzuki to debrief with her corner crew and look back at this. She's not really done loads wrong, to be honest. She caught inferior waves in the opening exchange and came up against someone who's in good form, and sometimes you just have to doff your hat, doff the cap and say, well done, Bronte McCauley.
Absolutely. You know, Suzuki would have taken inspiration from the likes of Katie Simmers winning the event in Brazil the other day, and these juniors are right there at the door ready to burst through, and it's going to happen. But if the experienced competitors have anything to do with it, they want to keep that door a little bit shut for now.
Got a statement performance from McCauley. She's our first surfer in the 4th quarter final. Who's she going to face? Find out when we come back from break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers. It's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an event tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team-building destination. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
Bangers on the Changers as some big heats deliver on expectation. Bronte McCauley just stoking out the fans there after a big performance. Couple of high 7s, close to the 8s for 2 identical high scores and a solid win through to quarters onwards and upwards for her. Meanwhile, the last heat of this round, heat 8. Let's check out the youngster, Ava Wong, coming in here from Hawaii, 50th in the Challenger Series. Alyssa Spencer, the American, ranked number 5, strong result from her in Australia. Good performance in the juniors at this very wave last week as well. And a great looking heat. Here to join me, Paul Evans, talking you through it, Mike Fruit and Emma Smith. And we talk about the youngsters, and we've had some of those generational clashes. We've got 2 youngsters right here, but Alyssa Spencer will feel the more senior in terms of experience at this level, Mike.
Yeah, we've already seen Alyssa Spencer in action this year at the Pipeline event, and we've also seen her have a CT appearance at the Surf Ranch Pro, and she has had that little bit of heat experience at the very, very top echelon of professional surfing. Eva Wong has come in. She has this the same sort of talent, but perhaps hasn't had the opportunity to showcase that and gain the experience like Alyssa has. I've actually really been looking forward to this heat. I was watching Alyssa during some of the free surfs in the very, very big surf we had earlier in the week, and she was charging those lefts.
Having a look here is Spencer. She's in a deeper position. She'll get first shot in this. Clicks up a first turn and another. Set up one for her. And then prods the bottom turn. And winds up the windows a touch. It was a slightly kind of stiff feel to that wave just to open up. Meanwhile, right behind her, here goes Wong, sluicing off a rail. Nice snap. She recovers it well, and she'll also snaffle priority. So nicely done by Eva Wong, who's been outstanding in the bigger conditions in the early round. The way she was taking on that outside section, no holds barred approach. And she's been really, really good value for her heat wins and her advances so far, Emma, but she's got a real tough heat with Alyssa.
She does, but she's been on fire in the last few days, and I think it was a nice start to the heat where you get a really nice turn in front of your competitor and then still manage to jump off and get back out before them for priority.
Mr. Spencer gets a modest number, 267 dropping in. Let's see where Eva Wong's first one goes in that opening encounter. Let's see who landed the first blow. Spencer having another look there. Number in, 383. So slightly better for Wong. She's also got priority though. She does look like to have a real good read on this lineup from her time spent here so far in Ballito. She's been finding the bombs. Let's get another look at this start from Alyssa Spencer.
No problem going through those chops on the wave and lines up that last turn. And she takes the experience of all the heat surfed through the junior event and into the Challenger Series. Behind her, Eva up and riding. Lovely little carve there, but a much smaller wave. You're going to definitely have to get the sets in order to progress through these heats here, Paul.
Here she goes again, taken off on a ledgy looking section. Look at the speed off the bottom. There's a nice hit from her, just collects it. And then into another steep section, a real quick snap from her. And a nice turn to finish as well. That wave just getting ever steeper and steeper as she surfed it, and she had to kind of continually adjust her line. She did it really well.
Yes, the first section of that wave after the first turn, I thought we were done. And she actually gave the rail a little pump, put her foot on the accelerator, and managed to get around the section and bank another 2 turns. So that'll be a good score to go onto her scorecard for the heat so far. I like how she took that speed, projected it into the next 2 turns, and a well-rounded wave there with 3 maneuvers, plenty for the judges to digest.
Yeah, and this was a nice looking wave. It's definitely the better wave in the set. I feel like she did really well to do that first turn and then still come around and then reads it so well at the end there. And yeah, this wave is a lot bumpier and heavier than it looks, so she did really well to get through that with speed and fit in 3 turns.
That one was a runner, and she matched the speed. 6.5 drops for Eva Wong. A decent score for her, so getting the best of these opening counters certainly is the young Hawaiian. And she'll plod back towards the peak here where Alyssa Spencer will be holding it down with priority and waiting to make her next move. But a good way to bash out 6. And impressive to see her get back on the accelerator between those turns. Have to adjust with that middle turn. Always thinking about the finishing section. A lot of points have come there throughout this event. Do have the chance to do it with one big hit out the back as well. American crew will watch on, see how this one plays out. But already Eva Wong with that 6.5 in the bag, that's going to settle things down right now. Alyssa Spencer coming in here with a bit of expectation now, a bit of a target on her. You're coming in 5th, so you're currently occupying a spot that would see you qualify for the championship tour if this was, after all, 6 events. And she'd be hoping to go certainly towards finals day and improve on her position. Quarterfinals will get you equal 5th. See her sitting there in 5th place. 2 surfers still going in the quarters ahead of her, Sally and Bella. And Sarah Baum, who we just saw squeak through a tough heat. So 4 of the top 10 at the moment still alive before we get into quarterfinals. Can Alyssa Spencer earn herself a spot in the quarter? Plenty of time left in this, 21 minutes, 40 seconds.
Both of these juniors actually surfed in the World Junior Championships to open the year. And so they've been competing against each other, not just at the junior level, but in WQS level, Challenger Series level, and of course Alyssa Spence has been featured in 2 of the World Championship Tour events this year. So wow, they've got so many heats already on the on their statistics just from 2023, and it's great to see this battle of the junior match up here at the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, it is, and we talk about some of that hype with Alyssa Spencer as well. She's been very highly rated, but I really like Eva Wong's approach. I don't think she'll be bothered at all by the fact she's coming up against the number 5. I think she'll see that as a massive opportunity here. And it's another one of those names that we're kind of uncovering really through Challenger Series. If you're from outside the region, you haven't seen loads of her compete, checking her out on the Challenger Series, I tell you what, she looks very much like she can keep this sort of company.
Ewa is here with her mom. Her mom traveled with her to South Africa. She's been in the competitors area, and the 2 of them have just sort of sat on their own, aside from all the noise and everybody else, just very, very focused on what's going on out there and quietly observing where the sections of the wave are. She's had some good input from Ezekiel Lau and Keanu Singh and Cheyenne Crawford, giving her tips and soaking it all in and applying it while she's out there in the water. And it seems to be working, because in the lead with the highest single wave score of the heat so far. And just sort of thinking to the start of that last heat, this heat been a little bit slower again by comparison.
Yeah, interesting this one, Emma, isn't it? I think that priority with Alyssa Spencer, she needs to find herself a number, but she's also got to make the decisions here, right? When you're with priority, it feels like more of a significant wave that you take next. When you don't have priority, you can just paddle around, maybe don't even need to think quite so much. You can almost just use that kind of physical energy to scratch around. But right now, Alyssa Spencer, 10 minutes gone, hasn't got anything on the board, just a 2 so far. And also with that priority for quite a long time and nothing really quality coming through, is she going to get rattled?
Well, I mean, Alyssa is such a strong competitor, and I know she has a lot of experience in this position. But yeah, I think I agree with the priority situation. You know, when you get to that certain stage where you feel like you've been holding it for so long, you almost start overthinking what you're going to catch and what you're going to do. And then when you see someone scratching under you the whole time, you almost like wonder, should I be going on those? Should I get in on those? But yeah, as we can see, I think she's held on to it for a while, but she definitely has the mental strength to keep calm, and we know that she can get the score.
Getting dragged a little wide there, this pair. They'll head their way back more to sort of legitimate peak out here at Surfers. See where opportunities come in for both young surfers. The Goofy Spencer with priority, and looking to go to quarterfinals here and carry a really strong run in the Southern Hemisphere at the start of the Challenger Series in Australia. Going great over there and showing us exactly why she's been showing that sort of pedigree in the qualification situation last couple of years. She's been real close to that. This time she's built herself a platform really early on in the season. And a platform in this event at Ballito. Quarters are awaiting the winner of this clash at the moment. It's gone a little quiet now, so just 3 waves ridden in 12 minutes. The better of them there with Eva Wong right now. The 6.5 feels pretty hefty. And that nagging mental noise for Alyssa Spencer sitting there with priority for a long time. That'll maybe just get a little louder, although she hasn't really had to make any decisions, has she? She's just sat there really and waiting for opportunity. Someone that made smart decisions, showed us great surfing, was Bronte McCauley. She's standing by for a debrief with Kai.
Bronte, we're having a little chat waiting before we came to the interview, and you were saying it was quite interesting, the heat before you, just an absolute shocker, but then just turned on again on the bank for you guys.
Yeah, the heat was pretty slow before mine, so yeah, I definitely wanted to get 2 waves quickly, but I was pretty stoked that Sarah Baum got through. She's like the local here, and she's one of my good friends, so I was kind of pretty happy about that.
Well, you've got to be pretty happy about getting through your heat. Now you're into the quarters. Not a great start on the Challenger Series. Obviously, you did really well as the wild card at your home break in West Oz, though. So do you feel like you're kind of getting your momentum going now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I guess I started off as bad as I possibly could, so can only really go up from here. So yeah, I've just really enjoyed the trip. It's just such a it's just so easy here. Like, you can walk everywhere, walk to the surf, walk to the shops, and it's been pretty uncrowded down the beach. So I've been able to free surf a lot, and yeah, regardless of what happens, I've had a pretty good trip. But yeah, definitely excited to surf the next round.
What would you say is your favorite thing about Ballito?
I feel like the seafood's really good. Been eating at like a few seafood restaurants, and I've had these like queen prawns that have been like unbelievable. So yeah, probably the food.
I think that's a common answer. We're looking forward to seeing you in the quarters.
Yeah, thanks so much. Cheers.
Good stuff there from Bronte McCauley, enjoying her time here in Ballito as we see Alyssa Spencer back on the tools here. Nice whipping vertical turn from her. We're looking into this from down the beach, and we'll see her finish off and just kind of chopping really the upper part of that wave to get the turn done. Maintains the pretty low, slightly safe stance for the finish. Let's see where this one goes. Number-wise, she's waited a long time, Mike, for that wave.
Yeah, she waited a very long time, almost 16 minutes or so to pull the trigger. And I would call that a mid-range wave. I think she probably felt a lot of pressure to go and just to get something on the board. So it takes off. The bottom turn was really drawn out, and I don't feel like she really capitalized on that pocket that was available on the first turn. She didn't go quite to the top of the wave, and then finishing it off, she also didn't go quite to the top of the second turn either.
Couple of crisp hits though there, Emma, with some speed as well, throwing a bit of spray. An important number for her.
Yeah, I think sometimes what goes through your mind in a heat is you almost want to, when you've kind of been in the back foot of the heat, you want to get a wave where you feel like you're getting a bit of the job done. And I mean, we know what she can do, and I feel like that wave, she surfed it pretty smart, and I wouldn't say safe, but I feel like she definitely got a bit of that job done to get the ball rolling, and you'll probably see that after that she'll kind of keep building.
One of our first quarter finalists, Sally Fitzgibbons. We know all about her, three-time runner-up to the world title, number 2 in the world. And that great run from her happened on the championship tour as a perennial contender for the world title. Finds herself back in the Challengers, trying to head back to the championship tour. She's going all right so far. She's ranked number 2 on the Challenger Series, coming out of Australia into South Africa. She's to the quarterfinals. She's got a tough one. Hinsvani Fierro went to the excellent range yesterday on the backhand. Here's Spencer. We're still waiting for her previous number. And this one's got a bit of a crease in it. She'll go the high road, and a quick snap straight from takeoff from her. So 2 numbers due in now for Alyssa Spencer. The one previous will be a crucial number. It's going to be a solid number as well. It's going to get her right back in this heat. 6-2-3, so slightly under the high score from Eva Wong. But a good way to get back into this, and that's going to feel a whole lot better. She waited an eternity for that, Mike.
She sure did, and the score, although not quite to the requirement and with one still to drop in, if it's a very important second score to come there, because if that's enough, she could snatch that lead, and we'll wait for that second score to come in. But the judges rewarding her with those turns, as Emma said, they were clean turns, perhaps not right up in the pocket and at the lip, but it was enough to get a mid-range score on the board and back in the heat, more importantly.
So this young woman here, Eva Wong, now still in the lead right now, but a little bit of a momentum swing in the form of that good score from Spencer. The requirement comes right down to a 4-1-1. There's her mum checking things out. Looks like she's feeling every bit of tension right now, as high stakes on the Challenger Series and uncomfortable viewing always seems to be much easier to be actually out there in the arena doing it than watching someone you care about a lot. But it can be painful viewing, but obviously elation if you get the right result. She looks very calm and composed though, Eva Wong. She's out there being patient, or at least from here she looks like she's pretty calm. She is in the lead in this heat at the moment, but Alyssa Spencer has come back at her. It's been a slow start to this. We're looking for our final quarter finalist, just under 12 and a half on the clock. More live action from the Challenger Series in Ballito real soon.
What do you think is at the deepest part of the core of a competitive surfer that makes them want to continue to push towards being better?
For me, I'm such a competitive person that I have so much drive that comes off of, I guess, the wins and the losses. When I lose out in a heat, you know, all the work that I've put in, I'm just like, oh, like I want it so bad, and like I'm always so fired up to, you know, keep working hard and want to just keep working towards my goal until I can get there. I don't know, I guess like the wins and the losses both drive me really hard to want to keep working and want to keep getting better, and also seeing, you know, the girls around me pushing the level. Someone like Caitlin Simmer, seeing her qualify and win a tour event, it really pushes me to want to keep working. And when I see her do that, I'm like, oh, like I could do that too. You just gotta keep working until you get there.
In the lineup with Dave Proden, WorldSurfLeague.com, or in that particular case, Mitchell Salazar and Alyssa Spencer, giving some insights into what makes her tick. What makes her tick in competition is get points from judges. You need more in this, under 10 to go in this. Looking for not a big number, 4-1-1. She's got priority, so bit of a mistake during that cross from Eva Wong, who surrendered it meekly for a small throwaway. And now priority back with Alyssa Spencer. Can she turn the screw here? She's got an opportunity. This one standing up and shelving on the sandbar, and it just left her high. Couldn't get in. You see that water drawing off the bank. Meanwhile, an opportunity for Wong here. She's got some speed, a weird section. She has to cut that turn short, almost stops completely, and then goes over the falls.
Yeah, I don't think that combination will factor into the heat. Alyssa Spencer, as she paddled for that and she didn't catch the wave, I thought, oh, she's lost priority here. But then Eva got a wave, and Alyssa will be back in priority. So I think maybe she'll be a little relieved of the way that sort of last 30 seconds played out. She's still in priority, so a deep breath, and at 9 minutes on the clock, she can still look at taking the seat.
No action. Here goes Spencer. A little elevator drop in, and it's a quick swing to an exit from her. So unable to capitalize, and after a really slow start now, kind of a nervy sort of beginning of the end of the heat, really. We're inside the final 9 minutes, and it's been a couple of missteps from everyone as we see throwaways, a pair of each since their last scoring rides for both of our surfers. Bit of a spread in the lineup as Wong heads herself back up the point here. She'll have second priority underneath Alyssa Spencer, still looking for that 4-1-1. She's been chasing that for a while now, and this one has been really starved of opportunity in terms of waves ridden. A little bit of a flurry at the beginning, a busy start, and then just went really quiet for most of it. It has been Spencer with priority almost for the entire heat, really. And Eva Wong's 6-5 will start to feel like quite a long time ago now, Mike.
If Eva takes the win here, it'll be a massive confidence booster for her, because coming into this heat, Alyssa Spencer ranked 5th on the Challenger Series rankings, and Eva was 50th. And, you know, going into it, she would have felt a bit of pressure. Alyssa's seen a lot of the media limelight this year. She's been showcased and elevated because of some of her performances. And I think Eva, even coming into this entire event, maybe a little bit of a dark horse. And she's having a great run so far. She's quietly getting on with the work. As I say, she hasn't been making a lot of noise, sitting quietly on the side in the competitors area there with her mom, just observing and looking at what needs to be done to take the wins.
Yeah, it's amazing what a bit of confidence does. I think before anyone has like a massive break in their surfing, they've just had that one contest that kind of gives them that confidence boost. And I was even talking to Daniel Emsley, our South African, who's done so well this event. He was like just so relieved to have that confidence boost, because, you know, the whole year he felt like he just was losing more and more confidence. So yeah, gaining confidence in your surfing, I think, is pretty crucial.
A bit of motion out there at the back. That's what we want here. We need some waves to this one. Been a bit wave starved. Wong, I want to see her surf more. The 6-5 from her was good early on. She needs more waves. Fierro taking it in. She's got a tough heat first quarter, taking on Sally Fitz. Only Ferrero, as we've discussed, recently qualified for Olympics next year. At home for her in Tahiti. She's not thinking about that right now. She's thinking about Challenger Series points, rankings. Championship Tour qualification is the glittering prize come the end of the season here. And this will be a conclusion of Ballito, the midway point in that season. 6 event, 4 results counting, 2 good results counting for this woman thus far. Alyssa Spencer did well in Australia, and it's not a big number, the 4.11. But she's been sitting there for a while in something of a becalmed ocean. A couple of quick throwaways for her. She might be tempted here. Just a little look around. You can see, when you see that head on a swivel, generally speaking, maybe just a little unsure as exactly where you are, and particularly with a number like a 4, which is not a big requirement. It can be a bit in between waves. She's going to use priority here. Alyssa Spencer up and riding off the bottom. Nice looking bowl. Massive hit from her. Really big spray. And another one. Tags it hard. Really nice combo of turns.
Those were the 2 turns of the heat for me so far. That first one was lovely. By comparison to a previous wave where she didn't quite go up to the top of the wave and hit it, that one she absolutely smashed both of those turns. Adjusted the bottom turn to really get up there. Board coming out the water on both of the turns.
Meanwhile, right behind her is a bomb here for Wong. What she got for us, tons of speed. Deals with an opening running section and then into the lip, up and over it, and disappears. She needed to stick that to stay with Spencer when this next score comes in, and it will be an incompletion. And she'll also want to get a bit of a hustle back to the lineup, see where she can get in the priority chat possibly. But a disappointing look on her face, and her, well, late to mid-morning might get slightly worse when this score comes through for Alyssa Spencer. She's due a big number here, Emma.
Yeah, I think Alyssa's wave, it just looked a lot more like herself, which I think she did really well under such pressure. And you can actually see, I feel like after this first turn, she almost looked relieved, and then went into the final turn with just like such confidence and power. And yeah, I really like that wave.
Yeah, big turns from her, big aggression, the spray as well. Judges like it. It's excellent. 8.17 for Spencer, and finally can actually just exhale in this heat. She's been kind of chasing it from the very get-go out here, and just showing the mental strength she's got to hang on in essentially and just drill a couple of big backhand hits. 8.17 is a massive number, and a great shot through to the quarters now. We'll set up a final 3 minutes and 40 odd seconds, and it's Spencer with priority and that lead. Eva Wong, she's been asked a question right now, and she's on the wrong side, Mike, of a 7.91.
Yeah, the requirement really, suddenly the entire heat just flipped on its head on just one wave, and here's that 8.17. That extra little bump in the wave there actually gave her a bit extra speed going up after that bottom turn. It holds up nicely on the bank, and she goes straight up at the lip, almost flaring the tail out. And you can see from her body language, just look at the way she jumped off her previous waves compared to that, and you can see she actually just looks a lot happier with the wave. And as you said, Emma, her surfing more like how we used to seeing her surf, not sort of holding back there.
Yeah, inside 3 minutes now. Eva Wong, if and when she goes to look back on this, if she isn't to make it out, of course she's still got time here. Might just root some decisions she's made with priorities. Actually twice she had priority and surrendered it back without adding any points. Couldn't get out the ones, and that meant that when that wave came through, you saw how close Eva was. That could have been her wave. Well, all of that is hypothetical. It was priority with Spencer, and she smashed that thing a couple of times on the backhand. Judges rewarding that big time, and right now stamping that authority on this heat. Great chance here at quarterfinals. That's equal fifth or better for her on an already solid Challenger Series campaign. Couple of sets and waves in between ones really will spin through. Might be a chance for Wong here. It's an inside wave. She knows there's not a lot on that, realizing that didn't have a high 7 on it. That's the number she needs. What sort of wave is she going to look for here, Mike?
She's going to have to find an insider, because I think with Alyssa Spencer's experience, she's going to apply incredible pressure. So contrasting to that last year where Bronte McCauley left Suzuki, she just left her alone. Here, we've got Alyssa. She's going to really have to apply the screws on Eva with the priority in order to keep her off anything, that's going to possibly get that 7.91. So only one wave. There's only going to be one opportunity with 90 seconds on the clock. Most likely not enough time to catch 2 waves. So whatever she does manage to catch, if she catches one, it's all on the line here. Incredible how this heat has swung. Eva was dominating until the last 9 minutes, And the pressure really was on Alyssa, and she's completely flipped it.
Opportunity here for Eva Wong. What she got on the inside, off the bottom. That's really nice. Big snap with speed and another nice hit. And she sits it down and sits off the tail of the board. That won't be a high 7. She set herself up with the first turn. She was definitely surfing up the score of the wave. You saw that from the attack. That's what she needed. Going up close to excellent. And that's the right tactics, just the slightly wrong execution. Pushing hard on the second maneuver. It'll be an incompletion for her. And Alyssa Spencer's position will be probably watching from out the back, and maybe a little bit of relief as she saw the incomplete final maneuver. Let's get another look at what happened.
I felt like she surfed this wave more aggressively than she surfed the rest of the waves in the heat, and maybe just a little bit too late in terms of turning up the aggression and the fire.
Well, it's going to be inconsequential, but you had a feeling she was on her way there after that first venomous strike with the tail of the board through the lip. Couldn't get the second turn done, and counting down, she's not going to get back in the lineup here. Just a couple of seconds on the clock. And Alyssa Spencer, there's different ways of doing it. You can build a platform early in heat. She was on the ropes a bit there in that one. Had some mental questions asked of her. And a good way to reply is with an excellent number. That's what she did, smashing her way into quarterfinals. The impressive role in 2023 on the challenges for Alyssa Spencer continues. Thanks, Emma, for joining us in the studio for the call. We're going to bring in Giggs and Kai. After this break, we'll be right back with women's quarterfinals from Ballito.
I'm taking a step back
and moving the whole sports world forward.
Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human. Pause is power.
Beautiful Ballito for the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Stop 3 of 6 unfolding here in beautiful east coast of South Africa. Giggs Saliers alongside Kai Linder for the call as we've been breaking the numbers down all week. And of course now, Kai, we're through that round of 16. We have established our woman in the draw, and it is quarterfinals time here in Ballito.
Yeah, and it's been a little up and down morning. We saw 1 or 2 heats sort of get the wobbles, and particularly Sarah Baum, the South Africans heat. But then in the last 2 heats, we've seen some cracking scores.
Well, 2 big names in women's surfing duking it out here in this quarterfinal clash. We welcome you to Ballito late morning here as we get quarterfinals underway. Someone that is a household name in the sport, Sally Fitzgibbons, finds herself in 2023 not surviving the mid-season cut at the championship tour level. And she is rolling her sleeves up and having a go against the emerging world's talent. And if one of those flag bearers is Viana Ferro, she'll be in the blue. And we welcome you to the first waves of the quarterfinals.
Nice looking bowl to start things off. Beautiful little wrap back into the pocket. Got a little, another sort of check turn, had to go to the Huntington hop, but got the closeout turn. And then getting this one just as we came back, had to really paddle into that one. Lovely little jab off the top. Came around the section for a second, and then getting the third. A little bit of style out, and obviously making the move also to a new surfboard brand. She's on the TNCs now, and I have to say, Gigs, those boards are looking great under Sally's feet.
Well, tracking both athletes as they negotiate through the impact zone here. Waves strong and powerful as it has been all week here in Ballito. And, well, strong, as we mentioned, the whitewater just rolling through here from that big swell of yesterday. And it is giving surfers opportunities.
Well, that first turn great from the young Tahitian, and then backed up a second wave, kind of wonked out a bit, but most of the work done on the outside for the first turn. A 4.9, and on that one, she would have had the local family, the Bells, going crazy.
Yeah, both quarterfinalists into the action early on. We're barely 4 minutes into this, and Sally Fitzgibbons has pulled the trigger 3 times and accumulating a quick score of a 5.83 as a highlight so far. So quick momentum build. Both surfers showing that experience. The younger Vayen Ferro, of course, a 4.9. So it's game on here in quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, and a nice quick start, Gigs. I mean, Sally got into the action before we even came back from the break with a 3.83, and then as we came back in, built it to a 5.83. So she's sitting on just under a 10 total. I mean, she certainly want to improve on the 3.83 especially. The 5.83 could be a good backup in the scoring system today. But Vahin is definitely going to be looking to improve on that first wave. But loads of potential for scoring in that surfing she was doing. Really looking electric on the backhand.
Well, Sally Fitzgibbons, 32 years of age, comes here to Ballito, sitting right at the top end of the Challenger Series rankings. You see there now an opportunity for her to perhaps go to number 1 with her consistency. Of course, making finals days at both of the first stops in Australia. And, well, the worst she can do here is an equal 5th as she is aiming for finals day tomorrow. It's women's quarterfinals. And, of course, flip side of the discussion, Vian Ferro also making the quarterfinals. In fact, they did meet in a quarterfinal in that very first one at Snapper Rock. Sally Fitzgibbons getting the better of that encounter. So perhaps chance for Vian Ferro to get her own back, and she'll have that opportunity. But a priority at play, Sally Fitzgibbons will just do the block.
I think that was a little bit of mental sparring there from the experienced surfer. I don't think that wave was particularly looking too tasty, but she had the priority. Sometimes that, like you say, it's just mental sparring. She's just getting inside the head of the younger surfer.
We've seen some great stories unfolding this morning as we took the field of 16 women remaining and cut it in half. There were some great challenges that came out of the lineup. We got some good stuff out of, we got to drill into quite a lot of that mental headspace process during the morning's heats.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols, she definitely came with a couple of head games. We saw the heat after. I think Sarah Baum also got in on the action there. A very low scoring affair, but you saw her just doing some maneuvers in and out and around her competitor. And you know, they don't call it the grind for nothing, Gigs. This is the Challenger Series. It's all on the line. You want to get to the championship tour, you've got to use every single tool in the box.
Well, all the experience and about 8 years difference between them. Sally Fitzgibbons, as we mentioned, 32 years of age. Fayan Ferro, been around for a while already. She's at 24 years of age, and that's a good sparky turn in the lip. And as I say that, Sally Fitzgibbons will just disappear. Tide dropping out this morning, about an hour still of water to go out in the lineup in Ballito. Second wave of the set's going to offer a pocket for Vayen Ferro to snap into. There's that fragmented swell we spoke about. Some of the end sections just not allowing surfers to capitalize. And, well, we'll see where the scoreline goes with that one. Meanwhile, it will be a second counting ride for now, and with 2 waves apiece, we can really start making the comparisons.
Yeah, Vahin is going to get back out into the lineup first, though. She's going to retain priority, which is a big bonus in these conditions. I think for the Tahitian, both of her waves really strong first turns, especially now on the one we're waiting on the score for. She just needs to find a wave that's going to give her maybe another section to really go to town on, and she's going to drop some big scores. When we get to the replay, though, you're going to see the bottom turn on this girl. Watch this bottom turn, Gigs. Just leans into it and absolutely whips it off the top. Gets another nice, strong little whip off the top before the bump got to her. And more importantly, she saw Sally there in front of her, so she got out the back again to retain the priority.
Well, judges just having a look at the replays themselves. Critical turns on the backhand for Vian. Of course, we've already seen her showcased last year, that wildcard invitation to a home break of Chopu. Smashed through the field, a third place at the CT level, at a place that's going to host the Olympics, and a confirmed Olympian will take the lead in this heat. Vian Ferro, 5.83, adds to her scoreline. So here's the interesting comparison. Both of them owning exactly the same score for their individual best waves thus far.
Yeah, the 5.83. So it's going to be a tight heat. They've all been tight, really. We haven't seen any real shutdowns, and she's already back up in action. So there again, a nice strong turn. Had to almost straighten the body on the exit, and now looking for the closer and just not going to find that lip line, Gigs.
No, she's not. As we go under 21 minutes to go. She was first back out there, got the priority, keeps the rhythm going. 5 waves already in the lineup for Sally Fitzgibbons. That was wave 3 for Vian Ferro. And while the judges ponder that set of numbers, let's go down and hear from Alyssa Spencer, who found some excellent scores in the lineup. Well, let's go down and hear from her.
Alyssa, I feel like I was stressed in that heat. It was so close, and you managed to keep your cool and then get an excellent score. Kind of what was going through your mind, and how did you keep your mind?
Yeah, it was definitely a tough heat. Eve is such an amazing surfer, and I knew she was definitely capable of dropping big scores out there. So when I was sitting behind in the heat and needed a 4 to get into second, or get into first, I knew that I wanted to wait for a good wave and not kind of just scavenge around for the 4, because I knew that Eve could easily drop a big score. So once I got that 8, I was really happy, but yeah, it was definitely a close heat.
Yeah, and you've obviously been to South Africa a few times. We saw you in J-Bay just before that. What do you love most about South Africa?
Yeah, this is honestly one of my favorite places in the world, and I don't know, I think I just love the culture and the people and just the atmosphere around here. The energy is amazing, so yeah, I've really been enjoying my time.
Amazing. Well, we're happy to have you here, and good luck for the quarters.
Well, bringing consistency to the Challenger Series in 2023, Alyssa Spencer on her hunt for perhaps a Ballito title. She will be back with us in the quarterfinals as she got rid of Eva Lealua Wong. Let's have a look at this moment from Sally Fitzgibbons.
Wow, she did so well to get down the line and up and over that section. And just, that was a heavy one.
That was a low tide wamper at Ballito. Meanwhile, further down the beach, Vian Ferro will sting it in the pocket again. She found a 5.83 and continues her momentum. In fact, she's found a 5.93 as well. So a little bit of a momentum build here for the young Tahitian goofy footer. And not intimidated by taking on Sally Fitzgibbons in this quarterfinal clash.
Not at all, but we've seen this from Vaheen so many times. She is young, but she's a fearsome competitor. And if I go back to the ladies' heats at Pipeline this last year, she was she didn't really care who was in her heat. If it was Carissa Moore or Sophie Bell, her friend, she just was so focused on getting waves, and she would just paddle over everyone. So she's a really, really tough competitor. And you see a lovely first turn. I just really like how she gets into the bottom turn on the backhand as well. Pity she couldn't get the third one though. That would have really put the exclamation marker on it. But scores are coming in. The judges liking what they're seeing. Aggressive, connected surfing.
It's quarterfinal action at the Ballito Pro, and both ladies are hammering away in the Ballito lineup. A lovely end section for Sally Fitzgibbons to smash into, and she'll perhaps be bringing her best number now. Judges pondering, and yes, it is going to be Vian Ferro's best number yet, the wave previous, the 7-pointer. So the heating up of the heat, the momentum's continuing. 17:25 on the clock, and we'll stand by for a score from Sally. But the ladies are putting foot in the corner and hitting the gas.
It's getting hot in here.
Let's make a comparison, Kai. The 5.93 earlier and then the 7. Let's look at her banking scores.
Well, you see here, nice little whip. A little bit loose on the exit on that one. And the second turn in a bit of a wobble section. So it was a bit of a slower wave. Now we're going to look at the 7. Bit bigger. straight in off the bottom, wham, goes for the first turn, straight into the second turn. So the flow really good. And I think if she'd managed to just finish that one off, wow, could have been a really big score.
Well, what's interesting from the interpretation of those replays is that both waves featured non-completions for the last maneuvers, but the points perhaps coming from those first opening maneuvers each time, just vertical sting to the lip, and she's going right onto that critical cusp of the lip as well. So judges seeing those details.
Yeah, and it's been the whole week. The judges have been asking for vertical aggressive surfing. So let's take a look at Sal here. She had a nice looking wave, one of the bigger waves. Had to go to the rail though, big flat carve to start. So we'll see what the judges think of that. But then attacking the lip line for turn number 2. So definitely up the ante, and she got a 6.1. So just coming in between the two scores for Vieira.
So Vieira Ferro's best wave, the 7. Sally Fitzgibbons posts up the 6.1. And a 6.84 required by second place position of Sally. Of course, wonderful to see the value that she brings to the Challenger Series. Of course, someone that's been a runner-up to the world title numerous times. And almost a surprise to see her not make that mid-season cut. But that is how tough it is. You've got to be in that top 10 at the end of Margaret River at the championship tour level. It really does make everybody race out the gates at the beginning of the season. And even though Sally got a couple of fifths, it was a series of ninths that plagued her. And that's how tough it is at the top end of the sport, especially on the women's draw, because they're a smaller numerical number to chop down at the mid-season mark.
Yeah, but I've no doubt Sal will get back there. She's such a phenomenal competitor. She's still so fit and strong, and I just think of another Australian in Marco Colupo, who also went off the tour, and look how spectacularly he came back.
Well, many stories about it. You're just with us here in Ballito, and there are some waves approaching the lineup here. Let's have a look. Sally Fitzgibbons breaking a little wide of Vian Ferro, and with the quarterfinals underway here in Ballito, 8 women left looking for a win in Ballito and perhaps all the way to the top of the leaderboard. Let's see if Sally Fitzgibbons can get there. There is our framework for the up-and-coming quarterfinals. We are in the process. Vian Ferro taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. And of course, big names in there as well, like Isabella Nichols on momentum. The South Africans will be screaming for Sarah Baum. And, well, excellent scores out of the round of 16s from both Bronte McCauley and Alyssa Spencer. Don't go anywhere. We are working through the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro here in South Africa.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by O'Neill, Quadacuza Municipality, Monster, SMG Yamaha, and Coca-Cola.
World Surf League's Challenger Series here on the east coast of South Africa. All our partners making this third stop of the Challenger Series so much of a celebration and festivities. Of course, the warmer climates of Ballito welcomes everybody to the beach, and of course everyone from around the world as you're with us in quarterfinal stage of competition, both men's and women's draws down to the final 8 on on either side. Gigseliers and Kai Linda here. We've been yarning on about every heat, breaking it all down, putting it back together. And while away at the break, no real action to change the numbers. Top left of screen for the updated situation. The young Tahitian, Vian Ferro, in the lead over Sally Fitzgibbons.
Well, here we go. This is Sally opening up the account after their break, really having to work down the line. She's going to hit the exit button on that one. Yeah, and I think the story is some great surfing from Sally Fitzgibbons, but the real differentiation thus far is that vertical attack on the backhand from the young Tahitian. The judges really liking those strong backhand turns.
Well, Marty Fitzgibbons on screen there. Of course, played a huge part in developing the surfing talent in and around Kiama, and ran the Kiama High School surfing programs for a number of years, along with the computer programming classes, and just a massive support to his daughter, one of the most unique talents in the game, Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the hardest working professionals. And it is the younger Vian Ferro, a qualified Olympian already, care of her efforts in El Salvador. She is having a rematch with Sally Fitzgibbons. Both of these ladies appeared in the quarterfinals at Snapper Rocks, and it's time to sort the business out. Slicing, driving turn from Sally Fitzgibbons. The points have been coming out of the lip, but that was a great set of turns there. First one on the face, second one to bring a punctuation. And chasing a 6.84 is Sally as we move towards the 10-minute remaining mark in this quarterfinal number 1.
Yeah, Gigs, we've been talking about scores coming from lip maneuvers, but if you're going to put the board on the rail, that's the way to do it. Sally absolutely powered through that turn, loads of speed. You'll see she took off. She really wanted this one, waited for the little double up, and then just went driving. Like that was an arc, and she really put the back foot down. Little caught on the second turn. It wasn't the best close-out maneuver we've seen in the heat, but she got the 2-turn combo in.
Waiting for that score from the judging panel. Of course, their communication that they want to see big maneuvers in and around the lip. Usable sections here on the lower tides and Ballito as we move towards 11:30 local time. Water temperatures fairly warm, around 72 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 21, 22 degrees centigrade. We do see those colder offshores in the morning, just, you know, allowing surfers to employ mostly spring suits, actually, and long arm, short leg wetsuits in the 2 mil range. And that's Sally's go-to wetsuit always. You always think of her in most heats that she surfs, just conserving that core body temperature inside her neoprene wetsuit. And we're still waiting for that score. So this is an interesting junction in the heat, perhaps, as we get down to 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, judges are definitely having a relook at that. And like we said, most of the scoring has come from vertical, critical sort of maneuvers. But she really put a lot of power into that turn and had a really nice release off the back end of it as well. So for me, it was a great piece of surfing. So scores are starting to trickle in, Gigs. I'm seeing 6-5, 6-3. One judge going 5-7, comes in at a 6-2-3. So she has improved. She's dropped the lowest score. Now sitting with 2 6s, but still in second place, needing a 6-7-1.
Well, requirements remaining just short of that last input from Sally Fitzgibbons. And she'll remain chasing the 6-7-1 as we come down to 8 minutes to go. Of course, Vian Ferro now with that priority. The young goofy footer from Tahiti in a similar thread and story. It's almost the same story with Koali Vast on the men's side in the quarterfinals. He'll be waiting in the draw. And both of them out of the same region of the French territories. Of course, Tahiti will host the 2024 Olympics, and both Koali Vast and Vian Ferro will be part of that. Can you imagine the hometown celebrations if both of them were to get wins in the 2024 edition of the Olympics? And for now, they're both in the quarterfinal stages at the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because, you know, we think we are removed here in South Africa down at the bottom of the African continent, but talking to Vahina and her mom last night, you start realizing just how in the middle of the opposite side of the planet Tahiti is. It's a small little island chain deep in the Pacific Ocean, far from anything else. And they were saying even while they're here in South Africa, they had to go and source parts for their Toyota Bakkie because they just simply cannot get them in Tahiti.
That's a good point and a good topic. Of course, Toyota manufacturer based here in KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, gives us a chance to once again tip of the hat and acknowledge SMG and of course SMG Yamaha for what they bring to their support of the Ballito Pro each year. But it is known that if you're going to travel through Africa, you know, Toyota parts you can find in pretty much any country.
Yeah,
but
except Tahiti.
Well, it's a great story. Love that one. No change to the situation, surf fans. 6.71 requirement for Sally Fitzgibbons. And she'll want to just stay a little bit away from Vian Ferro now, as she doesn't have that priority. You see her just having a little dig into that perhaps opportunity. Just watch that little empty wave roll by. That's not going to really offer up the canvas. And of course, Vian Ferro, two objectives for her. One is to perhaps improve on her 5.93. The other is to block off any opportunity for Sally Fitzgibbons as we hit the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, Gixon. One thing I was also thinking about today, because we've really been talking about, you know, Quadakuza and the pride of Ballito this event is, but over the last 2 days getting so many messages like from the Rocks boys in Umhlanga and from Cape Town and J Bay and all over the South African coastline, and you realize just it's not just for Ballito this event, it's like how much pride South Africans and South African surfers take in this event, because it is a challenger event. We're this little country here and we get to host one of the most important events on the planet.
Well, of course, everybody loving the Challenger Series and what it brings, the story of surfers with championship tour experience not making the mid-year cut. A perfect example unfolding here in quarterfinal number 1, Sally Fitzgibbons, and the new up-and-coming talents. Of course, Vian Ferro has been around for a while. Her first junior events back in 2013. She's campaigned as a 14-year-old all the way over to California to start expanding her conscious horizon. And a decade of campaigning sees her now qualified at the Olympics. And, well, of course, again, we make reference to her ability to handle all types of surf conditions. Consistent results coming her way on this Challenger Series. And, of course, we got to see her as a wild card in Chopu, Tahiti. Here goes Sally, who's broken away from Vian Ferro, and she's going to go to the air. We saw her pull one of those yesterday in the round of 16. That one just incomplete by a touch. And that was a good punt, and we see where Sally Fitzgibbons is trying to take the scorecard now.
Well, as you saw her take off on that one and start generating speed down the line, you could pretty much see she was lining up for the launch and going for the little method grab there too, so getting a little bit of tech out. And loved the little straight air. I would have loved to have seen her make it. She was pretty close. She got almost about 3/4 of the way through the maneuver and then just couldn't quite pull it down on the landing. But loving the intent, and I'll be pretty stoked if we see her bust another one.
Well, 6.23 and a 6.1. She's got to find a 6.71, so half a point better than her best wave thus far. And, well, perhaps Sally thinking that's the way to do it, to punt to the air. Nervous moments now for the support squad for Vian Ferro as the clock moves down. And we're almost at the 3.5-minute remaining mark. And again, that priority in play with the heat leader. Sally's got to try and break away and find something special now.
Yeah, and what's amazing me about this is we talk about Vahin. She's so, she's young, but yet she is so mature in her approach to her heats. She has really controlled this heat from the start. And you talk about the experience of Sally Fitzgibbons, but right now she is being put under pressure by this youngster.
Yeah, absolutely. 23-year-old Tahitian in blue leading this first quarterfinal at the Ballito Pro. Do you know that so many years of campaigning, Sally Fitzgibbons is not going to buy into any mental dry patch. She's going to stay right focused on it. In fact, what she will do now is she'll start mocking and trying to lunge for waves and perhaps trying to get Vian Ferro to exercise her priority. Have a look again. Ferro pulls her nose up at this one. Does this prove to be a clutch moment? Sally Fitzgibbons snap to the pocket to start. A bit of a tapered wall, and Vian Ferro let her go on this. She's liking it. She likes the feel of it. Strong turns. It's always in the judge's hands. And we'll sit back and try and just process that as well. Not sure what you're all thinking at home, but a 6.71 requirement. Let's ask the question, was that Sally's best wave yet? We'll answer that in a second, because here goes more live action. That's inconsequential with 2 minutes to go. And the judges will ponder those last two slices of Sally Fitzgibbons.
Well, and we were just talking about how well Vahin has done to control the heat, but kind of turning her nose up at that one, and it just shows you how variable the conditions are out there, because that wave didn't look great, but then as it built up some momentum, just gave Sally what she needed. So you look here, went over the bumps, bottom turn, nice big aggressive hack, and then this one, blowing the fins out, getting real new school, and she was feeling good after that. It looked good, it looked aggressive, it looked powerful, so it's going to be very interesting to see what gets thrown up by the judges.
90 seconds to go, awaiting scores, but no doubt power unloaded in those 2 turns by Sally Fitzgibbons. Once again, a reminder, she needed her best wave yet. We think back to her previous wave, she did have a chance to attack the lip. These are going to come out of power calves, and the numbers in, it's a 7-2-3, and in this rematch at the quarterfinal stages of the Challenger Series, it looks like it's swinging Sally Fitzgibbons' way again, and that was an error that Vianne Ferro will go back and watch the heat replay. She looked at it, she looked down the line. You think of the wave that she took off on afterwards was a much worse offering. So Sally Fitzgibbons showing her experience. We said she'd stay in a mental solid space, and she's flipped the heat over with 90 seconds to go.
Well, there comes the experience. Championship Tour experience, Challenger experience. This is last gasp.
The scorecard asks a 6-4-7 of the Tahitian will get to work. We're down to 25 seconds now, and the turns are coming from Vianne Ferro. She's banking herself for a number here, and a bit of a smile on the face as well for the young Tahitian. And it is like a boxing match, blows going backwards and forwards here in the quarterfinals. And now we'll sit back and go 6-4-7 requirement. We saw a 7-2-3 come from Sally, and another buzzer beater here for Sally as well. So it's coming to us. It's rapid fire in quarterfinal number 1. We're loving it. But back to the discussion, the 6-4-7 requirement. Did Sally Fitzgibbons leave the door open?
Well, I mean, as she was going through the turns down the line on the back end there, I was like, okay, that's a great turn. I was like, it's another great turn, and then that wave just kind of kept giving. It was a third turn and then a fourth. So looking at her scores for the 7, I've got to go. Like, I think this is probably her best wave. Working those first 2 turns, now comes up and really whips that one, and then managing to get up and over for the closing maneuver. 4 maneuvers, all well executed. One of them really aggressive. I think it could be close.
Did those turns allow her to really sting spray out the back? I think the 2 turns of Sally, sets the tone for what the judging criteria is about today. 2 turns for a 7-2-3 from Sally. A series of, let's counter-argue, slightly softer turns. It was a bit more sequential, a little bit more flow to it. Yes, she did ramp a vertical over the end section. Also not a particularly lippy wave, for want of a better word at this stage, as we still sit back and await the judge's opinion.
Well, looking for a 6-4-7, comes in a 6-9-3.
Oh, it's just about 0.4 enough and over the hurdle goes Vianne Ferro, who gets some payback from Sally with Sally Fitzgibbons. Yeah, what a moment in the Challenger Series quarterfinal clash. And of course, that was one of the high value heats right there, backwards and forwards all the way to the finish line. Vianne Ferro is on her way to her best result on the Challenger Series this year, and there are your official numbers. What a heat. 13.93 plays a 13.46. Don't go anywhere, folks. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers. It's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an event tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference strategic planning and team building destination. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, KwaDukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to KwaDukuza today.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by O'Neill, KwaDukuza Municipality, Monster, SMG Yamaha, and Coca-Cola.
Wow, surfing drama and great entertainment coming out of the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Lots to talk about as we continue the show here this morning, moving closer to midday as we step up to quarterfinal number 2. Nadia Aristaba from the Basque Country will take on the young talent Zali Kelly. It's a late greetings from us, Sawabona, from myself, Gig Saliers, and next to me, Kai Linda. And straight into the numbers we'll go for quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, Nadia let this one go, so Zali just pounces and straight into the first turn, and then another big section hit, and pretty much keeping up the momentum from her heat at the start of the morning gigs.
Yeah, lovely stuff there, straight into the 733, most of that coming off that big dumping section, and Zali Kelly will be on the scorecards as we get quarterfinal number 2 into motion. But just to reflect back for a second, quarter number 1, what a ding-dong affair. And we loved it. It was a number that we thrashed out for the official result. And a tight backhand turn from Nadia Aristaba, who would have been watching Vaheen Ferro in that first quarter. And she'll be wanting to take some inspiration for the Goofy Foots, as that was an exciting quarterfinal number 1. All the way to the finish line, Car.
Couldn't really ask for much more for a quarterfinal. It was a tight battle. You know, the young Tahitian was kind of in control for the first almost 3 quarters, but then Sally just came fighting back with some really aggressive and punchy surfing. And then pretty much in the dying minute, the young Tahitian doing enough to get the score and move on to the semi-finals, and a really big result for her as well.
Again, 2 surfers from completely different regions and cultural backgrounds. Nadia Aristaba in the red singlet hails from Zarautz, the town with so much fun to be had on the north coast of Spain. Of course, Zali Kelly just on that border between the Gold Coast and New South Wales. She will have done a lot of work at that high performance centre in Course Arena. And let's see how she fares here as she tries to go one better than a 5th place finish in Ballito. Zali Kelly snaps to the pocket, a little bit of a flexing wave here. It'll just join the dot at the end there, and Zali Kelly will post another score early on here. We're only coming up to the 5 minutes into this quarterfinal number 2, and Zali Kelly, the 733, now backs it up with that second ride for the judges to ponder.
Well, and I'm wondering if she hasn't done some work with Sally Fitzgibbons at that high performance center, because I see flashes of Sally surfing in the young Zali Kelly. Just really nice, aggressive frontside attack, gets the fins out the back, not scared to go for the lip line, and she's got a big future on her hands if she keeps surfing like that.
Well, she's been on the radar for a while. Lots to talk about with Zali Kelly as we just allow that number to settle. It's not going to equal her opener of the 733, Kai, but it's going to be a quick second score in, and what that does is it just layers that little bit of pressure on the opponent. And Nadia Aristaba's requirements is going to jump all the way to an 883, care of the score 417.
Jeez, well, it was a super late takeoff, but she did well to get around the section. Lovely little jabbing carve to start off, and then did well to get around the section and get the fins up into that end section. But yeah, not as good as the opener of the 733, but like you said, getting a 417. And now Nadia, 24 minutes to go, and 883 required. Even though she can break that up over 2 waves gigs, it's still going to play a little bit of a mental role.
Yeah, psychological pressure early on, forced into the corner of Nadia Aristaba, who in her defense was the opening heat of the morning and fetched a few sevens in the lineup herself. You saw one of the great combinations on the backhand. We've seen a couple of excellent scores come, particularly from the goofy footers, I'm going to say. I think back to Bronte McCauley and the numbers that she fetched in the lineup. And one of the goofy footers that's on a tear and on her way to the semi-finals, Vaheen Ferro. Let's go down and hear from her. She'll be ecstatic with that win.
Vaheen, I feel like I'm still recovering from that. That was a proper buzzer beater. What was going through your head in those last few minutes and seconds when you needed that score?
Yes, this heat was like probably like the best heat of my year so far. Like, you know, being against Sally, like it was a rematch for me. Like I lost to her in the quarters and snappers, so I was like, okay, like finally a rematch. And she's such an amazing surfer, so I knew that the scores were going to be high the entire time, and we were going to go back and forth. And I let her go, like 2 minutes left. I let her go on a wave, and then she got the score, and I was like, okay, there's like 1 minute left, and then like 30 seconds there was like a wave, and I managed to like get the score. So yeah, it was like it's never over until the last second, and I felt really confident until the last second. So
nice. And obviously, like you mentioned, Sally beat you in the last matchup, but the beach was going crazy as though you're South African yourself. Do you think that local support you've had from South Africa has played a role in this event?
I swear, like every time I come to South Africa, I feel really at home because the people are very welcoming and very warm, and just like at home. So like the family I'm staying with is, you know, the nicest one, and so it's like there's such good energy here every time I come. So I always use it as a fuel for me, and hearing them cheering and signing on the little kids' shirts, it's like the best thing. So
amazing. Well, we're happy for you to call it a second home, and good luck for the next round.
Well, Vaheen Ferro on a tear and on her way to her best numbers on the Challenger Series, as she now will contemplate finals day tomorrow and a berth in the semi-finals. We continue to trim the quarter-final field down. Of course, 8 surfers getting cut in half. Who is going to match up against Vaheen Ferro? It will be the winner of this encounter currently in the water, and plenty of time to figure out the answer. But with a good start for Zali Kelly of the 733, that is going to go a long way towards the Young Australians campaign here in Ballito.
Yeah, and Giggs, we were chatting through the event about Nadia, and she's really been on a tear. She's been one of the form ladies in the event, in the free surfs. Just her boards look really good under her feet, and she's been really aggressive on the backhand turns. But so far, just maybe wave choice letting her down in this heat. She hasn't really found those opportunities to really put it to work. So at the moment she's under pressure. She's managed to whittle that 8-point requirement down to 7.67.
Well, the younger of the two competitors in this quarter, number 2, gets it out the gates again. The Australian stabs it in the top corner, just brings the completion. Young 19-year-old Zali Kelly taking on the 23-year-old Nadia Aristaba. And we love all this junior talent that's pushing through. It's knocking on the door of the big leagues. And of course, not the first year that both these young surfers are doing the Challenger Series. They both partook in it last year as well. Both fetching 9th place results as their best. But either way, both surfers in the lineup improving, because here at quarterfinal stage, the worst that any of them can finish now is 5th.
Yeah, just looking at the name of her town, Pumpin' Bull. Well, right now she's getting off to a great start in the heat. Just look at that turn, and then comes up. Not the most aggressive turn we've seen from her in the heat, though. So 7.33, I think, is going to remain that top score, but she's going for it, and she drops a 5.0. So just a slight increase on the 4.17. So keeping that momentum going, and more importantly, pushes Nadia's requirement back to an 8.5.
Yep, so the psychological pressure continues. Good heat strategy and approach from the young Australian talent. Of course, you mentioned Pumpable. It is a little township about 10 minutes drives inland from pretty much the border between New South Wales and Queensland. So right there, not sure which football team she'll support. But either way, she'll surf on both sides of that estuary. And, you know, you've got Fingal on the one side, you've got Duranbah on the other. And she'll have done, as we mentioned, her homework in that Course Arena High Performance Centre. So much good work being done there. I know Jacob Wilcox has relocated to the same region, and the young Australian push is tangible in 2023.
Yeah, and it's incredible to see how well they've done with the program over there over the last couple of years. You know, they introduced the High Performance Surf Center. They've got the government really behind them, and it's paying dividends because you're seeing a lot of young Australians coming through the gaps. And I don't think it's just the actual surf coaching, but they're getting a lot of mental coaching, sports psychologists, physio, obviously personal training, and just the total package is really resulting in a fearsome bunch of young Australian surfers on tour right now.
Yep, both men's and women's side experiencing a strong push from down under. We like it. We love all the stories. And of course, the regions like Spain as well have played their part. We're seeing a lot of European talent emerging. You think of all the young French surfers just across the border for Nadia Aristaba to constantly compete again. The talent pool over in Portugal just a few hours away. So the European scene also keeping pace with the global advancement of the sport.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you've got the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese all pushing hard. Then you move across the block. The US are on a real resurgence right now. We've been speaking about the US crew, like especially the Californians, traveling together and supporting each other. So it's an interesting time in world surfing. I think as we see Zali up and riding for another wave gigs, not much happening on that one though.
That drop into the pocket almost replicated her previous wave as well, just free falling into that bowl. For a moment also almost thought it was a replay because that's she had that same takeoff twice already in the heat, just free falling in. That one with a bit of a tapered wall as we move towards the midday mark here in Ballito, fast approaching that low tide mark. We will see the onshore winds perhaps increase a touch. We are in women's quarterfinal stage of competition. I know that there was a standby notification to men's quarterfinals as well, but we'll keep a close eye on. You're starting to see a little bit of white caps here in the Indian Ocean. Those little seahorses are running left to right across screen, and indications of that northerly wind still lurking around. It's not overly gusting at this stage. Of course, that does change as we go through the tide turn, and we've still got about half an hour until the bottom of the low tide graph.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how the bank is actually still handling. We didn't get those offshores this morning as we were hoping for, so you can see the little bump and chop coming from the east side of the beach, the northern side, and that's made it a little bit tricky for the competitors today. Not as walled up as we saw yesterday. Even with the onshore wind yesterday, you still had those long walls running almost like a point break. So they've had to adapt. They've had to look for those big major maneuvers to really put the stamp in to get the scores. But like we said earlier, gigs, looking forward to tomorrow, just looking at the charts. We've got clear skies. It's going to be a really hot day today, almost up to 27 degrees. And what that should do is make for a nice clear evening and hopefully some nice clean offshores for the morning with that cold air sucking down from the Midlands, and a little bump in the swell as well. We're looking at a nice period coming in tomorrow.
Well, of course, Zali Kelly, family and friends on the east coast of Australia. It's deep into the Friday night there. They'll be enjoying the entertainment. And of course, around this time tomorrow, they could be cheering for Zali Kelly in the finals of the Ballito Pro, because we are feeling that with the big southerly buster on Sunday, that, and as you mentioned, everything just teeing up for a big finals day perhaps as soon as tomorrow. So we'll keep updating on that. And meanwhile, here in the competitive area, seeing next heat coming up, Isabella Nichols will take on Sarah Baum, and that is going to have the South Africans absolutely screaming. And of course, the remaining Australians on the campaign here will all be around just to see if we can get another Australian into semi-final stage of competition. For now, it's looking like Zali Kelly sitting on a rock-solid set of numbers with a 7.33 and a quick heat score build as well for Zali Kelly. Found that 5 early on. We'll see if the notes are being taken here by young Sarah Baum as she takes on one of the brightest talents in Isabella Nichols.
Well, cracker heat coming up. You don't want to go nowhere because both these surfers just on really good form. I know Sarah's previous heat, the round before the quarters, was one of those weird heats where the waves just really didn't show up and both surfers were struggling, but Sarah's been on a rich vein of form. She's surfing so good, as is Isabella, so I can't wait for this heat, and I know the whole beach is literally going to be chewing their fingernails.
Nadia Aristaba has priority in the lineup. She'll be awaiting waves to approach. We'll take a quick break as we're enjoying our day here in Ballito, and we trust that you are with us.
Listen up, guys. Our biggest problem right now, we are missing pauses.
You mean pauses?
No, pauses. The secret to winning is to pause.
Time out! Let's take a break.
In through the bunny hole.
Down the big tree.
You like it, Tom?
Now you're talking. Gorgeous work, Antonia.
I'm taking a step back.
Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Come on, boys! Ah!
Hey, you'll get it tomorrow.
Well, the pause is over. We're back with the live action. With a little over 12 minutes to go, you're with us in Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Big Saliers, myself, along with Kai Linda. We're loving every moment of it. We trust that you are as well. And certainly, thousands of vacationers and holiday makers are doing the same as the beaches are packing out here in Ballito. Temperatures are up now into the low 80s Fahrenheit, around 25 degrees centigrade. It is beach weather. And considering that it is middle of winter, this region always happy to boast that the best winter beach days are right here in Ballito.
Well, all I can say is hells yeah. It's amazing up here in Quadakuza in the winter time. And had a paddle this morning, gigs. The water probably sitting close to about 24 degrees at the moment, so it's certainly not cold.
That'll be about 76 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you that work in the scale. It's warm, it's balmy, it's beach festivities. Of course, in and around this Challenger Series event, lots of exciting things taking place. Music concerts at Salt Rock. Of course, a good playlist of top South African music talent and artists on display again tonight.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of music. They had a whole bunch of big DJs and everything last night. I actually drove past the concert last night and it was absolutely heaving on Salt Rock Beach. So I'm sure tonight will be just as good and some beautiful weather for it as well. And I'm pretty sure most of the team are going to end up there tonight listening to some of South Africa's top musicians.
Oh, an overdue wave for Nadia Aristaba, who stomped some good backhand turns out of her round of 16 heat this morning. She'll be fuming at herself. She sat there for close to, it feels like 15 minutes or so, Kai, and got the opportunity. Big meaty wave and just kind of overshot her line there. And now she'll play second priority to Zali Kelly, who's going to find an opportunity of her own as she sets up a little wall in Ballito. Where does she go with this? Well, that'll be the throwaway score. Zali Kelly already the 7-3-3 and the 5. And even a throwaway 4-1-7 betters anything that Nadia Aristaba has found in the lineup thus far as we slip down to just under 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, first part of the heat, Zali has been pretty much in control. She's had a nice rhythm going. Had a little bit of a slowdown though. Last three waves, 277, 05, 087. So she needs to just be a little bit careful of not letting go of the heat. Maybe just wait for a good wave now, get the priority back, and just try to put the pressure back onto Nadia.
Well, it is a goofy versus natural. That'll be the theme that carries into the next heat as well, as third-ranked Isabella Nichols takes on Sarah Baum sitting at 8th. And you've got a feeling that both of them will be nudging perhaps a little higher on the Challenger Series rankings after the completion of this third stop here in Ballito. And it's a big number for Nadia Aristaba to find her way to the semi-finals. It is a season best for Nadia Aristaba, as well as if she is to fall out of the draw here, equal 5th place finish for quarterfinalists. But we'll see where this one goes with still 8 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. But a big number to chase, and as you mentioned, Kai, best way to do it is get busy, perhaps break it into 2 biscuits, not just one big cake to swallow on.
Yeah, in these conditions, an 8.5 is a big, big ask. Trying to think back if we've even seen an 8.5 in the last couple of heats. So, yeah, best game plan, break it up, look at your requirements, maybe look to put some pressure on Zali. I think you need to be looking in the 6.5 range, 7 range if you really want to step back into the heat for at least one ride.
Top left of screen for all the activities, 6 waves selected in the lineup for Zali Kelly. And have a look, the first one was her banking score. Backed it up on wave 3 for the 5. A couple of less waves in the lineup, and certainly a lower set of averages right now for Nadia Aristaba, as we'll just track someone that's going to light the beach up over the next half an hour. This is Sarah Baum, grew up in the area, and of course people flocking with the news that she is not only into the quarterfinals here of the Ballito Pro, confirmation that we will see her as a wild card in Jeffreys Bay at the up-and-coming championship tour starting middle of next week. And a lot now for National Pride to hang on with Sarah Baum coming up.
Yeah, and I know Sarah was bitterly disappointed last year because she was in the same position. She should have got the wild card, and unfortunately Tia Blanco got the wild card due to winning a reality TV show, and Sarah was unable to compete at J-Bay, so she is going to be really happy to be in the event this year.
A little bit of a grinding wave there for Nadia Aristaba to try and turn that momentum. We said perhaps she's got to go to just getting busy in the lineup, and certainly they're just selecting a runner, got a couple of backhand sweeps, some rail changes, but no real work to the lip. Nonetheless, feel that she's going to improve on one of her scores.
Well, yeah, and she's been quiet, you know. She got those first 2 scores, then it's been a bit of downtime, 1.5, 0.83. So she's going to be feeling a lot better about this now. She's actually got some momentum going. She's done a couple of turns, and hopefully she can just sort of use that as a springboard into getting some waves and getting some scores.
One of the super talents of women's surfing. This is what the future looks like, folks. Her name is Isabella Nichols, contesting here at quarterfinal stage of competition on the Challengers Series. I'm looking very forward to that encounter. And Isabella will be surfing against the entire beach because Sarah Baum from South Africa is her opponent. And that is looking like another fun heat to keep us with the quarterfinals here in Ballito. Numbers slightly improving, perhaps. Judges having a ponder on this from Nadia.
Took off straight up, got a nice solid little hook there on the backhand, gets another one. Wave went a little bit flat and small, but she was still working the rail. You can just see getting caught up there. So, yeah, Gigs, scores are coming in. It's going to be a 5.03, so at least moving up the ladder. Pulls back the requirement to a 7.31. But Zali now with priority, just over 5 minutes to go. I don't think she's going to give her much space.
Well, we'll watch how this remaining 5.5 minutes plays out. The older surfer, Nadia Aristaba, as we mentioned, about 4 years, Zali Kelly's senior. Zali Kelly's still a teenager, but been around for a long time. She's campaigned constantly on the junior platforms in Australia. Of course, this year, 5th at the World Junior Championships, the Sambazon World Junior Championships at Seaside Reef. Here she goes again. Let's see what she brings. Snap to the pocket again. Thoughts for her would be to improve on a 5-point ride. Remember, we saw Nadia just pick up a 5.03. So Zali Kelly perhaps feeling, yep, let me just keep my numbers in the right direction. Let's see if we can just stretch out that requirement again for the opponent.
Well, still just under 5 minutes to go, so there's a bit of time left. She did have priority, but that was a good-looking wave. I mean, Nadia certainly was showing the interest, and you see having to pull off there. Came off the bottom, nice little jab. Not the biggest turn she's done in the heat. Gets the second. Little bit soft on both turns though, Gigs.
Well, that was perhaps a blocking tactic, and now a little jam of the tail, drifting that tail slightly in that final turn for Nadia Aristaba. As we remind you, folks, is chasing the 7.31 scorecard now open for both surfers. Let's see if the shape of the heat changes a bit. Did Zali Kelly better a 5 and up the requirements for Nadia Aristaba? Is Nadia Aristaba's efforts on that last wave moving in the right direction. Of course, and who gets priority when the surfers get back to the lineup?
Oh, lovely little whip off the top there for Nadia. Unfortunately, nothing else on that wave. There was a bit of a bump on it, but I love the turn. She really drifted the tail out and back over the section. So good work from Nadia there. It'll make her feel like she's getting a little bit back into the game here.
3.5 to go. Judges still having a ponder on this Kai as well, so much to break down, much to think about. Zali Kelly's, as we mentioned, intentions to improve on a 5, and definitely thinking about that last exchange. Kai, Zali was definitely blocking Nadia out on that opportunity, and she still has the priority. She's going to let the Spanish opponent get away. Inside track for the Spaniard, will stab it vertically. 2 turns, second one, is she holding on to it? The answer will be no. Almost had that one in the hatch, but then just Whitewater just ankle tapping that epoxy equipment out from underneath Nadia. She'll go back to the drawing board. 2:45 on the clock. This one's going to get a little tighter. The story's going to get a little more intense. Zali Kelly equaled her 5-pointer on that last ride, so no substituting and no stretching the requirement for Nadia Aristaba.
What's good for Zali there, though, is that you see a couple of really small scores since that last 5.0. She had kind of fell, didn't find her rhythm. So getting the 5.0 back on the board in the back 5, she's just kind of feeling like she's got her momentum back up. She'll get her confidence up, and doing really well to play the game of priority here too. She's chosen the right waves to block. She's let the right waves go. And Nadia, with just a 3.93 and a 3.43 for those last 2 rides, she needs something bigger. She needs a 7.31, which means she needs to find a really good scoring wave that she can unleash that backhand on.
Well, she's going to have to do that underneath the priority watch of Zali Kelly, who will not want to make any more mistakes. 1:40 on the clock coming up. And as we mentioned, that blocking tactic just equaling Zali Kelly's best score. You'll see 7 waves apiece, top left of screen. Those are the activities. And do we get a set of waves, Kai, as we hit the low tide mark? We've seen the rhythm of the ocean just slow down just a touch on the low tides. We're about 20 minutes from that bottom of the low tide graph. Are we going to get an opportunity with perhaps 2 more rideable waves to keep pushing this quarterfinal number 2 result right to the end?
Yeah, I think you always do see that little slowdown just on the exact dead low, but it lasts generally for about 20 to 30 minutes, and then you'll have that forward motion from the push. So let's hope for these 2 girls that they get a couple more opportunities as we see the paddle.
Well, Zali Kelly pulls her nose up at this. Nadia will just grind out that turn. She looked at that wave, the Australian, and said, yes, you can have it. It did fracture, it did break apart. And that's pretty much going to tell the story of the quarterfinal number 2 here in Ballito. Of course, that first one, Vahin Fero getting revenge on Sally Fitzgibbons. And now looking like the front foot momentum from the Australian leg of the Challenger Series is going to stay in the corner of Zali Kelly, because we're down now to 20 seconds to go. She holds the priority. She does have that lead, and a big requirement for Aristaba of the 7.31. It's been a pretty systematically good heat conducted by Zali Kelly.
Yeah, it's crazy that she's so young, because she's really taken this heat and been very mature about it. You can see she's got oodles of contest experience though behind her, because she's really been smart. Also just some really nice surfing at the start. That 7.33 was one of my favorite waves of the morning. Nice and aggressive and creative.
Well, an official result, 7.33 and the 5 for the heat, winning total for Zali Kelly. She moves on to the semi-finals at the Ballito Pro to take on Vahin Fero. We'll now decide the other side of the draw. Stay with us. It's quarterfinals at Ballito. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Mike Fu for the call.
Campion.
Campiona.
Champion. Campiona.
Juara. Champion. Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
range for the rap. It's a huge one and stomps. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series, where it's high stakes. We're sending surfers to semi-finals, and you're looking at freshly minted semi-finalists right there. Zali Kelly from Australia getting over what had been a really informed Nadia Aristabe throughout the early rounds of this event, and it's all getting hyped up and ramped up in terms of tension, in terms of the pressure as well, and peak performances needed to shine. Here to talk you guys through the rest of the day's action. John himself, Paul Evans, Mike Frew. You've been enjoying what you've seen so far, Mike?
Yeah, it's been a great morning, high performance surfing and everything on the line. Yeah, so many points and career altering results happening right in front of us today.
Heavy hitters in the water right now. Bella Nichols going all right on the Challengers. Number 3 right now. That's inside that crucial top 5 spot. Also in the water at number 8. Going pretty good as well. Sarah Baum, the local from South Africa. Strongly supported surfer throughout this event for obvious reasons. And she's been getting some support from the panel of judges as well. Been enjoying her surfing. She's looked really good. Both of these two taking on the most powerful sections, displacing a lot of water. And this one's going to be a really enjoyable clash. It's all coming down now to getting a shot in for finals day. Good chance of that happening tomorrow, Mike. But at the moment, we're nicely poised. And this is a great moment for the career of Sarah Baum.
Yeah, it sure is. Sarah, coming into this event, her best result is a 5th on the Gold Coast, and she is already having a banner year with that Olympic qualification in El Salvador in front of her home crowd here. Big pressure, but she's absorbing that pressure well. Her entire family is down here, her physio is down here, her friends are down here supporting her at this event. And Paul, you should have heard the cheer that went up on the beach when she made it through that last heat. The South Africans really getting behind Sarah here in this.
Making a move here, out at surfers, at Ballito, off the bottom, swooping, blowing out the tail, catching it and recovering. As she'll go over deeper water into a section that stands up now, and a clip from her just runs out of speed, essentially. And she'll throw that one away at the end. So Baum unable to get a finish on that wave. Decent start in it, but just losing that tail a touch. Maybe she's got her feet slightly in the wrong place on the board for the rest of the ride, and she's going to have to try and deliver mistake-free surfing. She's coming up against the brilliant Bella Nichols, of course, had a win on the championship tour at Margaret River in Western Australia in 2022. A 3rd, a semi-final finish on the CT this year before the cut was the best from her, but not enough to keep her alive on that tour. That's why she's here in the Challengers and going all right. So far, so good from her. Just trying to exert what she'll feel will be her surfing dominance coming into this one with 3rd place finish. And we've seen surfers with the championship tour swag doing pretty good, but they've certainly not had things all their own way, Mike.
They haven't had it easy. These challenges are certainly giving them a run for the points in the heats. And Isabella, you would feel, is coming into this heat just on paper as the favorite. And if you look at the rankings there, she comes into the Challenger Series in 3rd, with Sarah Baum currently 8th on the ratings. But she has that championship tour pedigree. She surfed a number of heats on the championship tour this year so far, and has those heats, those extreme pressure situations at the highest level of our sport. And of course, she comes off a win in the Challenger Series in Australia. She knows what it takes. But you know, Sarah herself has won this event in particular, in 2019. So she's an event champion here. She'll have to find that form in this heat in order to take it through into the semi-final stage of competition. So much on the line here, Paul, for these athletes.
23.5 to go in this. Loads of time for these two. A little stuttering beginning in it, now unable to exert any scoreboard pressure thus far. They'll wait patiently for the right opportunities to come through. The next crack of the whip may well fall to Isabella Nichols. She'll certainly have first refusal on a wave that comes through, sitting with the priority. Let's see how she goes to using that here. A little reposition, slightly wider on the bowl. Doesn't like it. She'll let that go. Let's see what's behind her as we see a little tumble. It's a glassy face and then a slightly ruffled lip line. And there's plenty of power in these sections. Surfers, generally speaking, throughout the morning so far, work done out the back, rewarded. Comboing it up to strong finishes on the inside has been key as well. And it's been really interesting just to see now, by day 5 of competition, what surfers, they might have shone in the early rounds, but this is where it really starts to count. Now you can, in a certain way, forget what's gone before. You're surfing a brand new heat. It's all about getting those 2 waves on the board. And it's all about keeping your head in the game, maybe facing a bit of adversity, maybe chasing a number. Let's see who we're going to send to the semi-finals from these two. Either way, quarters will be a solid result.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into this particular heat, it was announced earlier this morning that our South African surfer there, Sarah Baum, is getting the wild card into the J-Bay event next week, which the waiting period starts, along with Aiden Mason Camp on the men's side.
It's absolutely huge for a number of reasons, that one, isn't it? Absolutely huge. So that'll be her first CT appearance. This woman's done some CT appearances, and she's shredding on this wave. First turn's good. Second one's just a quick speed check, and then she'll tag it on the end, and that is precise, crisp surfing from her. She knew exactly where to put the board. So Bella Nichols keeping some solid speed throughout that ride, and importantly tagging it for a finish. Few minutes gone, nothing on the board so far. What you don't want to do is fall at the final hurdle on the wave, and she avoided that potential banana skin. Gets a nice redirect into the lip. A number will come in, but yeah, absolutely huge for Sarah Baum and Aiden Massenkamp. Meanwhile, here is Sarah. Nice from her on the backhand. Good section here. Puts it up hard, and she'll go down. And our crowd here, a collective groan from them, because the South African in the water was on her way to numbers right there. The first turn, super aggressive. I'll tell you what, though, I just wanted to keep doing that. I love this attacking, aggressive surfing on the front foot.
Yeah, you can't hold back here, Paul. You've really got to go for it. Put your foot flat on the accelerator and go hard into all the turns. But importantly, you've got to make it. A turn isn't considered scored unless you ride out. Sarah had a great start to that wave, but not able to ride out that end section. However, she's got to start on the board now. Have a look at this. This is Isabella Nichols. Not the biggest wave, but a nice slashing turn to start. Eyes that section down the line and tags it with a little bit of flair. Confidently rides out. Here's Sarah's wave, a much bigger wave. Off the bottom, snaps into that turn, and you have to think that if she'd made that, that could have been the highest score of the heat so far. You saw it in the size of the wave, the type of maneuvers she was doing, but coming unstuck like that, I don't think she's going to get the score to take a lead here.
Yeah, it's a bad mistake, that one. You're not going to get too many chances against a surfer like Bella Nichols, who's dropping 6.33 for her second ride. And Sarah Baum was on her way to at least that, you would think. Possibly a couple more points as well, had she made that turn. She didn't. You've got to try and eliminate those errors and capitalize on any opportunities. 2 surfers in the water, got the priority rotation between the pair of you. There will be periods, extended periods of inactivity between. And it's all about keeping your head in the game when the wave comes through, making sure you get a finish. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. Zali Kelly is with Kai.
Zali, great start in that heat. Then it just kind of drifted away for a while there. You really had to get into sort of the head game in that one.
Yeah, I had a good start, and then there was kind of nothing. So the last like 10 minutes, I was just trying to almost psych out Nadia because she's so strong and she could get the score on one turn. So I was just kind of trying to get in her head a little bit.
Now, we know you've worked a lot with the High Performance Center in Australia, and obviously coaching and your surfing, but how much are you working on that head game?
Yeah, I think that's where in previous years I've been lacking. So I'm feeling strong this year, and yeah, hopefully that mixed with my surfing, I can go a far way in the rankings this year, hopefully.
Now you're into the semi-finals, big result for the Challenger Series up against Vaheen. It's going to be a big battle.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I think last time I surfed against Vaheen was in a QS in 2019 in Japan, in a semi as well, I think. So yeah, it's going to be a fun one.
Well, we can't wait to see it, and we're wishing you good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Great stuff there from Zali Kelly. And looking forward to renewing hostilities against our French surfer Fierro. That'll be a great looking matchup. That's the first semi. One of these two will be going to the second semi. We saw vision of another strong wave from Bella Nichols there during that interview. Let's get another look at it, Mike.
Slightly bigger wave than her previous one, straight up at the lip, fast surfing, very fluid, strong on her feet here, and confident surfing from our Australian surfer Isabella Nichols, bringing that WCT pedigree into the seat. She really wants to get back onto that championship tour for 2024. And out of the 48 women in the draw on the in this event at the end of the year, they only take the top 5. So you have to be in that discussion, the top 5, in order to qualify and snatch one of those positions, lock it in for 2024. And that's why there is so much at stake here in quarterfinal stage.
Yeah, looking at this pathway straight back to the CT. Going all right at the moment in this quarterfinal number 3. There's a spread from the panel. So again, it's a good sort of high-end mid-range number, 577 for Nichols. Managing to get the 2-turn combo done at the end. When we talk about strength, it can mean a number of things. Obviously, it's the amount of sort of physical exertion you put on your board, the amount of power you release, but also just as a strong competitor, you do feel like she's dotted the I's and crossed the T's, kind of done her homework. She knows how to put her heat together. She's really savvy in terms of what different situations and different predicaments require in terms of responses from her. Just seeing that mistake from Sarah Baum, who is in really good form. She's surfing, her surfing looks really liberated. She's looking loose and free. She's got that flow mixed in with the power as well. She's not going to get many setways, and if you do get them, you will have to finish your turns. Mike, sounds obvious. Let's check out a paddle here from Nichols. What she got, not much. Quick exit from her. That will leave Sarah Baum in the lineup with priority and a bit of thinking to do at the moment. Big number for her, chasing an 8, but plenty of time to get a couple of numbers. It's the combined total you're thinking. A pair of 6s is what Nichols essentially got right now with that 12.1. And Sarah Baum, well, you don't get to where she is, 8th in the Challenger Series. Obviously earning that wild card for the Championship Tour at J-Bay real soon as well. You don't get there without your own competitive chops and savvy, and she's going to need to draw upon that. There's 15.5 minutes to go in this heat at the moment. It's the surfer with the experience on the CT, Isabella Nichols. She's going all right in this one. Loads more live surfing to bring you. We're sending surfers to the semis here in Ballito. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Challenger Series at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. 14 left on the clock in this great-looking matchup between Isabella Nichols and Sarah Baum, the South African, representing this proud surfing region. Big support from her from the beach up and down the coast, and South African surfing getting a pretty decent boon today, Mike, with the news that our 2 wild cards will both be from this region heading into Jeffreys Bay for the Championship Tour. Sarah Baum is one of them. The other one's Aiden Massenkamp. That's great for South African surfing.
It certainly is. I'm really stoked for Sarah and for Aiden. And, you know, Sarah built her entire junior career on this coastline where she's surfing right now. She's from KZN. She relocated recently to Australia, where she's based. She is very involved with a surf school and surf coaching over there. This year, she's already got an Olympic qualification. She's had a great result in the Challenger Series over in Australia. And next week, she's going to get her very first opportunity to surf at the top level, the WCT. And she's got a wild card into J Bay. It is amazing news. Everybody's stoked.
Yeah, when among other things, a lot of potential storylines there, but you think down the years, some of those wild card performances at J Bay and people really just launching themselves to sort of global repute, really, with performances at what is arguably the finest right-hand point break on the face of the planet. So Sarah Baum will be taking on the very best in the world at one of the iconic spots in our home country of South Africa. In the meantime, we're focusing attention up Ballito and enjoying so far what has been, well, a decent start from Nichols. Meanwhile, Sarah Baum not at this thus far. We're back from break. We're 12 minutes and 20 on the clock. She's sitting on a couple of threes. And the game plan that she had in her head, well, it's not gone that way thus far. But it's priority with her, Mike. And she needs a wave here.
Yeah, let's hope that fall on the one wave doesn't become the stain on a great result in the event so far. And perhaps she'll rue that mistake, but she's more than capable of the score. She's going to need the wave, though, and she's going to need a set wave. Looking at the score there, it's really quite high into the excellent range, so we will certainly have to see one of the highest scores of the heat so far. It's certainly all weighted in Isabella Nichols' favour at this stage.
Yeah, of course, still time, though, for a couple of scores. You just flip that story and think, get yourself a 6, get in the rotation on the sets, get surfing again. Find some opportunities, apply a bit of pressure back onto Bella Nichols and see where that puts you. Try and surf for an 8. It's pretty tough to do. If the wave offers her that, of course, that's what she'll go for. But otherwise, any kind of decent set wave with potential. And just thinking about her story so far this year, and decent results she had in Australia. No real surprise. Had some solid surf over there at the big lefts at Narrabeen, and obviously the marquee venue of Snapper Rock. She shines in quality surf. I think sometimes in events past, when things get small and a little underpowered, she can sometimes run out of fizz a little bit, but it's great to see her back in the power so far of this event and surfing well. And yeah, looking forward to J-Bay, the backhand attack. Well, been some famous storylines there down the year, but for the moment, she's certainly thinking about the job at hand, which is getting qualified for the Championship Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I was just thinking Sarah is under pressure situation here, but she's used to this kind of pressure, and she knows what it takes to win this event. She took the Ballito Pro title in 2019. Paul, in very similar kind of conditions, onshore, 2 to 3 foot kind of surf. She was the first South African lady to win this event for a couple of years. We had a few other South Africans win in the past. Just on screen there, Sarah's mom and dad on the right, and then Chris Morris, and then Ian Duff, one of the Lemby local surfers. I'll tell you what, their heart will be in their throat. Their hearts will be pounding, butterflies in their stomachs.
Some nervous South Africans right there as they look on. That's all they can do is watch. All Sarah Baum can do for the moment is sit with priority. Time ticking away now, under the 10-minute mark, and still unable to get out the threes. It's been an eternity. She's had priority. Bella Nichols as well will certainly be thinking about improving on her numbers when a wave comes through. But we've had a bit of a lull so far in this one. You see that ocean surface with a bit of ruffle to it. The onshores have been with us from late morning to sort of midday, but not too strong this part of the afternoon. All right, here we go. Here's Baum, a little crease in this wave. It cleans up for her, and she kind of snatches at a whitewatery section, and another mistake by Sarah Baum.
I thought that wave was going to open up, but it was almost like a double lip with a bit of foam, and I think her intention there was to go foam climb in order to generate speed around the section, but there was kind of a bit of chunkiness in that and it pushed her off balance.
Meanwhile, back on the peak, Nichols has a swing, decides not to go. She'll let that one just pinch and run, and she'll stick with priority and wait for something more quality. So obviously in her mind, with the heat acumen that we've already discussed, 5.77 the low score. If she doesn't feel like there's at least those kind of points available, she'll just let the wave go. And she's sitting in the spot here with the lead in a pretty favourable position. It's been really lully, this one so far. And right now, Nichols, she's got some points on the board, but not really the sort of totals you might necessarily expect, particularly in quarters. Doesn't really matter how you get it through to the semi-finals, as long as you get the win. Right now, she'll head just a touch wider. So a little reposition, getting down towards 8 minutes. But that conversation about whether Sarah's got time for 2 waves or whether she'll have to try and go excellent with 1. Well, the longer this continues, Mike, the harder it's going to get for her. Let's see what we get here. As we see a paddle from Sarah, Bella will go it, uses priority, trucking down the line, and that will be something of a misstep from Bella Nichols, who's unable to do anything at all. Not a great use of priority. Cut Jacobs looking on. A discussion there with Sophie McCulloch about how exactly Isabella's going in this one. She just surrendered priority quite cheaply. From back to Sarah Baum, who actually handed it to her about a minute ago, and now Sarah, 7.5, carrying the hopes of the South African surfing nation with her at the moment, and still looking for that excellent number, the 8.43, and it's going to start to loom within a couple of minutes from here, where she will need to do it with 1 wave, Mike.
So Isabella came and sat right next to Sarah, put pressure on her. Sarah didn't want anything to do with that, and you saw she paddled further to the right. That wave came. Sarah indicated like she was going to go and almost sold Isabella into that. So kind of good tactic there for Sarah. That worked out well for her because Sarah may have looked down the line and seen that wasn't the greatest wave, but she showed intent and almost tricked Isabella into going. Isabella went, it wasn't a good wave, and the priority goes back to the South African. So she is in the best possible position now to take advantage of whatever wave does come through. And 6.5 on the clock, maybe 2 sets still to go in this heat. Although we have over the last quarter, all the heats of the quarterfinals so far, we've had sort of one heat with a lot of waves, and then a heat like this with quite a few lulls. The only set wave in this heat was that one that Sarah fell on.
Yeah, it's an underrated surf skill, but quite an important one. The old look at a wave, don't really paddle for it, but look like you might do. But ultimately, don't swing your arms, because if you do and you have priority, you'll lose it. Bella Nichols just put herself on that wave, which never really offered a whole lot for her. So handing that priority back, handing the initiative back to Baum, but she'll be far from comfortable giving this highly rated South African surfer priority. But it's quite a sizey cushion, and again, just extended period of non-action really in the water. So we'll lose about 90 seconds from that last effort from Bella. 5.5 minutes now, and soon enough we'll be getting to the point where it will be kind of honing in on that one excellent ride for Sarah Baum. Here's some energy out of the Indian Ocean coming into our peak here at Ballito. Here's Sarah Baum, the local, on the backhand. Nice entry, clean off the bottom, nice authoritative snap in the pocket. And this one's a little foamy and soapy on the face, and it's small and a touch underpowered as well. Don't think she'll get a completion there, and she could be in a bit of trouble here, Mike.
Yeah, she's not going to get the score in the excellent range that she's looking for. So it may improve on the 3.67, which is her highest score. But the wave not really living up to, I don't think, what she had anticipated, and went very flat on that inside section. Also, her turns were quite lateral on that inside section as opposed to really getting up there at the lip.
If she gets herself a mid-range score, though, improves on a high score, that'll bring the requirement down, of course. Let's see where this puts her now. She can bring that requirement down, but she doesn't get much of an improvement. The 3.7 comes in, so it is a high score, but it's nowhere near enough. You could have been thinking on that wave, she can get herself a 5 and bring her requirement down to a high 6, a low 7. She could be game on with 4 to go. A little extra spring in your step, you're back in the heat in the lineup. as it stands, it feels like another missed opportunity, and there's been a lot of mistakes, too many mistakes from Sarah in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at what Isabella's doing now. If you look at the top left-hand side of the screen, you see that P next to Isabella Nichols. That means she has priority. And look at that. She's sticking to Sarah Baum like Velcro out there, and she's not going to let Sarah move an inch without her knowing about it.
Look at this thing. Opportunity here. Well, no one going on it. So exactly that skill that we were talking about just a minute or two ago. Isabella Nichols just sort of pivoted, looked almost sort of stuck her chin out, but didn't actually swing the arms this time. She likes the look, though. Look at this little ledge she drops into. The Australian Nichols, nice turn, gouging down the carve down off a rail. Then a snap in the lip with some hang time as well for a little extra jazz in that turn. And she stomps it. And Isabella Nichols will be looking good here. 3 minutes and a little bit of change on the inside. Good chance of improving on her numbers. Sarah Baum with priority. The ball's very much in her court, but something of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, so Sarah certainly paddling hard for that one, and again sort of selling it to Isabella, but Isabella in that instance saying, thank you very much, I'll take this one and watch what I'm going to do here. So Isabella takes off. It's a great bowly one, drops in quite late, steep section of the wave to open up her turns, goes into that more critical section, and where we've seen a lot of surfers come unstuck this morning. She rides out cleanly. I think she's feeling quite confident out there.
Yeah, showing the strength, that speed she brings into the turn, gives her opportunity for an exit. And she just works the angles on the inside corner, didn't need to do loads. The wave was just sort of begging really for the treatment. Put the board up, let the momentum do the work. 2:20 on the clock as she gets around about halfway out the back where Sarah Baum waits with priority, but with a bit of a task on her hands, a little lump shaping up here. Let's see if we can finish this at least with some waves. Sarah Baum doesn't like the look of that first one that shapes through, and she's going to have to basically be thinking now about going into the excellent range. It might even go up the requirement if we do see that improvement from Bella Nichols. Here's a bomb. Here's Sarah Baum of South Africa. Late drop in from her. Swings off the bottom. Nice vertical stab in the pocket. And this one goes all shouldery and slopey, not the section that she wanted after the takeoff peak. And it's a decent opening turn for her, and now she's going to try and establish a bit of space and just get away from Bella Nichols.
Yeah, look at Bella coming across in the red, really scratching, paddling as hard as she can with priority to get across to where Sarah Baum is. That score of Sarah Baum that's going to drop in now could potentially be her best of the heat. So let's keep an eye on that 8.4. Maybe her requirement could come down a little bit, but we are still waiting for a score from Isabella.
Well, it's in. It's a 6.33, so Bella actually matches her high score, adds pressure, 8.96. The requirement. Here's Sarah having a paddle, not going, and priority with Isabella Nichols in the final minute of this, and she'll cover Sarah Baum here. We're waiting for a number for her. She might bring the requirement down at the moment. She needs really close to a 9, and she's not looked anywhere near that kind of number in the opening 29 minutes of this heat. Just a bit out of sorts, and when she has found herself decent looking waves with size on them on the takeoff, apart from the one she fell in, it's just been that one bowl and they've sloped away from her, Mike, and that's been the frustration for South African surf fans.
Absolutely, and the talking points, if you digest and analyze what went wrong there for Sarah, it was essentially falling on that set wave. That could have been a very different outcome here for Sarah. Look, the time is not finished, but with 15 seconds to go, unlikely there's going to be another wave out there, and she'll learn from that heat, and it'll take a little bit of time to get over that fall. It'll take a while for her to put that one behind her.
But when she does process equal 5th on the Challenger Series, solid result. She's got a wild card to Championship Tour. That's when we'll next see her in competition at Jeffreys Bay down the coast here. That's coming up real soon, but through to semis, onwards and upwards. Number 2 on the Challengers coming into this one, Bella Nichols, is looking in great form and hoping to get straight back to Championship Tour. Well, she'll feel she belongs. More live action. We've got a 4th quarter final featuring Bronte McCauley, Alyssa Spencer. That's coming at you live from South Africa right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaDukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaDukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to South Africa. Well, we'll pick up the winner of the last heat through to the semi-finals. Bella Nichols stoking out the fans here on the sands. And a job well done for her today. Got herself out a couple of tough heats. She'll be back raring to go for finals day. Out in the water right now, a couple of goofies. Bronte McCauley taking on Alyssa Spencer. And we've just seen each of these in action in the previous rounds. Bronte looking really, really solid and confident, and just building on big numbers. Alyssa Spencer, well, she made it look slightly more difficult in the previous round, but managed to back herself and get numbers done towards the back end of her heats. The clash of the backhand, we were talking about the way they get their scores done out here. Mike, I just wonder in terms of the waves out there and this ever-changing conditions, any adjustment in tactics for these? What exactly are they looking for out there?
Well, we've got multiple peak conditions out there. The swell has dropped a little bit. It's a northeasterly onshore wind. It's creating choppy conditions. The only major change compared to about an hour ago is the tide. The tide has turned, it's starting to come in. And Paul, what we've seen in the incoming tide, in the mid-range tide this whole week, is the waves get a little bit fuller. It creates more scoring opportunity. It seems to have been slightly better in the onshore conditions on those incoming tide heats before it gets too full.
Be really interesting to see how this one goes down. Talked about those generational clashes. And Alyssa Spencer very much part of the young up-and-coming crop. Bronte McCauley very much an established name with championship tour experience. A surfer of real pedigree. I thought it was interesting insights in that interview we saw with her. I mean, times we can tend to read sort of a bit too much into sort of surfers' comportment when they're back on land, but she's not really thinking about situations, rankings, where she is. She's just kind of living it like, I'm on a trip, I'm enjoying where I am, it's fun to be here. And I just think when you're in that kind of relaxed sort of on land and your vibe is, you know, not really overthinking, and then when you're in the water, you're looking as deadly as she is, it's quite a potent package.
She's obviously very comfortable. She was talking about how she's really been enjoying the seafood here. She's enjoying the trip and the overall experience, creating a very calm and relaxed environment for her to compete in. She's already surfed at the Margaret's WCT event this year. She didn't have the best run of results in the Challenger Series in Australia. She got a 25th and a 17th place finish, but she's had a go on the championship tour and then obviously those Challenger Series events in Australia. By contrast, Alyssa Spencer has surfed the WCT events at Pipeline and at the Wave Ranch, and then she had got a really good result in Australia, which was that 5th place at Sydney.
Yeah, going great on the Challengers thus far, Alyssa Spencer. This will be a result, though, for a pair of these two. Here goes a hard paddle from Bronte, and she actually looked over her shoulder and gave way to Alyssa, who she thought was on that wave, so no priority. Just to remind you at the start of a heat, it's all about really who wants the inside. It looks like Spencer on the inside, the American. Here she goes, tight off the bottom. This wave wobbles a bit, then she'll get a little bit of a grower section, and all she can do is basically go around it, so unable to tee off on that wave, which did offer some scoring potential. But after the initial excitement of something of a little bit of a paddle battle, no real hostility in it, but ground seeded by Bronte McCauley as she realised Spencer was on the inside. Right now, Bronte will be assigned priority proper, and we'll see where she goes towards opening up her account, but that will be just a throwaway number for Alyssa Spencer. You mentioned the good results she was able to get in Sydney. That was the last event on this tour, and she's brought that fire over to South Africa. A little bit of a gap, few weeks between these events. Chance for surfers, maybe do some free surfing, maybe work on the training, whatever other sort of projects they got going on. But what you really want to do, if you've been winning, is keep surfing heats.
Keep surfing heats, keep winning. Don't change the formula, keep it going. And she certainly is in a nice rhythm. She's got the same sort of setup or preparation she does for every heat. Her team is down there and works through the same type of motions every heat. Of course, Alyssa was also in the junior series, the Junior Pro, that was here a week before this event. So out of the two surfers, statistically in the water right now, she's had more heat time, more time with the siren out in the water in Ballito over the last 2 weeks.
23 minutes to go in this. Nothing on the board at all thus far. A small throwaway for Alyssa Spencer, which is about sort of as low a number as you could get without falling off. She actually kicked out of that wave for a 0.6. So just straight lining it really. And now we have a priority situation with it assigned to Bronte. Second priority with Alyssa Spencer. There they are on the rankings. You see Alyssa Spencer just sitting in behind Isabella Nichols in third. We just saw Bella go through to semis. So further improvement for Bella Nichols, who'll be looking really, really good after this event at Ballito. However, finals day goes. But right now, a massive, massive opportunity for Alyssa Spencer in fifth as well. No one else heading up into semi-finals around them on that bracket, and a chance to make a move after this, the midway point in the season. Starting to think about paying out the rest of your plan for the year, where you think you're going to get your big results. Obviously going into each venue hoping for big numbers, but if you can get that done early on in the season, just makes things so much more comfortable rather than trying to leapfrog up places towards the end of the season. Let's go and hear from her, Isabella Nichols. She's with Kai.
The easiest conditions, and also let's definitely talk about the fact that when you paddled out there, you can actually hear the beach going crazy for the other surfer in the water. So really tough quarterfinal.
Yeah, it was always going to be really hard against Sarah. I mean, this year she's been on fire. She always surfs well, but she'll qualify this year. I can feel it because she's just on a roll. And yeah, as I was walking down the stairs, I heard everyone cheering Sarah on, and like that makes complete sense because it's her home country. And I was cheering for her as well. And you know, like whoever got through that heat, I would have been stoked either way because Sarah deserves a big result, and she'll get one this year for sure.
I think it's always a story, you know, is these people that are on the cusp and have been so close before. What kind of like mindset do you have to like really push on through? I mean, it's something you've done before. You've been to the CT.
I've been on the cusp for many years as well. Like when I was coming through the QS ranks, I missed out by one spot and then came really close like 3 or 4 years in a row, and it was really tough mentally. But you just got to find like a change of headspace. I mean, if things aren't working, you got to change something, and things weren't working for me at the start of the year, and I've changed something, and I feel like it's going good, and I'm just having fun. And yeah, you just got to reframe the way you look at it. Like this is the best job ever. We're so lucky. Just go out, have fun, and just surf like you're on holidays.
Well, I think that's about the best advice I've ever heard. We're really excited to see what you got for us in the semi-finals tomorrow. We're wishing you good luck.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Nichols showing her CT pedigree. We'll look forward to seeing her come again on finals day. Potentially 2 more heats for her. She makes it all the way to the final, but already a great result in South Africa for her. It'll be an equal third. Worst case scenario, she'll be thinking about the win, I'm sure. And she sort of feels like she's got that kind of champion energy. She's very composed. She knows exactly kind of where she is in terms of her sort of station in the world. She'll certainly know where she is on the ratings, but a very impressive performer, Bella Nichols.
Yeah, it certainly was. I really like the sportsmanship that she showed in that interview as well.
Although we don't believe her that that she wanted Sarah Bound to win.
I couldn't imagine she was cheering her on the beach, but it is great to see the respect that they have for each other out there at this level, and the sportsmanship that has been shown throughout this event. And as we into these quarterfinal rounds, there's just so much at stake for these surfers, their careers, and all battling it out for those spots on the World Championship Tour, which is the top level, the top professional level of our sport.
Paddle here from Spencer again, under priority, having a swing, bang, nice turn from her, good spark, off the bottom, holds it, another nice tight whip on the backhand from Spencer, got a 3-5 prior to that, the wave. During that interview with Bella Nichols, we saw her go a couple of tightish transition turns for a 3-5. That could well be better than that. There was some bit of spark in that. It was a wave that Macaulay didn't fancy. And up on the inside, up pops Alyssa Spencer. Let's get another look at what she did.
Comes off the bottom hard. She actually had a bit of lip in her face, so she had to transition around that in the first turn and whips 2 quick turns in there.
Here's Bronte off the top and then working into an inside. Really nice from her. Coils into the bottom turn. She's really quick between coming out of the top turn with that back foot pressure on the tail and then getting reset really, really quick into that raking bottom turn position. That was been a strength for her throughout this event so far, and that'll be an opening ride as well. She's been patient. A couple of numbers to come in now from our panel. The first for Blue, Spencer, and then a score for this.
So it's the battle of the goofy foots, and on these waves, very similar size waves, there are subtleties, subtle differences in each of those turns, even though it looks like they're doing the same turns on their backhand. If you look at it quickly, if you break it down, there are differences.
Who do you feel got the better of that exchange?
I think that it was potentially Alyssa Spencer, a little bit more critical surfing right up at the lip and a number of maneuvers.
All right, numbers are in. So that woman there, Alyssa Spencer, 7-1-7. Good number for her. Bronte Macaulay, a 5-5. You'd have to say an error there from Bronte, letting her go that wave. And she definitely surfed it up into the sevens by just belting it, essentially. And the rhythm of the first turn, the speed from it, set up the second turn. Let's get another look. So Bronte right there.
So this is where she comes around the section, keeps the board on the rail, and that first turn gets right up at the lip. So the difference in those 2 turns, it was right up in the critical section. She comes out nice and clean. There was a great board transition through the turns. And Paul, did you notice how that spray went up in the air from the very top of the wave? That just kind of frames the turn really nicely in those slow motion replays.
Keeps really low in those recoveries, which allows her to hit it pretty hard and then try and absorb the shot in the flats. 7.17 is a great number to get under priority, about a meter away from the surfer holding priority. Lets you go on the wave and almost challenges you. Let's see what you got. She showed us exactly that, and she's in the lead right now. Bronte though, 5-5 is decent from her. Just that initial opening section went a little soft on her, so she had to just slightly pull that first turn. Here she'll go though, also 7 under priority, and she'll climb over a section with speed. There's that bottom turn, and there's the rake of the fins through the lip, so a nice combo for Bronte. It will count for her, just her second ride. And she's in play here with 2 scores shortly on the board. Doesn't need a huge number to attack back at the young American, a 5-1-8 at the moment, but just to have 2 scores on the board and 2 completions for Bronte is going to feel better.
I was talking about the subtle differences of each of those turns. This first turn, she goes to that whitewater section and uses it to get speed to go into the second turn. And I think her and us were expecting the wave to possibly offer up a third turn there, but it closed out very quickly on that sandbank. And despite being able to rotate so quickly on their backhand, not getting the third turn in.
Surfing with spark. Here goes Spencer. Belts it a couple of times. Look how tight she is in the pocket. And again, just tagging this one. Relentless, really, in the pressure she's applying into the lip. So multiple maneuvers out the back. Here goes Macaulay. We've got a heat on our hands here. Great hit from Bronte. Love that. And again into the lip and gets that done. So a big hanger of a maneuver. 2 real different approaches. Spencer Just multiple hits on the lip. Macaulay, the one big turn to open it up with a finish as well. Love that exchange.
We have got such a heat on our hands here. The battle between Bronte Macaulay from Australia versus Alyssa Spencer from the USA. I felt prior to that exchange, Alyssa had the sort of momentum going with her in the heat. But wow, that last wave of Bronte, particularly the first turn, I think she stamped her intention on the heat. Here's Alyssa's first one. She had so many maneuvers on this wave. There's the first one. Beautiful little bowly wave as the tide fills in next to the rocks here in Ballito. A combination of backhand turns, very workmanlike on that. Not too much variety and flair, and sort of 6 or 7 of exactly the same turns. Now look at this by comparison. Whack under the lip, throws the spray in the air down and smacks it again. Almost coming unstuck, and she looked really confident with that.
Massive first turn for Bronte. Numbers in for Alyssa, 6.7. Comes under a high score, so it's a decent number. We talked about quality that you're going to need to bring in quarters to come back for finals day. It's exactly what we're seeing here. We anticipate a huge number for Bronte Macaulay. The rail, the way she holds the rail on the bottom turn, just set herself up for a meaty section, and she ain't done there. Here she goes again, swinging. Nice stab. Quick recovery. Does well to clean that up. She'll go down on the end. When she emerges from this and starts paddling back out, she'll just about make out our beach announcers. Let her know that she's just dropped an 8.33, Mike.
Wow. An 8.33 that could have put her straight in the lead, but Alyssa Spencer on her last wave got a 6.7, so that retains the lead for Alyssa. It's turning into such a close heat because there's not much separating them, only a mid-range score. As we see the last wave here, that was the big 8.33, and that's the money turn that got the score on the wave. The second one, she rode out well on the closeout section, but goodness me, she smashed that first section.
Brilliant surfing from Bronte Macaulay for that first hit. The 6.7 was decent from Alyssa, but you just contrast a little bit. Alyssa just slightly flatter, and she's kind of spiking those quick whips tight in the pocket, isn't she, multiple times. But Bronte on that rail and just tightens up that arc to go into the lip, and that gives her the little release and the rotation as she hits the lip as well. Waits the back foot and gets rewarded big time. She'll drop a 3 for a previous effort. It'll be a throwaway, but she's not chasing a big number here, and we're game on. This is such an entertaining heat. 11 minutes and 50 on the clock. Macaulay only looking for a 5.54. Well, she's well capable of that. We just want more sets.
So many waves and so much to call in this heat so far. That wave of Alyssa Spencer, you know, she hardly went straight at all. Didn't have to adjust or engage the rail. She basically went from the right-hand rail up onto the left-hand rail. Right-hand rail, left-hand rail. And she did that like 6 times on the same wave. Beautiful little bowl, and just went whack, 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 whack for a 6.7, and keeps herself in first place. But in the bigger picture, that 8.33, that's edging into the excellent range.
Checking out our ratings leader on the Challenger Series, the recipient of a perfect 10-point ride as well. Jacob Wilcox going through his processes, getting ready for a tough first quarter final for the men's. He'll be taking on the American Cade Matson. That looks like being a great matchup. That'll be coming up real soon, under 11 minutes till we flip over to men's quarters. So we're deciding semi-finalists here to come back for finals day. Good chance that's going to be tomorrow. It's a Friday afternoon in South Africa. Plenty of waves out in the water. High stakes as well. Find out who is our 4th semi-finalist for the women when we come back from break. Welcome back to our fourth quarter final for the women. It's a smoker of a heat thus far. All sorts of numbers dropping all over the place. Big maneuvers out in the lineup. We're having a look right now at the situation with 9 on the clock. It's Bronte McCauley, one of 2 goofies out in the water. The Western Australian in the lead now. And just turns the pressure back on Alyssa Spencer. 7-0-3 for Bronte. Dropped during the break. Let's get a look at this 7.
So drops into this wave, hard off the bottom, the Western Australian with a powerful backhand approach to this wave. 2 turns. What does she do on the end here? Just gets a little unstuck. So I think those first 2 turns are going to be what's really the money and the meaty section of that wave, and they reward her with a 7-0-3. And I think that moves her a little bit further out in front now, Paul. So in the break, we've had another mega change in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Turning up the pressure there, just turning on the quality, just too good. And you think you've got 2 goofies in the water, so kind of similar approaches to riding these waves on the backhand. And what's the point of difference between the turns? Obviously, the wave can provide that, but Bronte making a bit more room for herself with that extended bottom turn, you feel, and just pushing so hard. She's showing her quality out here. Alyssa Spencer now, who surfed a good heat. I tell you what, she's not disgraced herself in this. She surfed well, fast, sparky. She's looking for an 8-2.
So she requires a score in the excellent range. And as you referenced there, Paul, I think Bronte's had bigger waves up until this point, and her first turns have been the main point of difference.
Here's Spencer looking for the 8.2. Beautiful looking bowl for her. Massive hit. There's another. And another great combo. And this heat is so entertaining for the neutrals. Spencer been asked a question. That was her reply, with 7.5 just under that remaining on the clock. She'll get back to the lineup, where Bronte McCauley at the moment is having a swing. She likes the look of this wave, so deciding not to waste too much time with the lead. Straight into it again, pushing really hard and pushing a little too hard there. She loses the fins. Will she hang on to priority? By the looks of things, it looks like she's pretty much just inside the main peak. Another look at Alyssa.
It comes down to first turns. Check this one. Whack! Big massive thing of spray goes into the air, and she goes straight into that second turn. Did you see how Bronte was looking back at her to see how she would play out on that wave, and she rides it out clean? So I think Alyssa might get herself right back in the heat here. We're going to have another look at the replay of that wave, and comes off the bottom. Look at that section standing up there, Paul. There's the money turn there, and bang! Hits that section, and Bronte would have seen a flash of pink come out the top of that wave.
Judges going to have their work cut out here. The first turn was a huge spray. It's one of those ones that looks amazing from out the back. From our angle, which is the same angle as the judges, it was quite a quick turn. Again, I mean, it's really nice. There was plenty of spark and impetus in it. And then there was a strong finish, though. She comboed that up with quite a tricky section to hit, and she hit it with quite a lot of degree of difficulty, I feel. Critical part of the wave. It's going to be really interesting to see where this one goes. A massive spray from her for that first hit. And then the finish was solid as well. A really enjoyable heat, this one. I've been loving this. Requirements 8-2. Let's see where her number goes. If she gets underneath that but improves her high score, she'll actually bring that total down with 5 minutes and a bit of change yet to come. Here's the number from the panel so far. So we're up towards those high 7s, low 8s at the moment. She does need an 8.2. 2 judges still deliberating on scores for the young American Alyssa Spencer. 5th place on the Challenger Series coming into this event. She'll leave with extra points. However, this next 5 minutes goes because she's going to get another equal 5th at least here. She gets the number of a 7-6. She'll bring her requirement down now to 7-7-7, and she's, well, I thought she was going again. She had a paddle. Priority remains with this woman, but she'll use it. Misses the first turn, really. Does Bronte what she got down through here? There's another nice prod from her. Just opening up that one. Had a little more time laterally to explore the upper reaches of that wave. Didn't feel like it quite had the up and down amplitude some of her previous efforts. And the priority situation will flip to Spencer, who's brought that requirement down. And this has been so good to watch, Mike.
So Bronte, I thought, could have really hammered it in there, but the wave didn't cooperate on that first turn, and it really went a bit soft, wasn't super impressive. The second turn was fantastic, but not sure if it's going to be enough to drop the lowest score of a 7.03.
Yeah, numbers in. It is a throwaway, just a 4-5. That's as we were scoreboard-wise. The requirement for the Americans, 4 minutes crucially on the clock. We've had plenty of waves in this one. We'll check out a replay of Bronte's last effort.
That's Bronte. She goes up at the lip, and as she does that, the wave sort of backs off. That was a great second turn, but if you compare it to her previous waves, she had 2 of those turns on previous waves.
Massive turn there from Bronte McCauley. The Americans love it. Big noise from their squad on the beach. 7.77, the requirement. We picked up vision of Alyssa Spencer falling out of the sky on a heavy section. There's Bronte McCauley right there. And she's gathering herself to get back on the tools. 3 minutes, 25 seconds at the moment. These two on the inside right now. They'll take a couple of lumps here and take some seconds to get back into the lineup. By the time they get there, probably under 3 minutes remaining in this one. A highly entertaining encounter with so much at stake. They're giving it everything in this. Some real quality going down. The battle of the backhands. It's not disappointed us. Let's get caught up with replay here from Alyssa Spencer.
So Alyssa comes off the bottom, goes into, that time she gets a steeper section than Bronte did, and a massive second turn. She rides it out confidently and claims it. You don't often see Alyssa claim, so you know when she claims, she feels like she's really done an amazing job. Of course, there's a lot of pressure and emotions pouring out there.
Bit of drama in terms of jeopardy as whether she would have made that maneuver. What do you feel about the turn? How aggressive was it?
She went straight up at the lip, and if we look at another slow-mo replay there, that was a really chunky section. I'd say one of the chunkier, thicker sections of the day, and looks like she may just come.
Score comes short. In just under. She needed a 7.77. She gets a 7.63. It's those tiny margins with so much at stake, and she'll be disappointed with that as she realizes she's come up just a touch short with that one. I just thought, if you're looking the way she came in, she kind of didn't come in with loads of speed into that. It was a really big section, but it kind of pushed her back down rather than her necessarily launching at it. I'm just talking at this very high level. When you're looking for an excellent number, these are the kind of things maybe the judges would be relating towards that score. Tell you what, it's still a really good wave, but it's not quite enough. And McCauley now 90 on the clock with priority. The lead as well. Alyssa Spencer looking for a 7.74. And she paddles into an inside wave, tight bottom turn. Not what she was after. She'll flick out the back, look to try and get back in the lineup. At the moment, Bronte McCauley's heading for finals day here at the Ballito Pro. Alyssa Spencer has rallied in this heat. She's dropped 3 sevens and a high 6. But she has been chasing down the Western Australian for much of this. She's given a really good of account of herself. She's got about a minute to find herself that wave here, Mike.
That last wave of hers, you know, we were speaking about that second turn where she got a little bit hung up as she came down. And if you break it down really critically like that, you look at the first turn as well. The first turn wasn't particularly clean. It was a little bit better than that one of Bronte, which was similar, but still not super smooth transition through that first turn.
It was one of those scores you could easily see going either way. As it went, it came in just under. And Alyssa Spencer, 30 on the clock now, still looking for that 7. Doesn't have priority either. And it looks like if we stay as we are, Bronte McCauley will be heading into finals day. Good chance of that happening tomorrow. We'll keep you updated with that. Of course, we're going to men's quarterfinals as well real soon. And it looks like the covering work of Bronte McCauley will just snaffle this out. So a real class heat there. 2 highly rated goofies showing us exactly why they're worthy of their stellar reputations. But it's Bronte McCauley who will be back for finals day here. And Alyssa Spencer coming into this one 5th on the Challenger Series, showing why she's very much worthy of a place in the upper end of the rankings. But Bronte McCauley will be delighted with already this result. She'll look for more again tomorrow. And absolutely stoked to be through to the inside with a big win, a statement win as well, with big points going down. We're going to bring in the boys soon. Looking forward to seeing Jacob Wilcox and Cade Matson going at it. Looking forward to hearing Giggs and Kai for the call as well. More live action from the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill real soon.
taking a step back,
and moving the whole sports world forward.
Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human. Pause is power.
It's lunchtime here in beautiful Ballito. It's quarterfinals time, and the women's series now wrapped up. We have established the 4 remaining women who will be getting ready for finals day tomorrow. As we mentioned, it's around lunchtime in the afternoon ahead. Conditions are looking good. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linda as we get the call that men's quarterfinal action is coming our way.
Yeah, Gigs, exciting stuff, and we saw a super high-scoring heat there to finish off the ladies. Bronte even with an 8-point ride. Jacob Wilcox and Kate Matson coming in hot, and standing on the athlete deck during the last 2 ladies' heats. A lot of talk around, wow, look at those ramps.
Yep, of course, excitement in the lineup here. The beach is packed. The temperatures are up into the mid-80s Fahrenheit on the beach. Of course, water temperatures balmy at around 74, 75 degrees Fahrenheit, around 23, 24 degrees. There's every reason to be happy here in Ballito, as especially this man will continue his charge here on the Challenger Series.
Well, and straight to the air. So the gents were saying that it looked like it was really good. It's a great second turn, and finishing off with the third, of course, the number 1 seed coming into this event, and he's been on a tear. Cade, just a big power hack to start straight onto the rail. Comes around the corner, lays into that. He had to pet the cat a bit to get out of that third turn, though.
Well, loving it. Opening rides in early for our quarterfinalists here in Ballito. Quarter number 1, if you just joining us, sit back for a couple of hours. We've got some action-packed surfing coming out of the lineup here in Ballito. Punchy beach break, sand bottom conditions. Wind going slightly out of the north, which is left to right across your screen. And we'll see who goes to the air. We'll see where the big work comes out of the lips. Of course, we are through that low tide, Kai, so we should see a couple more sets and a bit more frequency and consistency in the lineup as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it really came through in that last heat of the ladies. There were some very, very high quality waves for surfing, and you saw the scores coming. And I mean, we've started off men's action with a 7.33 for Cade, and like I said, a little bit of an imperfect finish on that wave. I feel if he'd really come out clean on that last turn, it probably would have gone excellent.
Well, a good match up here for us to hinge the discussions on. Jacob Wilcox comes to Ballito sitting at the top of the Challenger Series rankings. Cade Matson's on a tear as well, and we'll see how this one pans out. We're loving the forehand versus backhand discussion as well. That has been something to break down with sort of the ramps and broken peaks to work with. Let's go back and have a look at the 7.33.
Well, straight up into the lip for the first turn. We know the judges like that, and the flow around into this carve, just absolutely beautiful. And bang, straight into that third one. And like I said, got a little unlucky with that little cross wave, but he did well to run out of it. And judges loving that surfing from Cade Matson. A 7.33. The flow for this kid and the power, those are the 2 key terms for me with Cade Matson.
Well, on form in 2023, the young talent out of San Clemente, as we mentioned, on a charge already and into the quarterfinals. The worst that he can do now is equal 5th, and someone else on the flip side, his opponent Jacob Wilcox, also bringing in very steady consistency with finals day appearances for him at the 2 Challenger Series stops in Australia.
Well, he's had a cracker year, hasn't he? And just looking so cool, calm and collected this year. We know what a good surfer he is. He's already made his mark in the sort of free surfing realm and in the web video sort of sphere. But this year really coming to the party and showing that he is a ferocious competitor as well.
Plenty of time, 30-minute heats, allowing competitors to roam around the lineup a little. We saw different sort of heat totals built in different ways through the women's rounds this morning. Of course, when we got here at pre-dawn, we still had a lot of round of 16 women's heats to get through, which teed up the quarterfinals. We've narrowed that field down to 4, and now the remaining 8 men in the field will look for finals day gateways as Cade Matson loads up another turn almost identical to that first one. Remind you again, he posted a 7.33, and he'll blitz those 2 oncoming sections, and he'll be establishing a second counting ride and just nudging a firm lead in this quarterfinal number 1 encounter.
Dynamite, absolute dynamite. Came off the bottom so hard and just went straight up into the pocket. Did very well to get over that little middle section and carry his speed, and a big finish as well. You'll watch this one. You knew you wanted it. Takes off dead straight and just wraps it up into the lip. Got over that little wobble and then just watch her bang straight up into the lip. It's a great start for Cade Matson.
I think the spray from the first turn was just coming down when he did the second one, so expect something in the higher order. Judges want to see those big, powerful maneuvers, especially in that critical top section. And he blew spray all the way out to beyond the horizon on that, and we'll wait for that number. Nuggety surfing. You see how low he compresses on those bottom turns as well, Kai. He is loading max power and torque through those rails and fins.
Yeah, we've been talking through the week about maybe the goofy footers have a bit of an advantage in these bowls at Ballito because they can really come off the bottom and drive the board vertical off the back foot. But Cade Matson getting that same kind of arc out on the front side and just some really good surfing, and gets a 6.67 to back up the 7.33.
One judge going as high as a 7.2. Another, sort of a little bit of variance in opinion there. One judge going a flat 6, so highest and lowest are removed from the calculation. Every single wave goes through the same process. 5 judges on duty. And highest and lowest are removed. Remaining 3 get divided by 3 for the average, and that's how we end up with these little decimals. But 6.67 in alongside the 7.33 for Cade Matson as we at the 21.5-minute mark. As we mentioned, lunchtime here just around 1:15 on the way to 1:20 p.m. And that puts us about an hour into the tide turn. And of course, that should bring, as we mentioned, Kai, some consistency. It's also ushering a little bit more wind. You're just seeing a little bit more wind texture and surface on the face. But with 2 hours ahead until the mid-tide mark, I think a very good decision for Travis Logie to say, let's celebrate the type of day that we're having here. We've seen the women really setting the pace. You mentioned Bronte McCauley in that previous women's quarterfinal, number 4, fetching a 15.36, and the numbers are starting to go there for the men's field as well. Cade Matson out front with a 14 out of his 2 scores.
Great start, and yeah, totally vindicated in making the call. I think also an interesting conversation for me, which we've been having through the morning in the ladies' gigs, is the mind games, especially at this point of the Challenger Series and an event. And I've noticed Cade Matson is just breathing on Wilco. He's literally just sitting on top of him from the start of the heat. He's put 2 solid scores in, pushing Jacob Wilcox to a 9.5 requirement, and he's not giving him any space.
Well, let's just take our story all the way back to the set of heats before this one. We think of yesterday morning, starting off a big day of competition. Jacob Wilcox against the ropes from Morgan Sibilik. Morgan Sibilik in that round of 16 encounter, Kai. I mean, Morgan had put up a pair of 8s, and it was a massive requirement for Jacob Wilcox, who found the perfect 10. So he's not going to be too phased by this at this stage. He knows that with 19 and 40 on the clock, there's time to build house. Cade Matson setting the pace with good category scores, nothing in the excellent just yet. So Jacob Wilcox won't be too stressed out by the situation at this time, holding priority. He's got plenty to work with.
Yeah, and he is a phenomenal surfer. And I just wonder maybe if, the Californians have been analyzing the heats and looking at sort of the scenarios. And maybe part of the game plan going into the heat was to sort of really not give Wilcox much space. I think in that first heat you spoke about yesterday, the other Aussie did give him a little bit of room. He kind of moved up the beach, and that's when he found that wave in the middle of nowhere. It was a bit of a freaky wave because it came out of nowhere, and we didn't really see a repeat of that wave through the rest of the day.
You saw the #1 ranking next to Jacob Wilcox's name there. Consistency through the first 2 stops of the Challenger Series back in the month of May over on the east coast of Australia. Of course, Snapper Rocks for Jacob Wilcox went fairly well, all the way to a 5th place. Just stumbled in that quarterfinal against Imai Kalani DeVault. Of course, we did lose Imai and a number of other strong campaigners from Hawaii pretty early on here in Ballito. And of course, Jacob Wilcox all the way to the finals against Cole Hauschmund. And we mentioned that name, Cole Hauschmund. He is still in the draw at the Ballito Pro as well. So looking at, it's going to be interesting to see where the numbers finish when we print out that Challenger Series leaderboard at the end of finals day. Let's have a look here. Under priority, Cade Matson just has a little peep at the opportunity. You see that wave spinning away into the northerly wind. You also see that wave picking up and churning a lot of sand around. So shallow conditions here. There's a lot of power on tap. Even though the conditions have become a little more fragmented, it is highly usable. And as we mentioned, we are expecting some top-end scores for the quarterfinals here in Ballito.
Yeah, and I'm just watching the action in the lineup. There's no surfing happening, but Kane Matson is really sitting on top of Wilcox there. Wilcox spun for that one wave there and actually paddled over him. So maybe also sort of starting to respond now, saying, give me my space.
Well, talking about space, let's go down and hear how you put a 15.36 heat total together. A seasoned campaigner in Bronte McCauley. She's down there at the beach.
Bronte, that was one of the most exciting heats of the day so far. It was a ding-dong battle for the lead between you and Alyssa, and you in the lead, she was in the lead, you in the lead, and there were so many waves ridden. Tell us a little bit about the atmosphere out there between the two of you.
Yeah, it was pretty much just like non-stop waves, and yeah, I was really like puffing and tired, which is always great. I feel like usually I'm just waiting for like 10 minutes for a wave, but yeah, it was just really non-stop waves, and you surfed a really good heat. It was really close. I got quite lucky at the end that she didn't get the score. So yeah, no, it was great. I feel like they're the best heats when you're just actually surfing and going back and forth, and it all comes down to like the very last wave.
So in Australia, you got 2 results on the Challenger Series, the 17th and the 25th. Out of the 6 Challenger Series events in the year, this is now a counting one for you. You're only 1 heat away from the final of the Ballito Pro. How does that feel, and what are you going to do over the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I've pretty much got first round in both events, so it was like as bad as you could really possibly start. But that's all right. We get 2 throwaways, which is really lucky for me. Yeah, for the rest of the day, I'm gonna watch the rest of Jacob Wilcox's heat. I'm such a huge fan of his surfing and the person he is, and it's been unreal. Seeing that 10 was like pretty epic. So yeah, I'll watch the next few heats, and then I'll go home and probably go out for dinner and watch some Netflix and go to sleep. Pretty boring, really.
Well, it's going to be great to see you in finals day tomorrow. All the best and great surfing so far this event.
Well, thanks, Bronte McCauley. She'll be cheering for Jacob Wilcox, who's going to go to the air and just not completing it. Looking for the unlock for the 9.5 requirement. He's trying to get some big end numbers of his own. And, of course, just back to that discussion with Bronte McCauley. 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists in the women's draw are from Australia. So great stuff there from that part of the region. A simpler story. They'll be wanting results for Jacob Wilcox here. They'll all be cheering him, as perhaps Jacob Wilcox can emulate the momentum out of the first 2 stops on the Challenger Series. Cade Matson will have nothing to do with it, though. He's going to patrol around 7.33 and the 6.67 already. Fairly solid numbers in this Ballito lineup in quarterfinal #1. And Jacob Wilcox back to the drawing board, still chasing the 9.5.
Yeah, big requirement, but he's probably going to break that down into segments, go for 2 scores. Then you got a 4.5 and a 1.5, and we know there's not much. I mean, if he'd landed the air there, that was a big punt. You'll see him get into this one, couple of bumps, but he's eyeing it down the line. Now he starts pumping, gets a lot of speed up, and hits the section really well, gets almost a full rotation, and just kind of landed on the nose there, Giggs, and you saw the front leg compress, so he was unable to bring it around.
Well, ever so close to completion. That would have been a big number. And meanwhile, under the priority of Cade Matson, Jacob Wilcox will go back to work, just again not able to drive through momentum on that second turn. And that's okay. Still plenty of time. We've just slipped under 14 minutes to go here in quarter number 1. And Jacob Wilcox will also get rumbled around by the lineup again. It's sneaky power in the lineup here. There are some strong waves, and well, you can see a 3-foot wave can flick Jacob Wilcox way into the air. So we're looking forward to more here with the remaining minutes ahead in quarter number 1.
Well, he's certainly shown his intent as he's looking for the big maneuvers. I thought it was quite clever on that last wave, maybe just to reset and go back to that devastating backhand turn that he does have on tap. But again, interesting. I see Jacob paddling back into the lineup, and Cade Matson is not watching the waves. He's watching Jacob. He paddled straight back up to him again.
Well, tight mental games in the takeoff zone here. Both surfers just continue to cat and mouse up and down the sandbars. See the rest of the travel squad here just taking it all in. Of course, Jacob Wilcox, ever popular not only in Western Australia but all around the country itself. Jacob spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast, getting again that training done at the High Performance Centre in Course Arena, basing on the Gold Coast. And it's working for Jacob. He's bringing consistency. He's been on our radar for such a long time. And of course, so much more to talk about for Jacob Wilcox in the future. As we wait for more sets to approach here in the lineup in Ballito, we'll take a quick break from the action. Stay with us. It is the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro. Great to have SMG as the official vehicle sponsor, presenting the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. It's a good afternoon from the packed beaches of Willard Beach. We're on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal, and the surfing action, like the temperatures on the beach, is warm and getting hotter by the minute. It is quarterfinal number 1 as you join us. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linder for the call in a quarterfinal that really hasn't changed shape since the very, very outset. First 2 waves, quick and easy for Cade Matson, set the pace. And the Australian Jacob Wilcox chasing quarterfinal number 1 and still requiring a 9.5.
This is Jacob trying to fight back. Nice bottom turn, whoops it off the top. Got a little caught on the front foot there. Just had to pull through the back. And Jacob starting with a 4.5, and then the story of his heat is just a bunch of incompletes. So he really just needs to find a wave that he can finish and then build from there. Cade Matson came out the gates firing 2 solid scores, but he's been pretty content just to sit there and let the heat play out now.
Well, the Challenger Series always tells the story of surfers that have that former championship tour experience as they challenge to get back to the top of the sport, of course, against all the young talent and names like, well, this quarterfinal number 1. But the next heat will have a slightly different theme with 2 former CT surfers doing battle. Jacob Wilcox just on your screen as we go down in 9.5 minutes remaining, not unlocking anything in the way of an answer to find the 9.5. We constantly speculate that he'll want to find himself at least a 6-pointer in the lineup now to build some momentum towards challenging the young Californian surfer out of San Clemente, Cade Matson.
I think he actually took that wave to try to get some distance between him and Cade, and what do you know, as he paddled back out, here came Cade Matson to sit right on top of him again.
Well, just your view of the Indian Ocean here. That northerly breeze just fanning across the sandbars of beautiful Ballito. It's been almost a 2-week festival of all kinds of things around the board culture. Of course, skating, music festivals, and everything else included. And the one thing that the Indian Ocean has done, it has pumped the entire carnival time.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, some of the crew have been here from almost 12 days because they had the Pro Junior event running, and it absolutely pumped that all week. Many of these surfers getting a great intro to Ballito and some good time in the water pre-event because it was absolutely pumping.
Well, interesting. Cade Matson's going to allow Jacob Wilcox to go, and he'll just pivot that one on the lip. 2 nice sparky turns now. This is a step in the right direction already for Jacob Wilcox. He'll just try and join the dots down the line here. That's better. That's at least as a step in the right direction, and we will say goodbye to his low-scoring 3:17, Kai, and we'll slip just under 8 minutes to go. The heat could perhaps be taking a step in the right direction for Jacob Wilcox now.
Well, that was the Jacob Wilcox we've seen through the earlier rounds. Really spicy, a lot of aggression off the top of the lip. Really tight surfing as well. I mean, wow, in that second turn he really went vertical in such a small little pocket. So incredible surfing. We'll see what the judges think.
Well, the young challengers out in the water for quarter number 1. Let's break this one down. Judges still thinking about the score.
You saw that first turn. It's the second turn that really blew me away, though. That pocket was so tight and it was already starting to go flat, but he still managed to get that board nice and vertical and then just whipped it around. That's very technical.
Coming up to 7 minutes to go. That will be a welcoming score for the Australian in red. And we saw Federico Moraes running down the tunnel to get ready for battle in a former championship tour experience theme for quarter number 2 coming up. Federico Moraes takes on Aleo Muniz. But we're having so much fun with it. 6:45 on the clock. Judges starting to sprinkle in numbers, and it's a 5.67 that's going to come in for the Australian. And as we said, Kai, at least a step in the right direction. Requirements now reducing to an 8.33. Cade Matson still has the priority, though.
Yeah, well, at least he is kind of building a bit of momentum now. He's up the scores. He's got 2 good turns on about. Just getting those turns done is going to give you a little bit of confidence. You're going to start feeling better about your surfing and about the heat in general. 5.67, a point below Cade's 6. So he's going to need an 8.33. It's still a big ask, but we've seen a couple of 8s through the morning in the ladies' quarters. So this guy's proven beyond a doubt that he's capable of those kind of scores. So I wouldn't write him off.
Well, we saw Jacob Wilcox in the highlights package for his perfect 10-point ride yesterday in a heat where he really was against the ropes against fellow countryman Morgan Sibilik. So not intimidated by the 8.33 requirement. He's still trying to get into some kind of rhythm, though, in this quarterfinal number 1. Very good averages for that 14-point heat score total of Cade Matson's, and certainly the best ride by a big margin, still belonging to the American in blue.
And getting down to that 5-minute mark, you can see the San Clemente crew. Interestingly enough, these guys have spent the whole week down there on the beach. They chose not to use the athletes area, except for maybe getting just prepped for the heats, whereas you see the Australian contingent have been camped out on the VIP deck for the athletes the whole week.
Well, interesting, Cade Matson won't use priority, and he'll allow Jacob Wilcox just to break free. Gets the air rotation and a little snap just to add a little bit of frosting to that score. We'll break that one down for us. Look nice. Love the camera angle as well. This is from our northern end of the beach. And we saw San Clemente team leader Kaloe Andino there and the crew just ushering Cade Matson perhaps to his best result of the Challenger Series. Let's break this one.
Well, under priority gets into it, flies down the line. Lovely clean air rotation on the backhand. Like you said, Giggs got that little second crack to the lip. Smaller wave, not one of the biggest ones we've seen, but pretty committed surfing. I don't think it'll go to an 8.33, but I think he will maybe improve on that 5.67.
Well, just so casually, Jacob Wilcox will just pull that out. I think for a lot of our surfing audience, if they did one like that, they'd be celebrating for an entire weekend. You know, Jacob will just pull one of those out. That's the caliber of the new talent that is on the way to championship tour perhaps in 2024. 6.6, nice number, a better number. Requirement now slowly chopping down. It's like cutting a big tree down. Kai, 7.4 now. Remember, just 6 or 7 minutes ago, it was a 9.5. Now requirement being sobered down to the mid-7 range.
Well, you talk about chopping down a tree. Cade Matson's a solid unit. He's a big hardwood for sure, but he's kind of opened the door now. He sat on top of Jacob for most of the first 3/4 of the heat. And now suddenly, for some reason, he's let him go on 2 of them, and it's really backfired because it's allowed Jacob Wilcox to start building some momentum.
Well, Cade Matson, as you mentioned there, you know, if he's going to get to his feet, he must improve on a 6.67 of his own. Perhaps he didn't see that potential, and good measurement of numbers there, because a 6.6 came and Cade Matson's requires a 6.67. So astute decision making from Cade Matson, who still holds the priority, still has the heat lead, and perhaps now the Australian feeling a little bit more of a squeeze as we go under 3 minutes to go.
Well, now it's the make or break time in the heat. Jacob needs to find a big score. He's not going to have a lot of time if he's still going to have to go to 2, so he's going to have to find something big, and unfortunately he's going to have to find it under priority. So either he's going to have to sell or he's going to have to steal, but one or the other is the only way he's going to get that score.
Well, Jacob Wilcox, no stranger to surf fans around the world. Seen him as a wild card almost 10 years ago, care of his sponsor at Bells Beach. And, well, this year, just a stellar run for the Australian with as we mentioned, a 5th at Snapper, a 2nd, a runner-up to Cole Houshman in Sydney. Comes here sitting top of the Challenger Series leaderboard. And, well, the worst that he can do here, Kai, is a 5th. And of course, Cade Matson getting a little bit of momentum of his own as well. Both of them boasting 5ths from the Challenger Series events in Australia. Cade Matson a 5th in Sydney, only losing to Marco Mignot at North Narrabeen. But either way, it's been great value, and it's going to be bankable points for both of these surfers from their trips to South Africa. Let's have a look. Reminders of a 7.4. What does Jacob Wilcox has to do? Well, the height was there, incomplete for the landing, but a clear sort of plan there for Jacob Wilcox, who, as you mentioned, Kai's continually operating under the priority blanket of Cade Matson. And here comes Cade again.
Yeah, straight back on him. But yeah, if any of the French viewers were watching, he got plenty la pop there. Absolutely got, I mean, he was a good 2 meters out there almost, and it looked like he could have made it. Watch again here. Building up, he really pumps it. Wow, he got right up and out, full rotation, just landing a little bit flat maybe on top of the lip there.
Well, you saw Cade Matson just looking back, and we can easily speculate that if he had landed that, he would have got the score perhaps, because that was mighty high. That was, I would say, 6-7 feet in the air. You can measure it by a surfboard underneath Jacob Wilcox's feet, probably around a 5.9 or a 5.10. So, you know, use that as your measuring stick. Press pause there, and you'll see how high Jacob Wilcox went. And, well, Cade Matson just sat and watched it all. And that was a near miss for Cade Matson too, dare I say.
Well, also, it's a completely different strategy to anyone else we've seen today. He's only had 3 waves.
And he hasn't pulled the block once.
No, he hasn't. So I'm not quite sure what his game plan is, but it's working. He's in the lead. He's got priority, and there's almost 5 seconds to go, so he's probably going to take it. But very, very different heat strategy from Cade Matson, but also a very big result.
Well, first 2 waves of this quarterfinal 1 encounter for Cade Matson saw him fetch the 7.33 and the 6.67, and we will now wave Jacob Wilcox goodbye from the draw in Ballito. So Jacob Wilcox, a 5th at Snapper, a 2nd at Narrabeen, and now a 5th in Ballito. Jacob Wilcox is sitting very steady at the top of the picture on the Challenger Series rankings, and Cade Matson's going to get a breakthrough for himself. He will be on the way to finals day. Stay with us. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers. It's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an event tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team building destination. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
World Surf League's Challenger Series unfolding here in beautiful Ballito for the third stop of 6 on the Challenger Series schedule. Welcome to a quarterfinal, a heat for the ages, as we are settled into quarter number 2. Frederico Moraes, the experienced campaigner from Portugal, takes on, well, so much experience from Aleo Muniz. Kixelia's in the booth along with Kai Linder. We're having so much fun. We trust that everybody around the world is having as much fun as we are, because this is one of those all-time classics, and also pitches to the story of the Challenger Series. The older, more experienced former CT surfers get to do battle. Let's have a look at this. Frederico, also known as Kikash, just kicks it in the lip for the first turn. And well, while we were away and easing into this quarterfinal number 2 coverage, Aleo Muniz just squeezing a little 3.5 out of the lineup. And, well, we're going to sit back and enjoy this with you folks.
Yeah, there's going to be lots to enjoy. These guys have both been on a tear. Interesting one in this one. You know, Frederico is sitting 10th, so he's pretty much in that window. He's on the line. Probably look at climbing the ladder a little bit more as we see the young Brazilian, I mean, not so young Brazilian, but on a tear. And he's been doing that kind of surfing throughout the whole event gigs, but sitting in 51st. Currently on the Challenger Series, so we know he's won the event before. We know he loves Ballito, and with surfing like that, if he can get to the finals, he's going to jump up those rankings.
Well, similar approach to what Cade Matson did in that previous heat. Aleo Muniz just powerful, punchy in the pocket. We saw Cade Matson setting up scores in the 7s pretty much straight off the bat. We'll see where this number goes for the second, what will be a counting ride for now for Aleo Muniz, the powerful Brazilian. And of course, he's been around for an absolute age. We'll talk of his longevity, and we'll also talk about the pep in his step in 2023, and we'll also talk about his fond memories here in Ballito as well.
Yeah, and Aleo always speaks very, very highly of Ballito. He absolutely loves coming here for good reason. Just watch this bottom turn, raw, just like absolutely brutal in the first turn, and then still gets the second one too. And he's been doing it all week. He's just been going absolutely ham, and you can see that he loves surfing this beach break.
Well, on the paddle back out, Aleo Muniz just looking for every opportunity, sifting through this swell that is moving into Ballito. Quick little in and out for Frederico Moraes, so perhaps a little error there as he hands the priority over to his opponent. And we're speaking of Aleo Muniz, and who can forget his tear through for at that stage back in 2015, we used to call these the QS 10,000s. And Aleo Muniz got that winning feeling back then to put him back into championship tour form for the following year.
Yeah, and that year he was just, I think, unbeatable. I think he won almost every heat all the way through to the finals, and he just had an incredible rhythm going. And I'll get back to this year. He's had that same rhythm. He's really looked the man to beat in every heat he's surfed in. So I think Kikas has got a big heat on his hands here.
Well, the worst that any of these two surfers can do, of course, so we're with 8 surfers remaining, and we cut it in half now, so the worst anyone can fetch is a 5th place here, as you are with us in quarterfinal number 2. And of course, that round of 16 we ran yesterday put surfers through to this final bracket of 8. And we've already established Cade Matson with a win over Jacob Wilcox is on his way to the semi-finals. But Aleo Muniz will just want to stay in control of this. If you think back to last year, Frederico Moraes also finished with a 5th. And we'll just have a look at your brackets here as we narrow the field down. Cade Matson with that win, as we mentioned. Aleo Muniz now takes on Frederico Moraes, and looking forward to quarter number 3 and 4 as well, Kai.
Yeah, John Duru has been also just incredible form. Nolan Raposa, one of my favorite surfers of the event, so that's going to be a cracker quarterfinal. And Cole Hodgman on form, the big powerful goofy footer, up against another big powerful goofy footer, Kahali Vast. So looking at the semi-finals, you basically got one end of the draw with the natural foots and the other with the goofies. You're going to have a mix in the finals.
The other thing we've got in those final 8 here in Ballito is 3 of them are former championship tour surfers. 5 of them are rising stars, and that's what we love about the Challenger Series. We get to put it all in the same mixing pot, and it is making for great stories on the Challenger Series in 2023. And this one's still lots of stories to tell with 22.5 on the clock. But a solid 517 in for Aleo Muniz as we just fetch that number for his 2 big, blunt, brutal turns on the forehand.
Good start, 517. I mean, certainly he could have maybe gone a little bit higher there, because for me they were really brutal turns. But maybe the wave size and the lip line sort of not being too intense is what brought that score down a little bit. But certainly Aleo is looking like fired up. He's got that energy about him that you think he's going to do well. Frederico, of course, is just always Mr. Calm. He's a nice man. You never really see too much emotion on him in these heats. But we know that he's always just going to come with a big power approach. He's such a big unit as well.
Sucky peak here for Aleo Muniz to climb into. Again, just searing turn, tight arc. Smashes into that wave. Again, a similar wave for his previous for a 517. We'll see how this one compares. This one perhaps a little later timing to the lip there as well, but nonetheless, it's in the hands of the judges. We'll wait for the interpretation of it. And, well, we can have a little speculation. It's going to be better than his current backup score of a 3.5.
Yeah, this guy's just so aggressive through the turns. He builds up so much speed, and that was a really late hit to a pretty savage section. And one of the things that always blows me away about Aleo is just he's got probably one of the highest make rates in these kind of conditions.
Well, Aleo Muniz, strong, powerful surfing as always. We think of his journey, and we go back in his record books as well, all the way to he was a championship tour surfer as far back as 2010, 2011. So mixing it up with a lot of fellow Brazilians with names like Ruani Monteiro, Heitor Elvis and that. So that's how long Aleo Muniz has been around, and here he is in 2023 into his 30s. And, well, still fetching results, including his best of the season. The worst, as we mentioned, he can do is a equal 5th place finish here in Ballito.
Yeah, but these days in pro surfing, you're never too old. We'll have a 50-year-old as a wild card at J-Bay.
Well, lots to talk about. Just less than a week to go until the start of the J-Bay Open. Of course, Corona involved, and very much proud to present that. And we're looking forward to it. And of course, the news breaking today, 2 young South Africans in the names of Sarah Baum on the women's draw, Aidan Mason-Camp on the men's, are into the J-Bay Open wild card representing, and that is going to be a great one for South African surf fans.
Very excited for both of them. Sarah was, like I said, very disappointed last year when she didn't manage to get the wild card, and Aidan has spent a vast amount of time up there in those waters, so I think he'll be deadly.
Well, let's have a look at the numbers. A 5-5 on that last one as just Aleo Muniz continues to just drill away at these pockets in the lineup. For some reason, Federico Moraes, again, just losing out on a priority there for a smaller score. And so the averages, no real high numbers yet, but you can see the averages playing out top left of screen. Aleo Muniz, mid-range 5s, and just trying to improve on that, trying to nudge that second counting ride up by, even if it's just half a point, he'll just want to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and he took this one straight off the bottom, wham, just throws the tail. Watch the second turn, Gigs, just laid into it, really dropping that back knee. Pretty flexible for a 30-something.
Well, if we think of his previous wave of 5-5, judges having a ponder on that, and that slice in the lip there, the maneuver was in the critical section, and perhaps he is going to improve on his 5-1-7.
I think it's very possible. That was a really powerful, committed turn in a section, and this is Aleo's game plan always. I don't think I've ever seen him take an approach like Cade Matson did in the last heat, where he sat for almost like 20 minutes of the heat and didn't surf. Aleo likes to keep busy. He likes to keep moving. He likes to move around the lineup and hunt, and it's probably why he does so well here at Ballito.
Well, whatever he does, we want to know what breakfasts he's eating, because there the numbers continue to increase. That now his best score in, so not only replacing the 5-1-7, he's gone and bettered his prior to that best score of a 5-5, now a 5-9-3 in, and have a look where the requirement's gone for Federico Moraes.
Yeah, up to an 8-9-3, and I think the story of the day, really, if we look through all of the heats that we've watched today, is that when these surfers have been put into that high requirement under the 20-minute mark, very few of them have been able to fight back and take the lead.
Well, Team Brazil on the look there, just supporting Aleo Muniz. We saw David Silva on screen, and well, they're also watching the push from the San Clemente surfers. Let's go down and hear from Cade Matson. He's there and he's on his way to the semi-finals of the Ballito Pro.
Cade, what a run you're having. You had a 9th at the World Juniors, you had a 5th in Sydney, and now you're into the semi-finals in Ballito. Your trajectory just going up throughout the year. That was a great heat. You had a really solid start. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I kind of went in with a game plan and stuck to it. I wanted to be on the best 2 first waves. And then after that, I didn't really need to ride another wave, so I just held priority and, yeah, just stayed under him, and it worked out.
Cade, you 1 heat away now from a potential Ballito Pro final, and it is already your best counting result on the Challenger Series this year. What is going to be your approach over the next 24 hours leading into that semi-final tomorrow?
I'm just taking it heat by heat, not really thinking too much about points or finals or whatever, just having fun and, yeah, hanging out with friends, just, yeah, having a good time.
You're turning into a crowd favorite here. Good luck for the rest of the event, and great surfing so far.
Well, strong surfing from Cade Matson into the semi-finals. Who will match up against him? It will be the winner of this quarter, number 2. If you're just joining the broadcast, 16 to go, and finally some surfing coming from Federico Moraes, and that is going to be a meaningful score and perhaps the best one of the heat. Prior to that, the 5-9-3-4 heat leader, Aleo Muniz, but here comes Federico Moraes. He left it a bit late as well. We're in the second half of the heat here now, pretty much just on that halfway mark, Kai. And, yeah, that was a good set of turns from Federico.
Yeah, Fred waited for this wave, but I think it's going to pay off for him, because a really nice ball. Big, solid first hack off the top. Gets the second. Had to kind of speed things up a little bit for the third, so not the prettiest of turns, but getting 3 major maneuvers in, and gave the judges one scorching look at the end there.
The glare from Federico Moraes to the panel, saying, right, let's set the pace for this heat. We are expecting the best single wave of the encounter now, as we pretty much smack on the halfway mark. Think back to this time last year, Federico Moraes in that quarterfinals with Leo Fioravanti, and they were both going to the air, also in big chunky conditions like this.
Yeah, that was one of the most exciting heats of the year almost, and of course they're good friends as well, but you could see the emotion in that heat, and of course Leo eventually pulling the win out the bag, and Freddie was, I think, quite devastated, but one thing he's not going to be devastated about, a 7.0 highest wave score of the heat, cuts that advantage right down to a 4-4-3.
No questions from the panel. 4 of them going 7, one as high as a 7-5. And well, there's the flat 7 in on the scorecard. Still not enough though to steal the lead, but a much softer requirement now, just the 4.43 to chase for Frederico, the tall Portuguese surfer who's tasted some of the good stuff on the championship tour, and he's wanting to get back there in 2024. Of course, Aleo Muniz as well, seasoned campaigner. Both of them very soft results from Australia, so both of them hanging a lot on this visit to Ballito as we wait for more sets to approach in quarter number 2. Sit back, relax. We'll be back in a minute or two from the Ballito Pro in South Africa. Welcome back to the coverage as we look back to 2019. Frederico Moraes showing us that leverage, that power. We'd seen it over the years, but just a stellar run again through back then the qualifying series, getting wins on the North Shore. Of course, so many highlight performances from Frederico Moraes over the years, including that final against a very informed Felipe Toledo back in 2017 to be a finalist at Jeffreys Bay. We trust that you are enjoying the show with us. Skixelius and Kai Linda in for the call. And, well, the action continues here as Aleo Muniz will just block out Frederico and try and find his way to the semi-finals in Ballito. Lets the tail go himself, incomplete. But a very good 7-pointer just before the break. And perhaps a momentum push now from Frederico, who holds the priority at 11.5 to go.
Yeah, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Alejo on that last ride. Just gets a 2.77 as the second turn incomplete. But wow, how was that fin blast out the back and just unable to ride out. But if he starts making some more turns like that in critical sections, he's going to get some big scores.
Well, Aleo Muniz, of course, got that winning feeling here in Ballito in 2015 when this was a QS 10,000. There's the requirements just for Frederico Moraes, 4.43. Of course, Aleo Muniz that year in that finals against Davy Cathels. There's a name that we haven't heard for a while, and his journey to that win here in Ballito, the semi-finals against Kaio Ebeli. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Of course, the bright Cole Hauschman and Frederico Moraes standing out as surfers still in the draw here on the Challenger Series Tour leaderboard. We did lose Jacob Wilcox in that last quarterfinal, number 1. So opportunities for Hauschman and particularly Frederico Moraes to just nudge further up into the safety net of the top 10 on the Challenger Series. Of course, they'll have to defend that as well with stops still to come at the US Open of Surfing, Ericeira, Portugal, and Saquarema in Brazil. 6 stops on the series this year. And, well, this is easily the best set of numbers and results on that leaderboard for both respective surfers here in quarterfinal number 2.
Well, I'm seeing a big shuffle in the top 10 after this event. And Ballito is often that sort of crux turning point event for the Challenger Series. This year is certainly going to be that. You've got almost 80% of the top 10 had a shocker knocked out early and fell away. So you're going to see some surfers like Frederico really climbing the rankings, and then a couple of the guys sitting further back in the 15s and 20s maybe jumping into the top 10.
Well, looking at that next quarter number 3 coming up, all goofy foot, Jean Duru versus Nolan Raposa challenge. Jean Duru comes here ranked 18th. So a big jump up no matter what for Nolan Raposa. Of course, a steady rise for Jean Duru. We spoke of the theme of these two names, Aleo Munez and Frederico Moraes, and coming up Jean Duru. 3 of the final 8 here on the men's draw in Ballito with that former championship tour experience. And as I say, fending off this strong push of young names like Cade Matson, Nolan Raposa, of course Carl Hauschmund, and Kuali Voss still in the draw. Let's have a look at this. Number of turns for Aleo Munez, just under the priority now of his opponent. And Focus trying to ditch a 5.5. Second wave of the set emerging out of the Indian Ocean for Frederico, who'll snap away, flat landing on that. Again, methodical but precise. And that is how you put a score together. Frederico's feeling it now as he is on his way perhaps to the semi-finals, because that is looking like a good number. Kai will slow that all down. We'll break it down for you. And folks, what are we thinking at home? That is going to easily go into the top 2. Does it eclipse his 7-pointer?
Well, Iceman no longer showing the emotion at the end of that one, but he's waited quite a while for that wave. And just looking at the size of the wave, really nice solid set wave. A lot of strength in the wave. That first turn was done in a really heavy section, so we'll watch it now. Doubled up really nicely as he got into it. And watch this first section. Big, boom, straight into the lip, airdrop out. So critical section. Throws it up again, went a little bit more flat there, but now works it down the line and gets another big closeout hit. And I think he's feeling pumped, Gigs. He's feeling the emotions.
Well, so he should. Took him a while to unlock these numbers. And judges just sitting back, they'll look at that. Precise surfing, especially Kai, that first turn out of the lip. That was pretty critical right there. And that's where the judges want to see the action. It's sand bottom waves. They want to see sections approached and attacked. And, well, everything just theoretically very good there for Frederico Moraes. Good enough to go to a 7.3. Again, high and lows off. And a lot of judges sitting in that 7.2 to 7.5 category.
Well, we spoke about how a lot of surfers have been put into that high requirement on the 20-minute mark, and not many have turned it around. Frederico has just turned it around. He's put in 2 close 7s back-to-back, and now the requirement for Alejo, an 8.37. So he's really swung the heat around.
Just taking this all in. That exciting surfing talent, the American Nolan Raposa, with his chance now to break into season best. We'll see where he goes with his quarterfinal against Jean Duru. And then, of course, that last quarterfinal to wrap it up. A lot of goofies in this final 8 as well. Of course, coming up an all goofy. In fact, quarter 3 and quarter 4, both all goofy affairs.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's literally natural footers on the top end and goofies on the bottom end, and we're going to have a combo final. So who are you rooting for? Are you team goofy? You team natural? Gigs doesn't mind, he kneeboards.
Yeah, I don't mind. Anytime anyone loves rides a wave, I just love it. It's just, and I'm sure every surf fan does as well. We love getting stuck into all the moving parts. We trust that everyone's enjoying the show. Of course, moving into the Friday afternoon here, people from all around the country just driving in, packing in, and enjoying the beach scenes here. And of course, finals weekend in Ballito. No better place to be on the South African coastline.
No, and I was down on the beach for some interviews in the ladies' quarterfinals, and I can tell you, Gigs, the beach is heaving. There are just kids from all over the country down here having a good time. It's warm, it's hot, there's bikinis everywhere, there's people playing beach bat, and they're also getting treated to some pretty world-class surfing.
Well, Aleo Munez just utilizing his priority there. It will swing back to Frederico Moraes. Incomplete twice now for Aleo Munez. Has gone to the air, just trying to up those averages. 8.37 requirement. It's a big stretch now. What has Aleo Munez got to do to fetch a top-end score like that? We saw some heavy hammers to the lip from Frederico Moraes for a 7.3. And, well, Aleo Munez has got to go a point and some more above that if he wants to unlock this quarter number 2.
I think Aleo needs to find one of those set waves with a nice big lip line. His surfing has been really electric in this heat. But I feel like his wave choices maybe let him down. He's gone on a lot of smaller waves. and maybe a little bit too pockety. So needs to find that critical section.
Well, constantly knocking on the door of every opportunity now as we slip down to under 4.5 minutes to go. The nuggety Brazilian Aleo Muniz, always happy to scrap it out, and one of those tough, gnarly competitors. As we mentioned, that win in Ballito in 2015. Saw him get injured at the high level of championship tour surfing, was off for a while. But one of those strong campaigners, and as I said, just speaking to the longevity of Aleo Muniz, he was a fixture on the championship tour when the young names like Gabriel Medina came on in 2011. Aleo Muniz was already at that top level. And of course, Aleo, along with Adriana de Souza, campaigning extensively more than a decade ago. And here is Aleo still, enjoying the process of the career of being a professional surfer.
Yeah, I spoke to him the other day, and he just said he still just loves traveling, loves surfing, hanging with the crew of Brazilians that he's traveled with for many years. So they're like a family on the road, basically, a bunch of surf gypsies. And he just said he's really enjoying his surfing at the moment. So he's pumped. He wants to get some results, and he really wants to go back to the championship tour.
So Coach Richard Dogmarsh on screen briefly there, just keeping Federico Moraes on track for a top 10 finish come year end. Of course, 6 stops in total. This is the 3rd stop, and easily the best result for both of these surfers, as we mentioned. And only top 4 results count. So considering the softer numbers on results from the Challenger Series in Australia, both Federico Moraes and Aleo Muniz will gladly take this visit to Ballito as a step in the right direction for year-end qualification.
Yeah, I mean, even getting knocked now, you're in the quarters, you're getting a solid result. So you're going to walk away from Ballito happy in that regards. But of course, every one of these surfers is here for one reason and one reason alone, Gigs, and that's to try win a Challenger Series.
Yep. 2:24 to go to answer who is going to move into the semi-finals to take on Cade Matson. We'll see with a couple of bumps moving in the Indian Ocean here, perhaps enough bumps to form into set waves. You're seeing Aleo Muniz just looking over his shoulder and trying to put about 10-15 yards now between his opponent that holds the priority. There's fundamentally mostly right-hand breaking waves in the lineup. We haven't seen any scores come out of any left-handers today as the tide has dropped out in Ballito. Just a little look at the support squad. Of course, contemplating it all. Former CT surfer Ian Gouveia campaigned here in Ballito as well. And, well, as we mentioned, breaking away, Federico goes, yeah, I'll let you have that one. As we're down to 90 seconds to go, inside track, section to hammer, tail high huck, incomplete. And now Federico Moraes will just sit out the back there. He's not going to take off on anything until about 15 seconds to go, perhaps. He'll just want to hold that priority and just push this thing all the way to the finish line.
For sure. And Aleo, right idea. Like he needed to do something radical like he did, but unfortunately just not getting the completion. And also, Gigs, just I think really good news for the next 2 quarters is just looking out at the ocean and those wide shots now. Those white caps have kind of dropped away a bit. Looks like we're actually looking at a little drop in the wind. You can even see a little tuft off the back there, maybe a slight swing more to the north.
No, exactly right, Kai Linda. There's a little bit of a glass off happening, and as you mentioned, almost a little waft of semi-side shore, offshore. That bodes well for us with still 2 quarterfinals to play out this afternoon. This quarterfinal number 2 starting to move towards an official result. Federico Moraes with a late start to this quarterfinal, but second half strong push with the 7.3 for multiple hits to the lip. Of course, a solid 7 to back it up, and he is perhaps on his way now to the semi-finals to take on Cade Matson. 15 seconds to go to make that the official result, and Aleo Muniz just has been patrolling the lineup, trying to find anything he can, and even those tail eye hucks that he was doing, perhaps they would need to have had another foot or 2 of elevation if he really wants to knock on that 837 requirement.
Yeah, he's not going to give up though. This guy never gives up, but that wave's not going to give him what he needs. And also, Gigs, I just feel like I said just a little bit earlier, I think Aleo needed to find slightly bigger waves. Some of those waves just a bit on the small side.
Quarterfinal number 2, now an official result this afternoon here in Ballito. Frederico Moraes, it will be in the semi-finals on finals day. And Leo Munez will finish equal 5th. We'll continue with quarters number 3 and 4 coming our way. Bringing 2 goofy footers, Paul Evans and Mike Frood.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few,
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
The Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, is brought to you by O'Neill, Quadacuza Municipality, Monster, SMG Yamaha, and Coca-Cola.
Challenger Series rolls on in Africa. We're checking out a freshly minted semi-finalist, Frederico Moraes, get himself back for finals day. Good chance of that happening tomorrow. At the moment, we're looking at more quarterfinals for the men's and some really stacked heats. Big performers want to come back tomorrow for finals day. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. The Free Brew, how's it?
How's it, Paul? What an afternoon we've had so far. It's glassed off out there, and I'm really excited for these next 2 quarterfinals to determine the next 2 slots for tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of goofy foots taken to the water over the next hour or so. 2 of them, Joan Duroux from France taking on Nolan Raposa of the USA. Duroux coming into this one 18th. Some inroads made in Australia. He'll want plenty more though. And here he goes, already onto a result here in South Africa, already onto a score with a decent opening turn from Joan. The second one is a little more tentative and more authority in the finish as well there. So Duroux, good way to kick off. He's already got a small number in, but a first legit score for him. And he's got that looseness in that backhand hit. We've been seeing that all event, Mike. And he looks really fired up and dialed in with conditions, with his own surfing, looking confident.
He sure is. Confident, loose, speed and flow from the goofy footer. A very experienced competitor on the tour. Look at this. What a beautiful looking wave. Goes straight up at the money section there. Tags it right on the lip. And 3 turns to finish off this wave for Joan Duroux. I really liked that first one. It was beautifully clean. He came off that glassy section and whipped the board right up to that 12 o'clock section, Paul, and right up there in the pocket.
Mid-range number drops for Duroux, 5-5 for him for that wave we just saw ridden. So judges not getting overly carried away as yet. They know there's loads more to come in terms of performance from these two. Have been outstanding throughout on the backhand tools. And that timing to do with arriving at the lip at the right time. Judges generally rewarding the late arrivals. If you get there early and underdo it, you might not get rewarded with the points. There's also the chance of getting hung up as well. Timing good from Duroux on that wave. Just that one real meaty section though for him. The other one's just kind of connecting the dots. Putting points on the board at the moment. Bit of an advantage in this one at very, very early stages. Half an hour to get 2 waves. Scores out of 10. The best score out of 20 from this half an hour of surfing will send someone for at least an equal third in Africa. Attention's turned to Nolan Raposa of that strong squad out of Southern California. It's a deep, deep talent pool. We're also going to see one of his roomies and homies, Cole Hauschman, coming up next in an absolute cracker of a heat against Kaoli Vast, the Tahitian. Cannot wait to see how that one goes down as well. So these goofy foots in the back half of the draw here, that part of the bracket. And we'll be settling semi-final number 2 with results here. But really interesting to see, you mentioned that wind just backing off, cleaning up the sea surface. Saw a few glassy faces in that last heat, didn't we, between Fred and Alejo. And that's not something we've seen so far this week. We've had the wind, once it kicks up, actually gets a bit keener. Nice to see it just ease back out there.
Yeah, certainly not in the afternoon. It's actually been completely contrary to what we've seen the rest of the event so far. But what's happening here is there's a massive, massive cold front hitting Cape Town at the moment. Paul, looking down at the forecast and the wave buoys down there today, it's up to 8-meter swells, 35 knot southwesterly winds. There's snow and there's rain. That's hitting Cape Town right now. And what that does is it makes its way up the east coast of South Africa, and we get these prefrontal conditions that start developing here in KZN. Tomorrow we're expecting pretty glassy conditions all day. It's expected to be really hot, the temperature going up into 30 degrees Celsius, and by tomorrow night we'll have that cold front will probably hit us here in KZN.
Midwinter in Quadricuza. It's a balmy winter temperature. People on the beach bronzing, swimming in trunks as well. Water temperatures, they're in the low 20s. Temperatures pretty warm as well by this time in the afternoon. It's an absolutely delightful place to be if you like surfing. There's few better places to be, really. That's been proven by the kind of waves we've had this week in the juniors leading up to this. All sorts of surf in this part of the world. Of course, World Surf League in South Africa for a couple of events. Challenger Series, this one, Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. The Corona Open J-Bay as well, coming up real soon. Cannot wait for that. We've already seen glimpses of some great looking waves down there at the famous right-hander. Right now, though, we're surfing a sort of sand-covered reef, sandbars with pockets of rocks. And it's a much shorter wave than the long famous wave at J-Bay, but it's a powerful one, and it's offering up plenty of scores for surfers able to take risks. Looking to do that right now. Duru with an entry, a couple of quick pumps off the bottom, pushes that board and pokes the nose on the recovery. Raposa, meanwhile, big hit. Recovers with speed and getting really busy. Just flinging all sorts of shapes around through to an inside, and he'll just tag it again. He'll get real small in here. He'll just punch it a couple more times for a finish, so certainly a stronger finish there. Getting the completion. 5.94 the requirement for him, and just looking at the moment to keep pace with Duru and not let him run away with anything here.
On that last wide shot, did you see how far apart the competitors were? Nolan Raposa choosing to sit on the far right-hand side of the beach, and Joan Duru down on the left. Nolan Raposa has had a great run in this event so far. Nolan from Long Beach in California, and during one of the interviews yesterday said to us that he had a couple of results last year and then got injured and hasn't participated in any Challenger Series events this year so far. And in one of his interviews he said, "I'm glad just to show people that I'm still here. I'm still on the map. I'm still a threat, and I'm here to do damage to the big seeds."
Yeah, I really like his general attitude. I've seen him in his interviews, obviously when he's winning heats, he's feeling pretty positive about life, but overall I just think he's got quite a lot of spark, and he's got a bit of that charisma that you will need. You will find yourself sometimes a long way from home, questioning decisions, mistakes that you might have made, having to pick yourself up from a defeat when you're chasing the dream of a pro surf career. There's certain times questions are asked, and I think you've got to have a little bit of that resilience to be able to rebound from that. Someone who's got plenty of resilience, experience, and a high skill set. Fred Moraes, the Portuguese surfer, he's standing by for a chat with Giggs.
Well, into the semi-finals, you are ticking the boxes, reaching the goals in 2023.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, last year here I had a really tough hit on the quarterfinals with Leo, so super stoked to make it to the semis. I knew Alejo was going to be a really tough one, super experienced surfer and a great surfer overall, you know, really good in every condition. But yeah, I guess I came out on the top, got two good waves, kind of struggling at the start, but into the semis.
Yep, important, your best one of the year as well. Australia, a little bit of a softer set of results for you, so from here on out to the end of the year, you got to make it count.
Exactly. Hopefully, I've got already a quarterfinal from Manly, an Arabin. At least semifinals here. Looking forward to the U.S. Open, Portugal and Brazil, definitely. 3 stops that I love. I feel at home. So, yeah, now it's just enjoy the journey, enjoy the grind, and make the most of it.
Well, your surfing's on point. Keep the momentum going.
Thank you very much.
Great job, Fred Moraes, through the semis. He loves it. Bettering his result here last year. He lost out to a rival and friend, Leo Fioravanti. Leo getting on just a monstrous tear on challengers last year. Absolutely blistering form from him. Got the win in Ericeira to seal the deal for him back on the championship tour. He's not looked back from there. He's gone well this year. Good result for him to open things off at Pipeline. And he's been solid in contention for that top 10 conversation. Would love to get a couple of big results for the rest of the season. Fred Moraes, with his experience on the championship tour, wants to get back there. And thinking about those ratings and where he is and the sort of points available, he'll be fancy himself at some of the venues coming up. Of course, one of them is an event that he's done really well in the past back in Portugal, his hometown. Just thinking about those ratings. Let's check out the final bracket here and see what we're looking at right now. Our first semi will set up and see Cade Matson, the American, against Fred Moraes. We're up to quarter number 3. Looking at Duru and Raposa. So all goofies in the bottom half of the draw. And you've got to say, really, one of the surprises from that, Jacob Wilcox losing out. He's looked deadly throughout the event.
Yeah, that was the number 1 seed coming in, so a big result for Cade Matson. It's Cade's biggest result of the year. He got a 9th place in the juniors, the World Juniors, and then backed that up with a 5th at the Sydney Surf Pro.
Duru, here he goes. Great looking wave here. Nice pressure on the rail from him. And he swings the axe, but it's just the one turn. That wave pushes and doubles up away from him, goes out to sea. So Duru only able to get that one turn. There's a nice sharp turn down at speed. Not a massive point scoring maneuver, generally speaking, certainly at this stage of proceedings. Let's see where that one goes. So far in this, he has had the best of it with the 5-5. Raposa's had a couple of swings, still stuck in the 3s right now. Plenty of time left to go, but quite surprised to see no one really stamping their authority as yet on this quarter. Here goes Raposa, having a paddle here, a good paddle. Chin down on the string, he's in. Great looking bowl off the bottom. Slices up high, prods that board through the lip, and again goes vertical and manages to get a bonus snap down off the white water. A little polite applause from the American crew. I think they're playing guess the score.
Along with many millions of the rest of us. I love how Nolan Raposa is so sparky. His surfing is on fire. It's heated in those bottom turns, and he's got great connection between the turns. And in all of his heats, we haven't seen him fall much, and great rotation off the bottom to top turn combinations.
Here's Duru. Big floats and gets on the heels and blown up. And that's a maneuver you'd expect him to do all day long. And looking slightly baffled as he will pull that lost surfboard back under him and look to paddle back out. So he'll get a number for a previous effort from that, which will count for him. It'll be a low mid-ranger. Here's another look at Nolan.
So Nolan using that bowly wave here at Ballito to rack up some score on this wave. 2 turns, ends with the foam climb. So gets 3 turns in there. His first turn was the better of the 3 in terms of that wave. The next 2 didn't really get the projection or speed out of those turns. It was a smaller wave, an insider, and it's starting to get a little bit bowly out there. And what creates that is the much higher tide starting to come in here, Paul. So the waves become a bowl sort of wave rather than a grinding sort of little tube down that sandbank.
Raposa swinging for 4.37 on that last effort for him. He's in second place right now, looking for a 5.9 from Duru. Under 16 minutes in this one. Hasn't really caught fire as yet, this one. There's a couple of punches thrown, mostly on the gloves. Nothing really landing. It's Duru, the Frenchman, the veteran, thus far with the lead in this. Plenty of time yet to go as we're looking to send someone to semis. More live from South Africa real soon.
Listen up, guys. Our biggest problem right now, we are missing pauses.
You mean pauses?
No, pauses. The secret to winning is to pause.
Time out! break.
In through the bunny hole.
Down the big tree.
You like it, Tom?
Now you're talking. Gorgeous work, Antonia.
I'm taking a step back.
Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Come on, guys! Ah!
Hey, you'll get it tomorrow.
Beach scenes at Ballito Friday afternoon on the Quadakuza coast. We're enjoying the action out in the water. Two surfers looking really to go up the board in terms of points. Unable as yet to put anything major up in this one. We're stuck in the mid-range scores for now. Let's hope this one fires up towards the back half. Either which way, someone's going to semi-finals. At the moment, Joanne Duru with a slight lead in this. Not a big one, just about 2 points between them. Joanne just in double figures, a 5-9 the requirement for Nolan and Raposa. Bit of a spread. They'll give themselves some room out there. And Raposa with priority in the blue singlet, right of your shot. That's him right there. He's sitting in the more traditional takeoff area here, Mike. Duru a little bit wider the midsection of the wave.
I spoke to Greg Emsley yesterday prior to Daniel Emsley's heat, and Greg actually used to surf quite a lot against Joan Duru back when he was still on tour, and he said Joan has the tendency to distance himself from his fellow competitor in the heat, and if he can, kind of surf his own heat. He doesn't like getting too involved in paddle battles and priority situations, and we kind of see that playing out right now, sitting to the far left of your picture there. And if I think back to earlier heats when the swell was a little bit bigger, Joan was also employing that strategy, you know, getting those big closeouts down there. So both the surfers pretty much surfing their own peak at the moment. And if you look at the screen, there's probably about 100 to 150 meters separating the two surfers right now.
Bit of French interest in these third and fourth quarters. We check out Marc Lacamar, Fred Raban there, watching there, mate. Joanne Duru at the moment in the water, the bit of a lead. Of course, we saw quick vision of Gauli Vast taking on Cole Hausmann in an absolute banger of a fourth quarter. Cole, the American, coming here off the back of a win in Sydney, looking to keep that going. He's one heat away from finals day. Good chance of that going down tomorrow, but we'll know for sure. And when and if we get hold of Travis Logie from Tours and Competitions later today, I suspect we'll be hearing from him at some point. A little bank of low cloud moves in. You mentioned some of those atmospherics, which generally head in from Cape Town and swing up here. Meanwhile, watching the American in the water right now, it's Chloe Andino and Kane Matson. And so far, what they've seen in this is a couple of flashes of him, but never really able to particularly get going. That's been the waves, really. It's just been a quiet one.
It has been a quiet heat. We're almost 20 minutes into the heat, and no scores of real significance, just two waves for Joan Duru touching into sort of that average range of scores, nothing into the good or excellent range at this point. Interesting talking point around the event so far has been the strength of the American camaraderie. And we saw a picture there of Kalohe and Cade supporting Nolan from Long Beach in this heat.
Here goes Nolan, swinging. First turn, it's a bit shouldery, this wave. And he'll throw up the shove it, which will be an incompletion for him. I'm not sure it would have been much of a point scoring maneuver anyway at that stage on that particular wave. Just shouldering away real quick. That's been the story in this one. We've seen those bowls stand up. Sometimes we get that triangle, don't we? The energy comes together, and that can go one or two ways. It can run down towards another heavy bowl, but what it's done in this, waves just sloped off a bit, Mike.
It has, and that you can put down almost entirely to the tide. It is a slightly waning swell. The swell, if you looked at the charts this morning, was touching on 2.1, 2.2 meters, and right now it's dropped down to about 1.6 meters. I'd say sets, we started this morning around 4 foot, we're touching on 2 to maybe 3 foot sets out there at the moment. A lot more bowly, and the wave's certainly much more broken up, and the guys in this heat really surfing their own peak, not getting involved in each other's game at the moment.
Yeah, 10 minutes and 20 to go. Nolan heading back and heading a little bit north, so from right to left of your shot, trying to get in the middle Maybe realising that inside section is going a bit soft. Let's get another look here. Look good on the takeoff.
It was a clean wave. He banks back to get to the power where the whitewater is. I love that little shove. It almost rides it out, going irregular foot, but the whitewater catching up to him. Jean Duru straight up at the lip on this replay and banks it up with another one. Wow. Paul, those were clinical back-end re-entries.
Cast your mind back to earlier on in the heat, and he poked the nose on one turn. That was a really similar one. And Johan Duru, on that particular occasion, just stomping that back foot down on the tail just to get that angle from the board. Just make sure his fin's engaged before the nose pokes, and then going straight back with a swing into another crisp backhand hit. And it's a 5-1-7 for Johan Duru, who also has priority as well. Nolan Raposa expressing some kind of reaction, I think, at that decision, but right now it is Duru with priority, with the scores on the board, and that requirement's gone up now for Nolan. In a low-scoring heat, 6-3 feels reasonably hefty.
So you see what Joan Duru's done here. He sat wide, didn't get involved with Nolan in order to try and get 2 scores. He sat wide down there. He's got two good scores in the sort of 5-5 and 5-1-7, so mid-range scores there. Now what he's done, now that he's got a base to work on, he's gone and he's going to use that priority to put pressure now on Nolan Raposa.
Yeah, he's questioning priority there. What he doesn't want to do is just got to get rattled, okay? Because that's the decision. It looks like that's what we're sticking with, and whatever his thoughts are on that, just keep your head in the game. That's not a big number you need. 6-3. Doesn't want to get too rattled by decisions coming down from the tower. It looks like, you know, when waves come through, there are multiple peaks available, so a good chance for him to have a couple more laps at this and chances to build up scores, and that really has got to remain the focus, although it's quite easy to say that from the cool rarefied air of the commentary position. In the water, much more involved. There's Cole, he's leashing up, getting ready, taking on maybe a few words of advice from already a semi-finalist in Cade Matson. Chloe with all his experience as well might have a few things to say, but Cole doesn't look like he's short on advice, doesn't look like he needs loads. I think he's got a pretty good idea of what he wants to do. Let's check out Duru. Good looking bowl running away from him here. Look at this thing cupping out. A steep sting from him really late to take that one on, and it slaps him back down. Meanwhile, Raposa quick in and out. It will snaffle priority here though. And let's see where Duru's number goes for that first hit. He's in the 5s at the moment. At the moment it's good enough for a lead. Be a quick throwaway for Raposa, but crucially priority will be his real shortly, by which time he'll have about 7 minutes for a score. And if Johan improves on his number, that number might nudge up a touch. Nolan's not wasting any time at all. Here he goes. Little swoop in, and this wave goes all bouncy on him. A bit of downtime, not the wave he was after. So a weird decision there on that wave. It never really looked great, did it? Even the way he paddled into it, it got a little hung and had to kind of airdrop down the bottom of the wave and got there, and it was a bit slopey, and Duru has got priority. So Raposa a little rattled here.
He's looked back at the tower again, see him splashing his hands around. So Joan Duru is keeping very composed at this stage with 6 minutes to go. He's got 2 scores on the board, not massive scores, but there's certainly a bit of pressure here on Nolan Raposa, and it looks like it's affecting him a little bit. He's getting slightly desperate, taking off on sort of mid-range waves that are a little bit choppy. That last wave of Joan Duru was a slightly bigger one as well. It didn't factor into his top 2 because he fell on that second turn, but I sort of feel that where Joan Duru is sitting slightly wider there, or maybe the slightly bigger sets at the moment.
Yeah, he just got to question the wave selection from Nolan. He wanted the priority, and when he finally got it, I'm surprised he thought he saw a 6.3 on that wave when he paddled in. So he does have a look down the line, actually, that to be fair to him, we don't have on quite a tight camera angle, so we're really looking at the initial bowl. Maybe there was another section he wanted to aim at, but an interesting decision, not a great one as it turned out to be with the benefit of hindsight. He's still chasing here in second place in this. It will be a great result for him if he were to go out of this stage. But if you're making it to the quarters, I don't think anyone's thinking, oh, well, that's the job done. Everyone wants to come back for finals day and possibly get a career-defining win.
I think with 10,000 points up for grabs for a win here, and no one running away at this stage in terms of the rankings, whoever wins this event as we've said before, halfway through the season in the Challenger Series. You take 10,000 points now and you back it up with another semi, maybe a quarterfinal, you're in the game.
Yeah, if you're winning this event and you've already got some points on the board as well, heading out of Australia, really, really strong. You also get the chance to surf the rest of the season with that added confidence. You know you don't need to make quite as many heats. Obviously, you want to go deep in every event, but important to get your work done early. And we do always see various qualifying formats, a few last gasp heroics, but that's generally people vying for those spots right down the bottom. Usually we have several surfers locked in even before the final event. Let's check out Raposa here under Joanne Duru's priority. He's got some speed. Quick clip from him, keeps the speed up, drags out the bottom turn and just rakes the fins and the rail through a soft shoulder. And again, keep him busy. It's nice bright surfing. I'm not sure in terms of quality. 6.33, we saw that on that wave.
Joan Duru didn't even glance at that wave, didn't look at it, wasn't interested in the least. He just let Nolan Raposa go. So he's confident, and Joan looking, he knows exactly what he wants out there. He didn't even look at it. And holding on to that priority, he was confident that Nolan wouldn't have got the score. Nolan may improve on that lower score of his 383, maybe bring the requirement down somewhat. Look at this. He doesn't even look at it. So Nolan says, I'll have this. Let me have a bite at this. First turn, a check turn, goes into that next section. Now we can see Joan Duru looking back just to see if it was maybe a wrong decision. And I think he would he'd be happy that he didn't even paddle for that wave, because can't see that going into that good or higher scoring range, Paul.
Yeah, pretty well surfed, but just the potential of that wave was always relatively low. It's a 4.23. Does improve the low number. Looking for 6.3 still is Raposa. Just over 3 minutes on the clock. He'll have to swing back into the lineup and try and find something. Duru will head over towards him now, so paying much more attention to the presence of Raposa than he was on that previous wave, and he'll look to cover him here and exert a bit of pressure. We talked about Joanne's experience, talked about the fact he's already made a final on the championship tour at Super Tubos back in 2019. He's performed really well in South Africa in the past as well, and he's well on his way to a result here in what's been a pretty modest quarterfinal in terms of quality, really. So far so good for Joanne Duru, who with a couple of fives is going all right in this, but if a multiple set comes through with different wave riding opportunities, Raposa's right in this still. Let's remind ourselves, 6.3 is sort of scores he's been dropping throughout this event, and he'll just want a wave here. What he needs is to attack the lip again. His last few waves have been that lateral surfing. You're always going to stay down the threes and the fours with that. He needs to launch a couple of assaults from the bottom turn right up into the lip, but right now he's chasing ghosts out there and being paddled around the lineup with Duru all over him.
So Joan Duru really employing the tactics out there of priority just to stay on Nolan Raposa. In one of the ladies' heat interviews this morning, they were saying, her name slips me, I can't remember exactly who it was, but she was saying, you know, she just wanted to get up right next to her and just get into her head a little bit, irritate her a little bit, and crowd her space. And what that does, it just sort of takes away the focus in your mind of the clarity of just looking for a wave, and now you got to worry about somebody kind of on your inside and pushing you the whole time. So I think it has got Nolan perhaps just a little bit rattled. Yeah, we see him keep paddling away, and Joan really putting the pressure. Yeah,
I think what's mainly got him rattled is just he knows he hasn't got points on the board so far in this one for all 29 minutes of effort in this. Just a couple of fours from him, and he knows it's going to take more than that. That's 6.3 the requirement. We see him inside the final minute, having a look around and wondering where and if indeed this opportunity is going to come. He'll head back in the opposite direction. Duru will say, yeah, sure, I'll come. Why not? Let's have a look over there. And Duru just sitting slightly inside now on Raposa, keeping a very watchful eye on him. Raposa pretending to paddle for something there. He's going to start to get desperate in a sec. Does need to try and go something in the final 30 seconds now. And Joanne Duru, who's not put many feet wrong so far in this entire event, and he hasn't had to put in a massive Herculean effort either in this quarter-final to do what looks like get him into the semis. He's very much taken this surf competition in his stride thus far. There's an inside wave for Nolan, which he had to swing for. Joanne read that and realized that wasn't going to break, and we'll count down here, and it'll be félicitations to Joanne Duru, who's through to semi-finals here at the expense of the younger American Nolan Raposa. And Duru, there's different ways of getting it done. You'd love to go up in excellent scores, highlights, real stuff. That time it was pragmatic, it was smooth surfing, smart competing, and maintained a minimum of effort, really. We'll go to break here. When we come back, we've got our fourth and final quarter-final. It's a banger of a heat against Cowley Vast, live from the Ballito Pro after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Setting up our fourth quarter-final for the men on the Challenger Series here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. We'll be looking at Cole Hausmann, number 3 on the Challenger Series ratings, taking on Cowley Vast of France via Tahiti, 55th so far on this Challenger Series, and looking to get a result here in South Africa. These two big, heavy hitters we talked about, goofies at great length, Mike, and their turns and their strengths and what they can do. And we've got a couple of strong goofies out here, and I'm particularly thinking about quads and that power they generate out of their bottom turns, out of their top turns. I think we could see some fireworks here.
Absolutely. We got Cole Hausmann in this heat, and this guy's built like an Olympic swimmer. He's got the big shoulders, he's got the massive legs, and we've seen that in some of the powerful surf, just attacking and smashing the waves out there. And then up against him is one of the guys that takes on some of the heaviest, hollowest waves in the world, Cowley Vast. He's no stranger to gigantic chopu, and it's fantastic to have surfers of this caliber in the quarterfinals here at Ballito.
And Cowley's been doing the rounds in Europe, got a couple of European Pro Junior titles, and been surfing really well in the beach breaks. So all sorts of conditions, a strength for him. That wave is a weird one. The rip just kind of chewed through that and bent it out to sea. So quick in and out to open things up for Hausmann, who looks to dip his way back into a position on top of the peak here, find something of greater quality than that. Thinking about Cowley and what he's been able to do in order to get in here. Got his qualification done reasonably well. Got himself, I think, finished second on the QS in Europe, second or third to get himself here to Challengers. It was absolutely dominated by French surfers. 9 out of their 10 spots coming from the French, and very much sort of touted for greatness since quite a young age, and his chops at the end of the road when he was quite a young lad, and wears the helmet out there for protection. So he doesn't take much of a cautious approach, certainly paddling in on the big West bowls or let go of the rope, as I'm sure you're referencing his sort of hero shot on his profile on the World Surf League. Have an absolutely monster wave out there, and it's incredible to see the range of size that surfers can excel at.
It's unbelievable. Carly had a result earlier in the year at the WSL World Junior Championships. That's the one result he's counted this year in terms of the juniors. And then he won the WQS 3000 event in Morocco, and that set him up for an attack on the qualifying series. He hasn't had a great result in Australia so far, pretty much getting knocked out first round in both of the events. So for Kaoli, this is his best result so far, and he'd love to go just 2 heats further and make a final in the Challenger Series. By contrast, Cole Hauschman knows what it's like to come into a Challenger Series event, surf through all the rounds, and stand at the end of the event with the big trophy and champagne raining down on you. He's got 10,000 points from the previous event held in Sydney, and he already has that as a solid counting result. So if he makes it through here, he's certainly going to be on his way in that top 10.
Yeah, looking really, really good so far on the Challenger Series. As we've mentioned, this one will be the midway point when we wrap up in Ballito. Right now, Hauschman coming off the back of that win, and really his form throughout this event has sort of showed why he was able to go all the way there. Surfing with the power, a really explosive performer as well. His backhand's so impressive. Just the kind of corners he can fit his board in, the steeper sections of the wave. So far in this one though, it's more looking around, sizing things up, trying to find where that opportunity is going to come from. So that theme from our previous quarter kind of being continued in this. Not loads of waves coming through in the early, nearly 7 minutes. And this one is just a quick 2 for Cole. Carly's having a little bit of a paddle up and down. He's got priority, and he's deciding slightly deeper in the more kind of legitimate regular takeoff peak here at Surfers in Ballito is where he wants to be. So he'll head slightly further back south to the right of your shots. In the meantime, we've got Frenchman in the water. We could possibly have an all-French semi-final. That's if Cowley gets through this. Whoever gets through this will meet Joanne Duroux in the second semi-final, who's with gigs.
Quarter-final number 3 in the book, and a win for Jean Duroux through to the semi-finals. It's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, I feel really good. I had kind of a hard hit. Wave looks cleaner, turn offshore, but I don't know, on my wave I was not feeling good, sort of fall, and at the end I got the good priority at the good time, and so I was trying to be smart and had a good strategy and pay off at the end.
So here at the Challenger Series, we're seeing lots of young new names from France coming through as well. Got to feel good to get a win though, just get that experience back over the younger surfers.
Yeah, they're coming. Finally, I can retire soon.
Well, good luck for tomorrow. We are looking forward to seeing you in the semis. And any messages to the folks at home?
Merci Maud, la famille, mes grands-parents, copains d'abord, Chilon.
Duroux through to semi-finals here. Let's remind ourselves how it's shaping up for the final bracket for the men at the Ballito Pro. And some big names here, some names we know well, some experience from the CT, some of the upstarts as well, thinking of the likes of Kate Matson throwing their hat into the ring, and this one, 2 young and up-and-coming surfers as well. Which one's going to meet Duroux?
Well, it's going to be the Cole Hauschman, the big surfer from the US, or it's going to be the Frenchman via Tahiti, Kaoli Boss, but guaranteed in the final, we're going to have a regular foot against the Goofy. And those matchups, so semi-final number 1, Kate Matson, powerful regular footer. Federico Marai, previous WCT campaigner. And then we already got John Duroux, who also has plenty WCT experience. He's had a long career, surfed many heats, and one of the most experienced competitors in the semi-final stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Forecast looking pretty good for tomorrow. We'll get updated soon, but we've been feeling pretty positive about a Saturday finish. And have you seen anything to change your mind on that?
No, just looking at that storm and the swell that's coming for Sunday, very stormy. We're expecting snow and very heavy rain on the Drakensberg Mountains. It could get very wild out here on Sunday, and we're expecting to finish on Saturday. It's not confirmed though. We'll obviously wait for Travis Logie to let us know what the plan is.
Here's Cowley, uses priority, waited ages to do that. Great first turn though, and recovers, coils the spring and unleashes a second whipping turn. This is on the face, not loads of points in here. Damage was done, you reckon, from the first maneuver, and Cowley Vast was certainly going to the lead here, and he waited a long time for that. Showed the patience with priority, held that priority, and he waited 10 minutes into the heat to get going, but a pretty decent way to start.
Cowley is an intense competitor. You can see it come through in his interviews and in a lot of the media that he talks to. He's a very intense person and very focused here in this heat. So he takes off on a mid-range one. It's a nice glassy wave, hooks it under the lip, straight off the bottom into another turn, and wave just goes a bit frothy, checks to try and see if there is anything else on the end here. The wave doesn't offer up too much, and he's out of there. It still blows me away, Paul, that you look at images and videos of this guy on a 20-foot wave at Chopu, and he can surf 2 to 3 foot surf with fluid style in the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series event like this. His range of capability and surfing prowess is unbelievable.
Yeah, I believe, obviously, we just had our announcements for J-Bay in terms of wildcards. We don't have wildcards picked, event wildcards for Tahiti, but I tell you, if there was a voting system, I think he might get the popular vote. He surfed there really well before as a wildcard, was unbelievable in that event, got a great result in it, and you fancy his skill set and his technique at his home break. He's going to be surfing in the Olympic Games there as well for France. That's massive. But yeah, let's see where that goes. 2 events, of course, on the Championship Tour. 2 of the, well, really the favourite events all season. J-Bay and Tahiti there yet to come before we head into the Rip Curl WSL Finals in Trestles in September. Right now, of course, we're thinking about qualifying for season next year, 2024. Championship Tour surfers. You could well be looking at a couple of Championship Tour campaigners right now out in the water. 2 of the outstanding, highly touted surfers from their respective regions, America and Europe. And Cowley Vast heading deeper now. Second priority, got a 517 on the board. He'll go and try and snaffle something. He might have seen a bit of a lump here. We need some more waves, Mike.
Yep, we sure do. To make it exciting and to create some drama here in quarterfinal number 4.
Here's Vast off the bottom square. Bang. Nice fizzing turn from him. A slopey section again, but he's found something to navigate, and he'll stab that. Puts a little extra pepper in it too by just squeezing out the tail a touch. So nice control from him. That board just knifing through sections for Cowley Vast. And from a static position, Hausman just had to sort of watch Vast prowl up his inside, and he'll throw another number up, and he'll throw a little bit more scoreboard pressure against the American.
It feels like it's been quite a slow heat so far, and if we look at the scores on the board, only 3 waves ridden in total. We're waiting for a score for Cowley to drop in, but he has established an early lead here, and he'll improve on the lead with this wave. Great turn straight up to the lip here. He finds a nice connections section there. That wave just sort of unloads, and it gives him that extra little ramp to go into the next section, and he'll improve on the lead that he's already established here.
Yeah, wait for numbers to come in for Cowley. The 2 hits from him, and it was an inside wave that didn't tickle the fancy of Hausman, who had priority, and he had to just essentially sit there and watch. And you think it'd be another reasonable number in for Cowley. I'm going to go up into the excellent range, but if he can get another mid-ranger, he'll be pretty happy with the platform he's built in a kind of a wave-starved ocean. It is a good mid-ranger, actually, 567. So it gets the improvement on his first wave. So you have to say, again, with the benefit of hindsight, bit of a mistake. Hausman with priority, able to take that wave, no interest at all shown in it. And it's the man in motion paddling back out from a wave, able to get up on the inside I mean, if you're free surfing, that's not what you want to see. Someone has just ridden away, paddling back up the inside. But hey, if you got second priority, pretty smart move and paying off so far for Cowley.
Yeah, so Cowley going down to the left-hand side of the bank. Now he's making his way back towards Cole Hauschman, but he's put a bit of distance there because he might actually find that little white peak, and then he'll be way too far across the beach for Cole to really have a go, threaten takeoff there.
What Cowley's been able to do is got Cole out of his comfort zone, because the American's going to have to surf half a heat here, and it's not having this his way as he has throughout the rounds in this event. He's got 2 points on the board with half the heat gone, so he's going to need 2 numbers in basically half the allotted time, and not getting into his rhythm and his flow. We've seen how strong he can be from a standing start, and he's going to need to show us that here if he wants to come back for finals day and possibly repeat the win that he got over in Narrabeen. Right now, let's get an update from Travis Logie. He's with Gigs.
Down here at the shoreline for a conditions update from a big day of competition.
Yeah, Gigs, very happy with today. We've decided to wrap it up after quarterfinals. Tomorrow's looking like a very likely finals day, and we've got a perfect amount of heats to really pick the eyes out of the best conditions tomorrow and really capitalize wind and tide. So check back in tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Back to you, boys.
Oh, great stuff. Thanks, Gigs. Travis is looking pretty happy with his decision. I tell you what, every single one's been solid. He's had a good forecast to work with. It makes his job a lot easier. And coming back tomorrow with the semis and the finals, according to my mathematics, that's 6 heats. And able to pick the very favourable part of the tide and the wind window too. Meanwhile, live action, the American Hauschman, nice turn from him. Here's the power, and he gets another muscular hit to finish as well. A little shake of the head, and Hauschman needed to get going here and finally put something a bit more legitimate towards the judging panel for them assign a number 2, but he's not got loads of time. He's going to need a bit more where that came from.
Yeah, he finally uses up that priority after Paul. I reckon he probably sat in that priority for about 7 minutes. We saw him actually standing on his board and looking to see if he could see anything out in the ocean. He pulls the trigger on this one. The first couple of turns here are just really to set up speed down the line for the big finish, which he does get. He does manage to smash that end section, but just the one turn of real significance there. I'm interested to see if this goes as high as the mid-range even. Carly Vast's waves, he had multiple turns, and Cole only that one big turn. The rest of it was kind of speed checks lining up that end section.
They're pretty powerful speed checks though, aren't they? And here goes Cowley Vast here, straight into it. And prods vert, buries the nose, recovers well. Now he's got some speed. Possibly thought about a ramp there. And in the end, he just kind of pops the handbrake really and skids himself to a stop from pretty much mid-maneuver. He was halfway through a floater. The wave was just disappearing. And Cowley Vast will just bring that one to a natural conclusion. Number's going to drop for Cole, and he's going to be back in this contest when this last score drops. There we go, 5-7-3 for him. Now needing a 5-1-1, and it changes with that wave for him to still in second. He's got priority. Cowley just took a wave, won't add to his number with that. And now a bit of that momentum switching back towards the surfer in red, one of 2 goofies, the American. 5-1-1, not a big number. He's just gone better than that with his previous. But we are stuck in the 5s in this, and you got a feeling this is going to be a real close, tense battle, Mike.
If we get set waves in the next 10 minutes, I think that we could see a major situation change. Have a look at the jet ski there, Paul. They've just revved that thing up to go over a little bit of swell. And is this going to light the heat up? We've only had small 2 to 3 foot waves so far in the heat. And the first wave goes through. No one decides to take that one. Don't know if there's going to be anything else of significance in the set. Right on top of each other there.
Yeah, Cowley will go here, and he'll just spin inside of Cole. And he's tanking down the line. He'll go with a big rotation. He'll stick that with speed, and again, he'll hit the lip. So the progression from Cowley Vast, we talked about the power. He does have that backside rotation absolutely on lock. That was clean. He punched that one and carried on down the line. Crucially, got another turn in as well. So comboing it up, taking on the lip, getting the big backhand air reverse done as well. Judges haven't had loads of airs to score today. Let's see where this one goes. Interesting under priority. Smart competing from Cowley. And he's asked a question.
So I wasn't sure of the potential of this wave, but he makes it happen. Goes for a great looking rotation aerial. And he backs it up with a second snapping maneuver too. So solid variety and high risk maneuver there.
Little cheeky grin on the end as well, wasn't it? The little look back and the sort of smile cracked over his face. So right under Hausman's nose, right under his priority. They were sitting 50 centimeters away from each other. And once again, from under the American's priority, a score heading the Frenchman's way. It's going to be a decent one. You can see that from the spread on your screen there. Just one judge to lock in, but it's going to be the high score of the heat by about 1.5 points. And what a crucial time to get that. And this will send the requirement up. Just waiting for that score to drop in for Cowley. It's certainly going to be in the 7s. And on the prowl, back to the peak. Hausman made a couple of errors just in terms of judgment here. Obviously, that's after the benefit of hindsight and what Cowley was able to do. But again, surfing up the potential of the wave. A little in-betweener, a little bit of a soft one. And poking in that rotation on the backhand. Full rotation, he stomped it, landed a little bit on the tail, but the recovery was instantaneous. Managed to get another turn in as well. And that's how you compete, mate. You've done a priority rather than sit there and wait for the second wave of a set and your opponent to go the first one. Just force the issue, go something on the inside. He tried that a couple of times for a couple of throwaways. And this one pays off for him. And let's see where this puts Colt. We're still waiting for that last score to come in, but it'll be 9 minutes or so. And Cole Hausman will be looking for a score around about the order of a 7. The numbers in. It's a 7-point ride for Cole Vast, as we expected. And Hausman now the 6.95 is the requirement for him. He's still, Mike, sitting on a 2 with under 9 minutes to go.
Man, you know, I cannot believe the vastness of Kyle Vast's repertoire. We were talking about it earlier, and he goes for a big air.
All right, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be concluding this, our final heat of the day. We've got the post-show to bring you as well. Massive talking points from the challengers. We'll be right back. Looking back on a strong wildcard performance at his home break, Cowley Vast getting deeply bowled at the end of the road, went all the way to the final hit. Lost that final to Miguel Pupo, but as a wildcard in front of his home crowd at a reef, he knows every single crevice of Cowley Vast. Loving his time as a wildcard on the championship tour. Not bad for a home break, Mike.
Man, it's incredible. The variety he has in his repertoire is incredible. And he takes it from that and those kind of powerful reef break waves in Tahiti to 2 to 3 foot multiple peak beach break here in Ballito, and he takes to the air. And what incredible variety he has on lock that he can pull deep out of his bag of tricks there. That last wave of Kali, when he took off and he took that wave from under Cole Hausman's priority, when I looked at it, I thought, that's weird. Why is he going for that? You know, I thought it was a much smaller inside wave, but I think he already in his head maybe had planned he's going to try an aerial.
Yeah. Let's have a look at that 7-point ride again. This is the wave you were just describing, and he sees the potential of this, and we know what's coming here.
Yeah, there you go. Big rotation air, a little sketchy on the landing, but he gets great amplitude and does the full 360 in the air, and we haven't seen many of those today.
No, and you look at the scores and where we are at the heat at the moment. Look at Cowley's numbers. That's 7, 5, 6, 7. They're reasonable numbers. Nothing really to surprise you particularly there. But the story really in this heat, on the other side, in red, Hausmann, 5, 7, 3 and a 2. He's only ridden 2 waves in this heat, and he's been sort of snuffed out of contention really by Cowley Vast, who's been busier around him in the lineup. He's been more active when he doesn't have priority. And Cole's been in this position of these prolonged periods. This is the second one where he's held priority for ages. Last time, got himself back in the heat with a 5-7-3, but then immediately after that, Cowley dropped the 7 that we just watched. And Cowley's done a real job. There's only so much you can do in surfing, right? You can't really necessarily affect what your competitor does too much, but I tell you what, in this heat, Cowley surfed pretty smart, and he's had a lot to say, and he's had a big influence in some of Cole's choices.
Yeah, 6 waves versus 2. So clearly Cole has gone out there with the intention of catching a big set, because otherwise he would be having a look at some of these mid-range ones. And he's running out of time now. If he's going to split the wave and say get 2 6s or 6-5 and a 7, he's running out of time. So as the time ticks by, it's going to come down to potentially just a 1-wave set for Cole. And the requirements and the time,
it's a really gettable number for him, 6.95. Meanwhile, looking at another section to punt there, Cowley Vast, he thought about it. He pulled back at the last minute. Meanwhile, crucially, Hausmann, 6.95, the requirement. Just stretched himself out to look at a wave which will run towards Vast, who also will decline it. Just over 4 and change in this. You would not bet against Hausmann with a wave to get himself a high 6. Will he find that wave, though? And he'll have to be patient for a continued period of time here. He's still waiting with 4 to go in this, and we talk about what goes on between the ears being often more important than what exactly you do when you get to your feet, and this is asking all of those mental questions of the American.
Cowley being super clever. Did you see how he looked at his watch as he pulled out of the wave? He did it strategically. He looked at his watch. He's looking at every second on the clock at the moment and managing how he approaches these last 4 minutes of the heat.
Not been loads for the American crew to get excited about in this one. This guy stood up twice, got himself a 2 beginning of the heat in the opening 30 seconds, and since then 5.73 with priority has been the fruits of his labours. And he will need to get busier here, looking for the 6.95. So a score just under what Cowley was able to do. We know he's got the big hammers on the backhand. 2 turns or even 1 will do it for him if he just surfs as he has been throughout this event. But so far, just wondering where that opportunity is going to come. He's heading a touch wider here, still with the priority. And Cowley seems to be enjoying the way this heat's gone. He's had that busier approach. Obviously, he's got the scores on the board as well. Little lump standing up here. And I just wonder the selectivity that Hausmann's showing. I wonder at what stage in terms of time does that change and maybe be a bit more realistic about you got your expectation and you got reality to deal with. And he's just going to have to go something at some stage real close to another huge result here. Equal fifths, a solid result again. I mean, that'll be a key pun. That's putting him in really good contention for the championship tour. But you're close to finals day. Good chance that'll be tomorrow, as we just heard from Travis Logie. Right now, just over 2 on the clock. Hausmann's up against it.
I think now, with 2 minutes on the clock, he's potentially running out of time for the 2-wave combination to make up that score, and in terms of building it. Because once he goes, Cowley's going to get priority, which is going to block Cole on any extra potential waves.
Yeah, I think for sure he's going to try and get that in 1. Could this be 1 here? It's just a 6.95, the requirement. Here goes Hausmann. Gets some speed from the takeoff. First turn is nice and crisp. And the second one, he puts it up and he emerges. And let's see where that goes. He's asked the question of the panel. Was that the best turns wave we've seen in this heat so far in terms of the size and strength of those maneuvers? We saw a 7 come in for a full rotation. Backside air reverse from Cowley Vast. Cole Hausmann hitting the lip hard twice. The second turn, he disappeared a little bit, didn't he, in that explosion? So it's hard to see exactly what the board was doing as we watched that live. Judges will dive into replays. He's heading back out to sea. Interestingly, he didn't see some huge kind of outpouring of emotion from him on the inside, as you might expect some surfers to do if they feel they got a number. Let's check it here on replay.
Here we go. Big first turn. That is a solid turn. Straight up into the next one. He rides it out, almost comes unstuck in the white water, but the extension of the board on that turn was huge. He got almost the whole thing out. He's a huge guy, and he throws almost the full 100 kilograms of his body weight at that lip.
Big power hits for the American. Where's this going to go score-wise? North of 695 will see him through to semi-finals. And then the first number's in. It looks good. So Hausman waiting with a cool head for an eternity for that wave. Vast, meanwhile, with priority out the back. And it's looking good for him. He's going to get the number. He gets it with a bit to spare. Crucially goes to first. We're counting down now. Final 15 seconds. He's up and swinging here. And he'll look to just bring this all the way through to the inside. And we talk about that mental fortitude. And he certainly seemed to display that. That was just, well, this is the fourth wave he's ridden in half an hour. But it was the third wave, that previous one, that was crucial. And that's no numbers in for Cowley Vast, who will not be able to believe how he lost that heat there. He did everything right, really surfed super smart, was busy when he didn't have priority. Ultimately, he'll bow out with a quarter-final finish here. And this guy, the American powerhouse, Cole Hausman, he'll be back through to finals day. We'll see him in the semis. We're going to get a break. When we come in, we'll bring Giggs and Kai back in for the post-show. Loads of talking points from another great air competition on the challenges here in Ballito. We'll be right back.
Welcome to our planet Earth, which is a crazy name for a planet mostly covered in water, you know? Planet Ocean would have made more sense. But hey, I didn't come up with it. Some other human did. A few decades ago, a pioneer named Jack O'Neill invented this second skin as protection from the ocean. But now it's the ocean that needs our protection. Because underneath the depth of planet Ocean, a global threat is lurking. We call it plastic, and it's more dangerous than it looks. Inspired by one visionary man, our ocean mission was born. The objective? Doing our part in making planet Ocean a more sustainable place to live on. O'Neill Blue is our promise to use more sustainable materials. We're on our way towards a 100% O'Neill Blue collection by 2025. Join our ocean mission. O'Neill.
Just 8 surfers remain alive in the Challenger Series at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Another big day of competition. We've got the quarterfinals all wrapped up. Once again, the surf delivered for us throughout the day here. A bit of a change in conditions though throughout the day. That's one of our talking points. We've got loads of others here to talk you through all that in the post show. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Kai Linder, Gig Cilliers. Gentlemen, a penny for your thoughts.
Well, 8 o'clock this morning, we still had 16 women that round to get through, and this thing unfolded beautifully. The tide dropped out, the wind stayed fairly light, allowed us to get to women's quarterfinals and go through that. And then, as I say, as the tide turned over, the sea breezes were pretty steady for us, and well, we got men's quarters done as well. And I love the theme of former championship tour surfers challenging the up and rising talent. We love what goes on the Challenger Series.
And Kai, we think, you know, get the later stages in events, get up towards quarters, it is going to require a bit of a step up in quality, and I think we saw that throughout the day.
Yeah, I think some of the people might have looked at the conditions today. We were expecting, I think, slightly better conditions, but Trav pulled the trigger, and I mean, immediately we saw some big scores coming in on the ladies, and a whole bunch of excellent range scores today, some really exciting surfing. Couple of guys and girls, the legs fell off of their campaigns. They were looking good. Some people we thought were going to do a lot better than they did. Others really stamped their authority.
All right, well, picking out heats from today, let's cast our mind back to the first quarterfinal for the men, which did see our #1 surfer from Challenger Series. That was Jacob Wilcox, came up against this guy in something of an upset here, guys.
Well, Cade Matson surfed straight into the gates on this one. Literally in the first 5 minutes, he'd nailed his 2 scores, a 7.33, backed it up with a 6.67, and the points were coming out of the lip line, Kai, and he was stinging these to get this quarter #1 underway.
Yeah, and it was interesting because he said his game plan going into the heat was to get the 2 first waves and then to really apply the pressure with priority, and it's exactly what he did. The whole heat we were watching Jacob try to catch up, and he was doing some good surfing, but just couldn't find the same size or intensity on the waves as Cade had at the start, and his game plan worked brilliantly. He's into the semis.
Yep, consistency for Jacob Wilcox. We'll see him finish equal 5th here. And, well, Cade Matson, representing San Clemente, Paul, is through to the semis.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Americans on either side of the draw and a couple of wily European veterans there as well. And that story, the youth versus experience, is exactly what we've got in each of those semi-finals. Who are you liking from our semi-finals? Favourites?
Look, Cade Matson's looking fire, the youngster from California. He's really looking exciting. He's got a nice energy about his surfing. But I've got to look at that Manjuan Nduru. He's had some solid runs here before. He's finaled, and I just like his surfing at Ballito. He's got so much power and experience behind his back. So I'm looking at the Frenchman to maybe go all the way this year.
San Clemente versus the European veterans right there. We love it. Doesn't get a more balanced picture with that experience of Federico Moraes and Jean Nduru. And then flanking on the outside, Cade Matson, Cole Hauschman. This is going to be a great finals day when it comes around.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing exactly what goes down. Of course, in order to get yourself through, you need big performances through the quarterfinals. And just looking at those women's quarterfinals, we saw a great one go down. And again, thinking of that experience versus the next generation, one of the most popular surfers on this or any of the tours, Sally Fitzgibbons, 3-time runner-up to the world title, took on the young surfer out of French Polynesia, and Vaini Fierro got a close win here, guys.
Well, she came out the gates firing. She wasn't holding back, that's for sure. Got some scores on top of Sally, put the pressure on her. Sally fought back valiantly and showing some really nice rail surfing in the process, but it came down to the last seconds, Gigs.
Yeah, very, very close one. 13.93, played a 13.46, less than half a point to separate. But consistency coming to Ballito for Sally Fitzgibbons. But, well, blazing her way through the young talent from Tahiti. We love it.
And Vaini Fierro getting the win there with Sally Fitzgibbons. It will be a keeper result, though. And just thinking about Sally and where she is, we're not worried about her, right? She looks like she's surfing great. She's already going well on the Challenger Series. You'd be quite surprised if she wasn't right up there for requalification through the Challengers come the end of the season.
Yeah, I think when you look at the ratings coming out of this event, she's going to be sitting pretty. She's had some good results already, and she's just a quality surfer.
Gigs, names leaping out at you from this final bracket for the women?
Well, 4 remaining, one of them a veteran this time. Here comes the new talent as we expect. This is where the Challenger Series showcases these young ladies. Going to be a tough one to pick between Vaheen Ferro and Azali Kelly. And, well, again, so much for us when we get to finals day, perhaps as soon as tomorrow.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing exactly what happens as and when if we go down tomorrow, but we're looking good for the forecast. I believe we got the winner of the last heat standing by for a chat with us, a guy who was up against the ropes for a long time in that heat. Let's go and hear from the young American Cole Hauschman.
Cole, you used most of that heat to hold on priority and not catch too many waves. It came down to the last 90 seconds or so of the heat. How did you manage to keep your nerve? Your crew on the beach were chewing their fingernails, hearts were beating, and yet you were sitting out there cool as anything. Tell us about the end of that heat.
I wouldn't say I was as cool as anything, but I was stressing. That wasn't really my plan to sit for that long, and he got his really good wave under my priority, so I kind of had a few mistakes in that heat, but I just waited, and I knew there was going to be a set eventually, or I was hoping, and I just wanted to have priority when it came in. So after like the 5-minute mark, I was like, I might as well sit and wait for one wave, and that wave came in. I wasn't really sure what it was going to do, but I didn't want to not go, so I went, and it worked out, so super stoked.
Now, you're through to finals day at the Ballito Pro. You know what it's like in finals day. You came into the event as the champion of the previous event. What does the next 12 to 18 hours look for you and your crew preparing for tomorrow, Saturday?
Just same as it's been every night this week. Just relax, get some food, pretty much have an early night, and yeah, just try not to put too much pressure on myself, but at the same time, I mean, it feels good to be back in the same position as the last event, and you know, I'd be stoked with another final or another win, and that's the goal right now, but it's really just one heat at a time for me, and all these points are pretty crucial, so.
Great job. We really look forward to your surfing on finals day. Well done on the event so far, and all the best for tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Mike. Well, let's get into our top 5 moments of the day. Quite a lot of moments to pick from, but one of them was one of our South African surfers who's been outstanding in this event. She get big support from the crowd. Let's check out the buzzer beater from Sarah Baum in the round of 16.
Yeah, Sarah was under a lot of pressure, probably a bit of a slow heat, but she came out blazing on this last wave. That first turn was just a really solid turn, and you felt like momentum was swinging her way after this, but unfortunately didn't quite get there in the quarters. But she's had a great year. Speaking to some of the more experienced ladies on tour like Bronte and Isabella, the consensus is this is Sarah Baum's year. She must qualify surely.
Well, love this one, Paul. Frederico Moraes will show us moment number 4. And of course, when the job needs to get done, him and Dogmarsh team up and they'll just nail it. And well, he brought some fantastic numbers from that quarterfinal. He is through to the semis, a 7.3 and a 7, rock solid surfing from the veteran.
Okay, just came out the gates firing on this one. It was his game plan. Lovely power hack, surfing super tight in the pocket. What a way to start your quarterfinal with a 7.33. And then almost 2 minutes later got into this one. Another really tight arc. Doing so well to get over that middle section, and then the big finish, and then sat for the rest of the heat.
Well, the Goofy Footers were solid in Ballito here on the Friday afternoon, and well, Bronte McCauley just set the pace. She went into the excellent category with an 8.33 just to keep the Goofies alive, and of course just that Australian push as well. And I love again that story of the experience versus the young challengers.
And then Vaheen, of course, we saw a little bit of this earlier. She came out blazing, getting a solid score to start the heat. Then she had to work in the dying minutes to get the score, and just watch how calm she is on this wave. Just did everything right. Knew she had to get that sort of mid to good score, working those bottom turns, getting the fins out the back, and more importantly, finishing the wave. Gets the 6.93 and made the heat.
All right, that wraps up our top 5 moments of the day. It's been a really fun day of competition. We have settled our semi-finalists, just 4 surfers left here, and looking at crowning a champion, very likely to be tomorrow. Kai, your thoughts just overall on conditions for tomorrow?
Well, look, we were expecting better waves today, but unfortunately the land breeze kind of let us down due to the cloud cover last night. But the forecast, if we're looking on the systems, it looks like beautiful offshores in the morning, really light winds all the way to sort of mid-afternoon around 2-3 o'clock, when the wind will swing to the onshore. And there is a pulse. There's a nice looking little period coming in tomorrow. So let's hope that it all transpires, because then we should see really good conditions.
And Giggs, what are you expecting tomorrow, just in terms of performances overall, to go through the semis and take out a win in the final?
Well, no matter what, low tide around lunchtime, I'm sure Travis Logie's thinking let's get semis and finals peaking at around that time. Look at the conditions that were on hand today and how the points were fetched out of the lineup. Definitely those cracks in the top corner, so hard to call a winner. There's a lot of goofy versus natural discussion going on. Of course, both men's and women's final top four featuring veterans and young challengers. It's so hard to pick winners, but no doubt finals day coming at us. It's going to be a great festive weekend on the east coast of South Africa.
All right, well, we've been loving our time here at Ballito. Thanks for your thoughts here today, guys. We're going to come back tomorrow morning and get the call. It's 8 a.m. tomorrow, so you can have an extra hour in bed if it's morning time for you. We look forward to the pleasure of your company. WorldSurfLeague.com. We see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.